Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Yeah, we'll get them up. Get them going. It is Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. It is a busy Tuesday coming off a incredible sports Monday, couple of LCS games. Rangers take a stranglehold of the American League Championship Series, continue their tremendous play in the postseason. Astros in big trouble in the All-Texas ALCS. Phillies stay hot as well in the National League. Cowboys, big bounce-back win on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about it long as they get their best performance of the year from Dak Prescott. Defense does their job. Big win for Dallas. We'll talk plenty of Cowboys football. Wrapping up Week 6 in the National Football League. Longhorns as well. Steve Sarkisian met the media yesterday previewing the showdown with Houston on Saturday. Provided a pretty optimistic injury update. Also what the Longhorns did during the bye week to improve. Sitting at number 8 in the country, 5-1 with 6 games to go in the regular season. We'll talk about all those things over the next 5 hours of sports conversation. Appreciate you finding us whoever you do each and every morning here on Hook 'em Up. Make it as easy as possible to find us on 101.9 FM, AM 1260 as well. Digitally, probably the easiest way right now and the best way. Just download that Horn app to your smartphone. Listen with a touch of a button wherever you are, all over the city of Austin, all over the state of Texas, all over the world with that Horn app. You can also watch us and listen at hornfm.com. Watch us on our YouTube channel as well. Appreciate you subscribing to that as we get you rolling on a Tuesday, 17 October. Jam-packed 5 hours begins right now here on Austin's only local morning sports conversation. And took him up, and look who it is. Ready to roll. He is, of course, our shutdown corner 5 hours a day, 5 days a week from DB High down in the 713 and DBU right here on the 512. 4 stops in other National Football League zip codes. Also now a proud papa to a baby girl at home. The football theorist. He is Blackstradamus. He is Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
Doing great, brother. I appreciate the intro as always. Man, it's a little nippy outside, actually. A little chilly outside.
Yeah, man. A little nip in the air.
Yes, it is.
Feels like fall.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. Before we get started, because I know we got a lot to get to, so I don't want to waste much time, shout out to those who serve. Of course, our society built on the selflessness of service. We do it every morning, and we are proud to do it. It is an honor, but also a burden to serve, so we appreciate each and every one of you in every capacity, God, country, and community, whatever you decide to serve. We appreciate you. First responders, teachers, nurses, the waste management, officers of the law, soldiers, each and every one of you. We can't name you all, but we appreciate you. Just want to give you a shout out.
No question. Every single morning, it is our pleasure to do so, and certainly we appreciate you very, very, very much to start this program. A lot to do is 45 crisp, clear degrees this morning, and you get a little jog in the crisp conditions this morning. I'm sure that was invigorating.
It was. Got a little run in, but man, I got to start putting on more layers. That's what I felt. I was like, man, I'm a little nippy out here. That's all right. That's a good thing, though. It's football weather, baby.
Near perfect conditions.
Or playoff baseball weather. Yes, Rangers.
With the roof
Shout
closed.
out to y'all.
With the roof closed.
Good for y'all, baby. I got to give it up. I told you I didn't feel good yesterday, E. Told you I didn't feel good about this.
Well, we said it would be good Framber or bad, and you got bad Framber in the first inning, and the Rangers jumped all over him and took advantage, and they did. I mean, that's really when you have to get to him, and that's been the story of his year. He gave up 5 runs in the first playoff start against Minnesota, and yesterday the Rangers. It's tough when you start the game in a hole if you're an Astro fan, but for the Rangers, great game plan, great approach. They didn't try to do too much with pitches that were up, and just 5 singles. And a big error that Framber Valdez made throwing the ball down the first baseline. And they jumped out to a big lead. And then, obviously, there was the pivot point in the 5th inning, which we'll get to. But, big performance for the Rangers, obviously. And they stay red hot. That'll be part of our big conversation this morning. Cowboys with a nice bounce-back win. Let's start as we do each and every 6 o'clock hour with the headlines. Get you caught up on the news in the morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top headlines. We'll start with Major League Baseball, and the Streaking Rangers have now taken full control of the All-Texas American League Championship Series. They take a 2-0 lead in the best-of-7 series, remain undefeated this postseason with a dramatic 5-4 win over the Astros yesterday at Minute Maid Park. As we mentioned, they jumped all over Houston starter Framber Valdez, strung together 5 singles, and took advantage of a Valdez throwing error, posting a 4 spot in the first inning, took a 4-0 lead. They added a 5th run on a Jonah Heim solo homer in the 3rd. Astros clawed back, cut it to 5-2 thanks to solo home runs from Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman. Then came the turning point of the game. Houston loaded the bases with nobody out in the 5th inning. Chance to really get back in and actually take a lead, but the Rangers ace Nathan Eovaldi struck out both Yainer Diaz and Jose Altuve, then coaxed a ground ball from Bregman to extinguish the rally. He and the bullpen, they were able to preserve the lead from there for a pleased manager, Bruce Bochy.
We made an error, bases loaded, and it's about picking each other up. And he picked us up there and just made some great pitches. And that was a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, nobody out there in the fifth, and found a way to get through it. And terrific job by him.
Certainly was. Series now shifts back to Arlington for Game 3 on Wednesday night. Game 1 of the National League Championship Series. Philadelphia Phillies take a 1-0 advantage over Arizona with a 5-3 win. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper blasted solo homers in the first to get the home crowd cooking. Nick Castellanos also went deep. Phillies are 5-0. At home this postseason, they take Game 1. The NFL, huge bounce-back win for the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football last night. Following their terrible performance in primetime last Sunday in San Francisco, Dallas went down the coast to L.A. and rallied for a 20-17 win over the Chargers. Dak Prescott stepped up, played his best game of the season, threw for 272 yards, threw a big second-half touchdown to Brandon Cooks. Also led the team in rushing with 40 yards, included an 18-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Most importantly, he did not turn the ball over. Dallas defense held the L.A. Chargers. It is 272 total yards. Stephon Gilmore picked off Justin Herbert late in the fourth quarter to preserve the victory. Dallas improves to 4-2. College football Longhorns coming out of their bye week, sitting at 5-1, number 8 in the country. They'll travel to Houston on Saturday for their first meeting with the U of H Cougars in more than 20 years. Yesterday, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian provided a pretty promising injury update. Sark said the tight end J.T. Sanders, center Jake Majors, guard Cole Hudson, and cornerback Ryan Watts all practiced on Monday after taking the week off for rehab of their injuries. He confirmed that Cole Hudson was still the most limited of the four as he battles back from a knee injury. It is to be determined as who will be able to play to go on Saturday. Depends on how they practice during the week.
Way to bounce back, Dak. Dak with the I would say this about Dak. Dak does bounce back after losses pretty well. Usually the losses, are on him a lot of the times because he's had bad games or subpar games. This was his best game of the season, 109.3 passer rating. His last 6 losses, his passer rating after his last 6 losses, 109.3 tonight, 108.5, 143.3, 124.3, 139.3, and 113.2. He bounces back pretty well.
He does, and they needed every bit of it because they were kind of a mess in a lot of other phases, right? They had no running game to speak of. Tony Pollard didn't do much, had 11 penalties for 85 yards. The offense just doesn't click. It's really just Dak, right? Finding ways. I mean,
which is what you need.
What you need.
That's what you want your quarterback to do.
That's right. Yeah, he carried that team last night. He and the defense, and it certainly has been the offseason game plan. Make it easier on Dak, but at the same time, they need better and stronger running game. Give the Chargers credit; they had the bye week to get healthy, and they were really stout against the Cowboys' run game and did a nice job. But they needed every bit of Dak, even the legs. The 18-yard touchdown run was big as he outran Derwin James to the end zone. But Tony Pollard just 15 carries for 30 yards total. Dak outrushed him by 10 in that game. But it was Dak and the defense.
Yeah, Eckler actually didn't have a great running game.
No,
either.
He didn't.
14 carries for 27 yards, I believe, for him. So neither team could really get their traditional running game going. But talked about this yesterday a ton. That Chargers pass defense has been struggling all season. Went into that game as the last ranked pass defense. It was the ultimate slump buster for Dak. So if Dak couldn't have big Dak energy versus that Chargers secondary, considering they were the worst pass defense in the league going into that game, I was going to essentially come on here this morning and say that offense was broken. The Texas Coast offense was broken. But he did have a great game. He bounced back. He and CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb with 117 on 7 catches, on 7 targets too, by the way. And by the way, CeeDee Lamb and Dak, their chemistry right now is pretty damn good. They don't throw to CeeDee Lamb enough.
Agreed. Well, and in that game, what was it, second quarter, Michael Gallup dropped a touchdown pass he needs to catch. There's no doubt about that as he ran up the seam, and great throw by Dak and just bounced off of his hands. That's a play that needs to be made. It was 7-7 at the time. He dropped it. But yes, CeeDee Lamb, check for Mike McCarthy too and the Cowboys to, get CeeDee Lamb more involved. He questioned the identity of the offense last week. Didn't know what it was.
Got to do that.
It's still a work in progress. I think that's fair to say. But you know what? A huge win in a bounce back performance. The Niners and Eagles both lost this week, so you gain a game on both of those teams in the NFC. And at least you can put the bitter taste of the Niners game fully behind you now. You've won a ball game. and can see if you can continue to build, because the Tex Coast offense, or whatever it's called, continues to be a work in progress. But at the same time, you got a really good performance from your quarterback when you needed it the most. Gosh, even the big play on a big third down play to start the fourth quarter, where he scrambled to his right, threw it back across to Tony Pollard on a 60-yard catch and run. That was the biggest play Pollard made on the game. That was a big one. That set up a points opportunity there as well. But 10 points in the fourth quarter. The defense made it stand up. Big sack by Micah Parsons late in the game. Justin Herbert, safe to say he missed some throws.
They only had one sack, but it
was a big one.
But they kept Justin Herbert off balance and under duress all night long. The Cowboys had, I believe, a 47.6% pressure rate. That was the highest against Herbert for any team he's played this season. So they just couldn't cash in on him, but I mean, they kept him under pressure constantly.
Yeah, you said it. CeeDee Lamb, 7 catches for 117 yards. Tony Pollard was the second leading receiver. 60 of his 80 yards receiving came in that one play. It was a tough and tight game. And the big interception late, the big sack by Micah Parsons in the fourth quarter. And as we said, what's the matter?
Texter calls it the Trash Coast offense.
Trash Coast offense. Ty Henderson through the glass. He's our big Cowboys fan and Ranger fan. Are you through? Are you back? Are you back feeling okay, or just a nice win?
It's okay. No, I'm not back.
I'm not back. But you are on the Rangers bandwagon without a doubt. Rangers, what a performance by Nathan Eovaldi. Props to the Rangers, man. This is they're getting hot at the right time. They are undefeated in the postseason. They're 6-0 on the road in the postseason. The Ranger home fans will get to see the Rangers for just the second time this postseason tomorrow night. Hottest
postseason team right now.
I know.
Period. There's nobody in postseason right now hotter than the Rangers. Unfortunately, they're playing against the Astros.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And they are up 2-0 on the Astros.
And the Astros seem to have Yordan Alvarez, and that's about it. I mean, Yordan hit 2 home runs yesterday. He continues to pulverize the baseball. But, boy, that if you're an Astro fan, that fifth inning was a bitter pill. I give Nathan Eovaldi a lot of credit, though. He pitched really well in a big spot. His split-finger fastball was working, just dropping off the table. And the Astros were undisciplined. They really were. As disciplined as the Rangers were in that first inning when they came out with a game plan and attacked Framber Valdez, kind of knowing that typically if you're going to get to Framber, you got to get to him early. And they came out and were really aggressive, didn't let him pitch deep into counts, really jumped on anything that was up, and didn't try to do too much with it. That's the important part when you're facing Framber, a sinker ball pitcher who's trying to get the feel for it in that first inning. It was Simeon with a single to start it, then Seager. I mean, these were early in the at-bats, too. I mean, I think there were 4 minutes gone by in the game before it was 2-0. They already had 2 runs on the board. The game had just started, and a big part of it was that throwing error on himself. Framber Valdez is on a swinging bunt, kind of threw it down the right field line just to really almost like he was asleep to start that ball game. And Rangers capitalized, and it cost the Astros in a big way. And then when they had their opportunity in the fifth inning, they couldn't capitalize. And you know this about Yainer Diaz. If you know the Astros, Yainer Diaz and Jose Altuve are 2 of the freest swingers the Astros have. And I thought Nathan Eovaldi did a great job of letting the Astros get themselves out in those spots. To throw balls that aren't strikes, and make them swing at your pitches. Never gave them anything to really hit, and they got themselves out. They struck out, didn't put the ball in play. Rod, in the bases loaded, nobody out situation, you got to put the ball in play. You can't swing and miss. You can't strike out. So not only did Eovaldi get the outs he needed, he also didn't let him put the ball in play, which limited any run scoring. So the Astros get a bases loaded, nobody out situation, get no runs. The building then falls flat, and you kind of felt like that was the pivot point in the game. And advantage Rangers. Rangers. They've been more clutch so far and been a better team without a doubt.
No, the Rangers 7 games, a 7-game win streak to start the postseason is the second longest to start the postseason. Period. Behind the Royals in 2014 with 8.
Yeah,
I mean they're ready. This is probably the hottest they've been all season long, and you got to give them props for getting hot at the right time. And they right now, like I said, they just look like the better team. Period.
They do.
They look like the better team.
Great approach, great attitude, playing good baseball, playing great defense as well. And the Astros are the ones that are scuffling at this point. Last time we saw the Rangers this hot, I think, was right after the trade deadline. Remember they acquired Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery, and you're thinking, oh, geez. And then they went on just a torrid streak. This one reminds you of that, and it may streak them all the way to the World Series now. They need 2 more wins. Astros need 4. Astros have to win 4 out of 5 now. But, hey, they're heading out on the road, Ron. They're better on the road. They like playing on the road.
And
the road Warriors.
And the Rangers have been the best road playoff team.
So 6-0, yeah.
So going back home, hopefully they cool off a little bit. But, yeah, man, right now I got to get ready to order this Lucha Libre mask.
I'm going to have to get my uniform ready.
I'm going to tell you, it's going to be I don't know if I see the Astros coming back from 0-2. It could happen.
It can happen.
But I think the teams that go up 2-0 win the series 90% of the time.
90%, especially a team this good.
Come on, man. Exactly.
With Max, now they get to turn to Max Scherzer.
Oh, man.
The only thing you're hoping for if you're an Astros fan with Scherzer is a little rusty because he hadn't pitched in a while. Coming back from that shoulder injury with, Mad Max. I mean, he's as clutch as they get. And, the Rangers beat Verlander and Valdez in Houston. You got to feel really good about that. Nathan Eovaldi was great, and we know that Jordan Montgomery was outstanding in Game 1 as well. And the Ranger bullpen, I said the one place the Astros maybe had an advantage to start the series. I thought it was a dead even series, and the Rangers have found ways to get to the Astros starters. Got 2 runs on Verlander, got 5 on Valdez. And then the bullpen made it stand up. That's been an Achilles problem or Achilles heel for the Rangers all year long. So far in the postseason, the bullpen has been outstanding. Spores came in. Chapman pitched a good, 2/3 of an inning. And then Leclerc has been outstanding at the back end, closing down that 9th inning. He's got 3 saves now in the postseason, and he's become their closer. Astros bullpen was great. Once they needed to go to the bullpen, they kept the Astros in it. And didn't let the Rangers stretch the lead, but the Ranger pitching staff too much. It was just good playoff baseball. And if you're a Ranger fan, you're thrilled with the execution. If you're an Astro fan, you're bumming because you weren't able to take advantage of your opportunities like the Rangers did.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But the Rangers, like I said, they look like you said it, streaking. They could streak their way to the World Series.
Yep, they could.
The way it's looking right now.
Well, and it looks like they'll face the Phillies because they're streaking their way too. Because that home crowd, that home park, Bryce Harper in that home park. I mean, it is electricity personified when you see what goes on in Philly. They're up 1-0. They're 5-0 at home this year. That's a collision course right now, unless the Astros can do something. If you're Houston, you got to play a game at a time. You got to try to go get a win.
You just need one.
Get one, and then you got to get another one.
Try to steal one. Just try to get yourself.
But
one.
I will say, as Astros have been here so many times, but at the same time, this year they really don't seem to have the starting pitching to do it. Right? If you're going to come back, you got to have great starting pitching. And right now, do you really trust your starting pitching? Framber, last year in the postseason run to the World Series, Framber Valdez had a 1.44 ERA. I mean, he was locked down. He was unbelievable last year in the postseason. Right now, he looks very vulnerable. He doesn't look like that pitcher. And even Justin Verlander, not as sharp as he's been. It's the Rangers that feel like they have the deeper staff right now. It really does, because now they're turning to Mad Max after getting great starts from Montgomery and Eovaldi. Now you turn. I mean, that was a good part of the disappointing part for the Astros is if you look up and down the Astros order, Rod, they had their career numbers against Nathan Eovaldi were ridiculous. Everybody in the Astros order has just feasted on Nathan Eovaldi in their career, whether he was in Boston or with the Rangers, and they couldn't get to him. And that's props to him. He stepped up in a clutch moment and gave the Rangers the start they needed, despite the 5th inning struggles. He pitched out of it, and that's the story of the ballgame. Montgomery and Scherzer were better than Valdez and Verlander.
Framber in 2 postseason games this year, 11.57 ERA, 14 hits allowed in 7 innings pitched. You've gotten, like you said, bad Framber.
Bad Framber. It's kind of been all year.
Yeah.
Since he was the best, arguably the best. He and Eovaldi were probably the best pitchers in baseball for the first half of the season, and both were All-Stars. And then remember, right after the All-Star game, Framber Valdez threw that no-hitter against Cleveland. And he really hasn't been the same since. After he threw that no-hitter, he's been up in the zone. He's got a pitch down, and he's been up, and he's just not had the same look on his fastball or on any of his pitches, and he's been all too hittable. And that big error down the right field line was critical in that game. All right, so we'll talk more about it. We'll talk your thoughts on the Cowboys, the bounce back, now 4-2. Season is not lost, Rod. Season not lost just because you got pasted by the 49ers. You're right there at 4-2 where you want to be in the NFC. We'll look at the power structure. Also start hearing from Sark, getting ready for this game with the Houston Cougars coming up. Do you want to tell you about our friends at Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Austin, Texas? You know that, and all over Texas now as they spread out and grow. The foundation has been built for Viking to do great fences up and down the I-35 corridor. They're absolutely the best, investing in their own on-site lumber mill, their own on-site iron work shop where they do all their custom iron work. Viking knows or has always wanted to be the fence company that controls everything. They quote the project, they design the fences, they manufacture their own materials, they do it all from front to back, build, assemble, install. They don't outsource any of it, and that's why they put the longest warranties on every fence that they do, because they know that they've controlled every part of the process. There is no doubt with the Viking fence every single time, whether it's a wood privacy fence for your home or business, their commercial or residential fencing divisions are the best in the industry. Their building materials are the best in the industry. Their perimeter and temporary rental fence are the best in the industry. They're simply the best. You kind of get the picture of what Viking Fence has been doing for 50 years right here in Central Texas, locally owned and operated, but doing it all at VikingFence.com. 837-6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. And just remember, when you think fences in the ATX and beyond, think Viking every single time. We'll have our Viking Fence Defensive Player of the Game coming up. We'll have a prediction on Friday for the Longhorns coming up. What was the play of the game for you last night, Rod, in the Cowboys win? Was there a play that stands out to you, the biggest play of the 20-17 victory? A play or a series that was the biggest?
Honestly, it might have been early on with Dak's rushing touchdown. It might have been early on.
Tendency breaker. He hasn't done that this year.
Yeah, well, and no, they've kind of taken that. I don't say they've taken out. He's kind of taken that out of his game. Remember, early on, Dak was a running quarterback. Early on, that's why when he came to the NFL, he was a rushing quarterback coming out of Mississippi State. And through the injuries and him, getting a little bit older, they've relegated him to be more of a pocket passer. I was a little surprised to see them break out the non-traditional running game with some design quarterback runs, not just him scrambling, but some design quarterback runs. So good for the Cowboys, like you said, breaking tendency in that moment, especially going up against Kellen Moore, who knows Dak pretty well. Got to do something that they're unfamiliar with. So I thought that was good. I thought that was a way to set the tone, and a great way because the Cowboys didn't have a rushing game. For the Texas offense, the purpose of it was to run the football. Even Mike McCarthy said that before the season. They want to run the football more to control the ball, control the clock. They're not a good running football team. Yeah. Not at all. They're actually not. So I don't know. That goes to the point about what their identity is. Because if they're supposed to be a running football team and they're not good at running the football, your identity is what you hang your hat on, something that you're good at. And the Cowboys aren't good at that. So how can that be their identity? Yeah,
that's the perplexing part, right? There's the positive that you won the game. Your quarterback really stood up, and your defense really stood up. Dak Prescott and the D were outstanding. But yeah, I still, because the idea was to be a good running team, as you just said, to be a power, play action, give Dak play action. But right now you're not running the ball. Dak Prescott was your leading rusher last night. That's got to improve. There's no doubt about that if you're going to really be a contender. Because right now, when you look at the NFC, the Niners are good, but now the Niners are dealing with injuries, right? I think they're optimistic about Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey that it's not too severe, but they took a bad loss at Cleveland on Sunday. Philadelphia took a bad loss with the Jets, so they both come back to the pack a little bit. And for the Cowboys, you're now into your bye week, right? You beat the Chargers. You get to sit on, when you kind of go to work like the Longhorns just did, try to work with what is not working, get some guys healthy, and you come back and you're playing the LA Rams to come out of the bye week on the 29th and put yourself in the race. But I think you also have to consider the Detroit Lions in the mix in the NFC right now, Rod.
No doubt. Yeah, of course. They're for real.
They're for real.
The Lions are for real.
They are for real. They get a win again on Sunday, so they're right in the mix as a one-loss team. But, despite the win, are the Cowboys in that conversation right now as one of the best teams in the NFC? I think that's a
yes.
I don't until they can run the ball, Rod. I don't know.
Well, the NFC is not what we thought it was, right? It's not going to be this. Basically, Seattle. There's a lot of teams in that second tier right there because 49ers and Philly are in the top tier, and Detroit. Those are kind of your three teams in the top tier. And, right there, I think in that second tier, the Cowboys are right there in the second tier. The way things have worked out now. We thought they'd be in the top tier. They're not in the top tier. But right now, the top tier is just three teams pretty much. And, you can say Detroit's there. I think Detroit's there. But I think there are three teams right now in the NFC that have separated. And then everybody else is kind of thrown in that second tier. Not everybody, but all the other teams.
I agree with you on that. They're in that second tier. But they're, where are they in that tier becomes the question because we knew the defense would be good, and the defense has been, for the most part, outstanding this year. They had the one bad game against the Niners, and a bad first half against the Arizona Cardinals.
But it's not 2000 Ravens or anything.
No.
That's not what they were talking about. They were acting like it was going to be an all-time great defense. It's good. It ain't going to be all-time great.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Justin Herbert missed some throws last night.
Ooh,
he had a wide-open throw to Keenan Allen that might have been a touchdown. He just overthrew him on a wheel route. But so he had some
He
throws
missed
he'd like to
another
have
one.
back.
He missed two to Keenan Allen, actually. He
Yeah,
missed another deep one early on, too.
He did.
Yeah.
So, some good fortune, but at the same time, the Cowboy, here's the concern. The run game has not clicked yet, and we'll pick this up on the other side, but the run game's not clicking. You're not getting a push up front. And then the receiving core outside of CeeDee Lamb is just okay, right? I mean, Michael Gallup has been erratic, not consistent, I guess would be the word. And then Brandon Cooks caught the touchdown pass last night. I guess he was more involved, but you're still not sure about this pass. I don't know what to make of the Cowboys right now. They just look like a mishmash. They are 4-2 though. The old Bill Parcells line. You are your record. The Cowboys are 4-2 in their bye week. I think most Cowboy fans would have taken that when you look at the schedule to start the year. Here they sit 4-2, and chance to a lot of football left. But yeah, I agree with you. They're not in that upper tier of the NFC right now. They're in that second tier. Got to get a lot of things fixed if they're going to join that group and be an actual contender in the NFC. We come back. We'll pick that up. We'll also go behind the burnt orange curtain here from Steve Sarkisian. Met the media yesterday to get ready for this showdown with the Houston Cougars. The second half of the season begins on Saturday. We'll hear from the head coach also before the end of the hour. Some What the Facts, some big stories and facts from around the sports landscape as we get you going. It's Hook 'em Up, Austin's only local morning sports conversation. Just getting warmed up. Tuesday on the Horn, big time Tuesday, coming off quite the sports Monday with a couple of baseball games, the LCSs, and the Cowboys with a big win on Monday Night Football, 20-17, bounce back win. Meanwhile, the Rangers taking a stranglehold on the American League Championship Series. They've looked like the locked-in team that have been here many, many times. It's the Astros who've been here many times. It looked like the group that is. I don't know if you were just dropped in and started watching this series with no knowledge, you'd say which team has been here the last 6 years in this ALCS and a rise to the moment, and you'd say, oh, that's the Rangers, right? The Rangers, right?
The unfortunate thing is you brought this up, that stat, that there have been kind of swings in this series, at least as of late, where they happen for like 5 to 7 year chunks.
Yep.
Where the Rangers were a dominant team in the series, and then the pendulum swung back. Then the Astros were the dominant team for 7 years. Hopefully now both teams will be competitive. I hope the pendulum's not swinging back.
Yeah, well, look,
the Rangers are about to be really good for 5 to 6 years, and then the Astros just going to be, average to above average.
Yeah. Well, I think they're both going to be good for a while.
I hope so.
I don't think either are about to fall off. I mean, and obviously the Astros were terrible while the Rangers were good for that first 7 year stretch, and then the Astros have been really good, and the Rangers fell on hard times. Look, this Ranger team we're only a couple of years removed from a 100-loss season for the Rangers, and here they are. I mean, the playoffs baseball are about moments. It's about spots. It's about being clutch in a big moment, whether you're on the mound or in the box or taking in a big at bat. That's where the Astros have thrived in recent years, right? I mean, that's why they've been in 6 straight American League Championship Series. They've been to 4 World Series and won 2 of them. They come up big in these moments, and that's why I say in this series, the big moments have been owned by the Rangers.
Yep.
They're the ones making the big plays. They're the ones making the big defensive plays, making the big pitches, getting the big hit. The Astros are the ones making the big error and swinging and missing at balls and not being disciplined at the plate. Base running blunders like we saw Jose Altuve in Game 1. It's the Astros that have mismanaged and not they've shrunk in the big moments so far, and the Rangers have risen to it, and that's why they're up 2-0 and. Going back to Arlington, and it's gonna be a tough home. As good as the Astros have been on the road, Rod.
No, they're not that good.
in this 7-game win streak. I mean, it's amazing to be 7-0 in a postseason and go through a couple of really good teams in the Rays and Orioles, and now 2 straight on the Astros. But that home crowd at the Gilf has only seen their home team one time. So they've only played 1 game at home. They're going to be frenzied.
Rabid.
Yeah, they'll be playing the Creed.
They'll be singing Creed. Everybody's going to be, oh, man.
They'll be playing the Creed.
The Creed sing-alongs are going to be just off the chain.
And rightfully. I mean, this team has obviously earned the love of their fans and the adulation because they're playing really quality baseball.
Can we get Creed to show up now? I mean, they're 2 up on the Astros going back home to the Gilf. Are they going to get Creed to show up?
They might play live.
Is this going to happen, Ty? Are we going to get this 7th-inning stretch Creed live in the stands?
I've been doing my part on Twitter.
You've been doing your part. No,
nice.
You have been.
Nice.
No doubt.
Well, if you're looking for
Ty was confident yesterday. He knew.
Well, we'll talk more
about
about
early. When I told y'all it was a landslide, I thought I was right on hit that nail on the head yesterday, but it was a lot closer than I would have liked at the end. But
yeah,
close it down.
Yeah, 5-4 all the way to the final out. Much like it's dramatic. I mean, I don't think any of these games are going to be one-sided, but that's why it comes down to individual moments, and I don't think you can get much bigger than the Jose Altuve at bat. With 1 out, bases loaded, 5th inning. That's not the Astros would have wanted nothing more than that to have Jose Altuve at the plate. He's owned the Rangers. He's been a Ranger killer in this run for the Astros, and Nathan Eovaldi made some great pitches without a doubt. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas is back at it off the bye week. Sark met the media yesterday. Let's hit it.
All right, Sark met with the media yesterday for his weekly press conference, and he answered a lot of different questions. I think the first piece of audio that we want to get to, probably the most important one, was about the injuries.
Yep.
Longhorns had several injuries that happened. They sustained in the Oklahoma game, but remember, there were guys who went into that Oklahoma game dealing with injuries. Guys like Ryan Watts was dealing with an injury going into that game. We're worried about him. And then, of course, Jake Major suffered an injury in the Oklahoma game that had a lot of different reports speculating as to what his status would be. So Here's Steve Sarkisian, and this is actually a little surprising, in a good way, but a pleasant surprise. Steve Sarkisian addressing the injury situation for the week versus the Houston Cougars.
Guys practice today, okay? So I think that's probably the first part that's really positive, where, last week we really limited a lot of guys. We limited, Jake to all about nothing. We limited JT to all about nothing. We limited Ryan to all about nothing. We really wanted to try to get them healthy. Today we came back, everybody practiced. Probably the most limited of the group was Cole Hudson, but they all practiced. Now, as the week goes on, I'm going to have to make that decision later in the week of who is really ready to play. I don't think, to be fair to them, that's probably, to give them that chance to really practice on Tuesday and Wednesday in our physical practices to make sure that they're in position to perform and to do it at a high level. But I was encouraged today that they were all out there going. But again, as the week goes on, I'll have probably a very cleaner update of who's really going to be available Saturday. But today was a really good sign.
There you go. I'm actually surprised. Like I said, it's a good surprise that he said everybody practiced.
Yeah, we had the report last week that Jake Majors with the high ankle sprain was going to be out 6 to 8 weeks.
That's amazing.
And you're like, well, he's practicing already?
Yeah.
That's a great thing. I mean, I know we got the bad news in college football yesterday that Brock Bowers, the great tight end of the Georgia Bulldogs,
he's
going to be out 6 weeks. He had surgery on his ankle. And that was kind of I know Jake Majors didn't have surgery, but the thought was the center had a high ankle sprain that could cost him the remainder of the regular season, or at least a good chunk of it. And the fact that he was out there, Rod, on Monday is a good sign.
It's a great sign, actually. And Sark says, you got to determine whether they have the level of, effectiveness to be able to play in the game. But the fact they're out there practicing, it lets you know that it's not as bad as some would have led you to believe. So some of the reports about him missing, 6 to 8 weeks, that's definitely not the case. So we just don't know how severe the high ankle sprain is. He was asked about the offensive line, about, trying to cross-train guys, now building depth, trying to manufacture depth, have contingency plans. Of course, now that you have some injuries piling up on the O-line, here is Steve Sarkisian.
I think it was huge. What great experience Connor got a couple weeks ago in that ball game. And then obviously last week of just kind of being that primary center. We do have players that are really versatile guys. Hayden Connor is an extremely versatile guy that can move around. Nato got a lot of good opportunities last week to rep things out. Cam Williams, again, he's a versatile guy that can move around. So I think that's one thing, one of the reasons why Coach Flood and I have such good rapport. We're very comfortable doing those things. And so you can take a week like last week and move some guys around, knowing there might be some growing pains there. But if we need to get to that down the road, it won't be the first time guys have been exposed to a couple different spots.
All right. So looks like the Longhorns should be reasonably healthy on the O-line. We don't know exactly what Jake Major's status is going to be, but everybody's expecting Cole Hudson to be back. And now you have Connor Robertson, who at least he's got experience in the probably most hostile of circumstances, but he's got experience now too, and looks like they're going to cross-train some other guys to be able to play center as well. So I think they'll have a plan.
Well, and the thing I got to the end of the news conference yesterday listening to it and thought, he didn't even mention Jalen Catalon. I thought, he left.
He did not mention Jalen Catalon.
So I'm assuming he's okay.
He didn't mention Ryan Watts specifically either, did he?
I think he did.
I don't know if he did. Not in that injury. Not in that cut about the injuries. All he said was everybody practiced.
Everybody practiced.
That's what he said. Everybody practiced. So the assumption is that's everybody. That's Ryan Watts. That's Jalen Catalon.
Yeah, because of course Catalon left that Oklahoma game, and it was a big moment when he left in the first half, and he was off to what I thought was a real good start, and obviously didn't see him the rest of the way, and that end of game situation could have used a guy like Catalon and Ryan Watts on the field. Obviously didn't have him, but didn't hear his name, so that's good. That's all good signs headed into the Houston game.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was shocked when he said everybody. I was like, everybody? I expected the media to go everybody. Everybody? Yeah, apparently everybody out there got a chance to practice. He'll decide later if their status for the U of H game is available or if they're going to be limited or what. Okay, so let's hear from Sark about the self-scouting that took place during the bye week, because Sark said they were going to do some deep dive, self-scouting in a lot of different phases to try to figure out areas they need to improve, right? Where they need to get better, and areas where they have actually excelled so far this year. So here's Sark talking about the areas where they need to improve the most.
I think naturally offensively, I'll stay there for a minute. Our red zone execution is an area where if we want to be the team that we think we're capable of being, we have to take that to another level. And so that evaluation was not just of the players, that was of the coaches, that was of the game plan, that was of the play caller. What are we calling, when, why? What are our players good at? What do they execute at a high level? And what have they shown us throughout training camp and in practice that we should have confidence in them to go do? So that is something that I'm glad we were able to dig into, and areas where I think we can improve. I think defensively, we've played really good football on the defensive side of the ball. But naturally, as I look at ourselves defensively, an area where I know we can improve is we've got to take the ball off of people more, and we've got to attempt to take the ball off of people more. We've created some interceptions, but we really haven't knocked the ball off of people and created turnovers. And I know we're more than capable of doing it, but sometimes it's like anything. Things can get lost throughout the season, and we're trying to defend the run and defend the pass and all the different things. But we have got to continually, as a staff, emphasize getting the ball off of our opponents. So that for sure is something there. I love the fact that we're attacking the way that we are on special teams, and we blocked a punt last week. I really think we should have blocked the second one. We just kind of slipped and our angle got off. We've been really close on the field goal game of blocking kicks there. So I like that, but man, I think we can be even more effective on special teams. And so that's like anything. We're constantly trying to push our guys, but to push our players, we have to push our staff, right? Our staff's got to keep working towards those things as well. So all in all, I'm pleased with where we're at this point in all three phases, but also know we can be better. And that's our job then, to motivate the guys to continue to improve now in the second half of the season.
All right, there you go. So red zone on offense. He wants to, force more fumbles. Essentially what he was saying. Whether you're lodging the ball loose like Jalen Catalon did in that Kansas game, right? You're just hitting somebody so hard, you're just basically separating them from the football, or you're stripping the football, which means pursuit to the football, guys with high football IQ, some of those havoc-minded defenders, those ball hawks, getting after the football and stripping it from players. So we'll see if we see more of that. That's what Sark wants to see.
Well, everything Texas wants is out in front of them, right? Even despite the crushing loss to Oklahoma and your rival game, they still control their opportunity to get back to and rematch with Oklahoma. They can both get there. And as we said, sitting at number 8 in the country, the highest ranked one-loss team. With everybody ahead of you is going to be playing some tough games as well. Big showdown this week with Ohio State and Penn State. Mm-hmm. It's just about continuing to improve and use the week and get healthy and make improvements, especially in that red zone. Because as he says, they move the ball too well. They have too many explosive players to not be that poor in the red area. They fix that, and they start putting games in the 40s and 50s.
Man.
They're going to be hard to beat up until championship game weekend in early December. All right, we'll come back when we do some What the Facts, the big facts of the Tuesday morning, including coming out of that ALCS, the Rangers in firm control. Cowboys, big bounce-back win last night in L.A. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, yeah. I'm sure we're going to hear Creed all morning.
Hey, man, we deserve it. We deserve it. Hey, keep it blaring, Ty. You know what I mean? I'm a masochist at this point. Just keep on bringing it. Down 0-2. Astros not showing
right where
up.
we want to be.
Hey, man, we deserve it. I'm at the wear a damn Lucha Libre mask. A Rangers Lucha Libre mask doing a 5-hour show. Thanks, Astros. I'm going to say it since I ain't going to be able to say it for a while. Go Stros.
Go Stros. It's not pretty right now. You know, total in our What the Fact segment, Rod, total time elapsed between Framber Valdez's first pitch and the Astros trailing the Rangers 2-0 yesterday. 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
It took 4 minutes.
That's it?
Yeah. Single Simeon, single Seager, error, Framber. Down the right field line, it was 2-0. Come on, Framber. Wake up!
Yeah, it started. Yeah.
We kind of needed you to be good from the start.
I think you jinxed him because you brought up bad Framber. You started,
it's
right up before the show.
It's almost always in the first inning if you get to him early because he's a sinker ball pitcher and he's got to get the feel for it. And the Rangers, knowing that, never let him settle in. And because a lot of times if Framber wants to work deep into a count and get you into his space, and then he wants to get ahead, and then he can work that sinker and make you swing at pitches you don't want to swing at. Rangers didn't let him. They ambushed him. I mean, they came right after him and jumped on those early pitches and strung 5 singles in that error together to take a lead they never relinquished. They haven't trailed in the series. Heck, they've hardly trailed in the playoffs.
Damn shame.
Also mentioned that their young right-hander, or 29-year-old right-hander, Jose Leclerc, has closed out every game so far of the 7 wins.
To your point about them not trading, the Rangers have trailed at the end of only 1 full inning the entire postseason. 1 full inning. That's the fewest through the
baseball.
First 7 games of a single postseason. That's
Quality
the fewest. Yeah.
Baseball. It is.
They're rolling. They're rolling, man. So ain't nothing to do but just kind of admire it, even as an Astros fan.
Well, and as we said, they're not only doing that, they're taking advantage of Houston mistakes, and it's Houston that's making the mistakes. They're the ones with the errors and the base running blunders and just, I think, swinging wildly, not taking good at-bats. It's the Rangers that are taking advantage of that. Hey, we mentioned Brock Bowers underwent ankle surgery yesterday, one of the best players in college football.
Yes, sir.
No FBS tight end has been more productive than him over the last 3 seasons, Rod. He leads the country in receptions for tight ends, receiving yards, and touchdowns with 24. That's a huge blow to the Georgia Bulldogs. Now, Georgia's headed into their bye week, but when they come out of that bye week, Rod, they play 3 of their next 4 games are against ranked opponents. Man. When they won't have Brock Bowers in their offense anymore.
I mean, that's a guy you got to double team. Think about how much easier they are to defend without having to double team that guy. having to solve that problem on a down-to-down basis. It's going to have a truly detrimental effect. But for Longhorn fans, if JT Sanders can get healthy, he is considered the 2nd best tight end in the country. He might be able to win himself a Mackey Award.
Yeah, well,
keep it going now.
Yeah, keep feeding that monster. What do you have for us on What the Facts, Rod B?
How about this one, guys? This week in the NFL, now it's officially done. Cowboys with the victory of the Chargers. 25 NFL teams scored 21 points or fewer. That's the most different teams scoring 21 points or fewer in a game in a single week in NFL history.
Yeah, the unders. This was the unders went 13-2.
Yeah.
There were 15 games played. The under total, including the Cowboys last night, went 13-2. That's a huge number.
Yeah, the NFL is not happy about. Trust me, the NFL they're not throwing out that stat because they do not want people to know that their teams are scoring is down, but
scoring is down.
Scoring is way down.
Way down.
Yeah, you got 9 teams. You got, I think, 8 teams. 8 teams won this week without scoring more than 20 points. That's tied for the most in any week in a 32-team era since 2002.
What was it?
So,
I mean, any time if you Ty gambles quite a bit. I mean, 13-2, Rod, is a huge trend. I mean,
there's no doubt.
That is a big number.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Like, it was so much that you kind of felt like, okay, I'm going to take the Cowboys in the over with the Chargers last night, just because there's no way it's
going to hit again.
It's going to hit again.
Yes, it can hit again.
Oh, it hit by a lot because the over-under was right at 50 at kickoff.
Which means there's something going on. I want to be able to follow it. But I've seen early on this year, the scoring is down overall in the NFL. I mean, you guys probably could just eye test, see it. Like, score. Just because the Dolphins are scoring more?
Yeah, Dolphins are the one outlier.
More.
Everyone else is struggling.
Yeah.
Safe to say. How about Bryce Harper hits a home run on his birthday? On his birthday, Rod. He's 31 years old last night. Hit another home run in the first inning. He and Kyle Schwarber with home runs. The list of players who have hit home runs, a postseason home run on their birthday. Willie Aikens, Colton Wong, and Evan Longoria. The only 3 others to do that. Hit a
Pretty
home run
cool
on their birthday.
to do it. And then in the postseason on
Yeah.
your birthday. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Phillies and Rangers appear to be on a collision course right now. They're both streaking. Of course, the Phillies went right through the Braves, right through their wild card round, and here they are already one up on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that home crowd advantage is.
As an Astros fan, would you have to root for the Phillies or would you root for the Rangers?
Ooh.
I root for the Rangers because I root for the state. So
yeah, I would
I'm a
probably
state
root for the
guy.
Rangers, even though.
And people don't like it because sometimes I end up rooting for Aggies, and people, Longhorn fans, hate that too, and I get it.
Would you root for the Aggies if they were in the Final Four? They're not going to the Final Four. Would you ever root for them?
Never.
I root for them sometimes. It depends on the game. Like if they play Bama, I'd root for the Aggies to win over Bama.
Come on.
Come on.
As I said,
But I root for the state and I root for the conference usually, but that's a personal thing. Y'all ain't got to root for who I root for. That's my rooting.
Only reason I would.
If my rooting affiliation is my rooting affiliation.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Only reason I would maybe root for the Phillies is that no hatred of the Rangers. It would be because my brother and his family live up there and they're big Phillies fans.
Oh, there you go.
You know, so my nephew and my niece and my brother.
Whatever you got to tell yourself.
Well, what do you mean?
I know you wouldn't root for the Rangers.
You just say his
smack
hatred.
talk all year.
Okay.
You say-
That's true. I root for.
I wouldn't root for the Astros. That's for sure. I've rooted against the Astros in every World Series they've been in.
Because I want the Astros to have to be able to beat the Rangers at their best. I don't want to beat the Rangers when they suck.
Yeah.
That's no thrill in that. There's no joy in that. Well, some people are rooting for right now for Oklahoma to lose. Right, and I'm like, no, I want Oklahoma to win. I want Oklahoma to win out,
Yeah,
and then play Texas in the Big 12 title game. Texas beats the number. What would it be by then? 4 or whatever, 3, whatever they'll be. They'll be ranked in the top 5. Boom, Texas catapulted into the college football playoff after beating their rival and ruining their rival's potential chance at a national title game. That is revenge, and that is sweet revenge. I don't want Oklahoma to lose, come in battered and bruised. No. Or I'd have to have a tiebreaker to put them into the Big 12 title game. No, I want to beat them at their best. That's just a competitor in me.
I agree. And, right now, if you're an Astro fan, you got to beat the Rangers at their best because they're playing some great baseball.
To beat a man, you got to beat the man.
And the Rangers are stepping up in a big way. Phillies as well. 2 hottest teams in baseball. And as we know, Rod, it's not always who's the best team all year. It's who's the hottest team at the right time, and that's the Rangers. Not just hot, they're playing really sound baseball.
Yeah.
Kudos, no luck there, man. They're just outplaying Houston right now.
Yeah, you can't even really feel bad as an Astros fan. You feel bad if the Astros were just melting down. It's not a meltdown. They're making some mistakes because they're not playing perfect baseball, but the Rangers are just better.
Yeah.
It's just they're just better right now.
Still got to win 2 more.
Still got
saying there's a chance. Astros now go out on the road where they're much better than at home, but either way, Rangers in full control. We'll reset that. Also, the big bounce back win for your Dallas Cowboys last night, Monday Night Football. How often have we said this? Dak Prescott put that team on his back last night and led them to a victory along with the defense. We'll get you details how Dak Prescott bounced back from his worst performance maybe to have one of his best of the year. We'll have that for you coming up. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. 1 hour down, 4 to go. Austin's only local morning sports conversation right here on 101.9 AM 1260. Stream it always on that Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com. What a Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Coming off a busy Monday night. Included a Rangers win, another one. Phillies, and then how about the Cowboys? Wasn't the prettiest thing. Wasn't a work of art, but it was a win on the road in the NFL, and the Cowboys are 4-2.
Just
also,
win, baby.
Also included a pregame fight where it looked like Austin Eckler took one of the chops. His helmet went flying. Cowboys and Chargers were ready to go last night.
Yeah, man. We saw a fight. Who was that? The Browns and the 49ers got in a fight, too. One of those pre-game scuffles.
And there were accusations from the Brown side that Deebo Samuel was running away from the fight until his buddy Trent Williams showed up, and then he got back involved.
Hey, you know what?
Because Trent Williams showed up.
Smart man. He's like, nah, I'm waiting for this. Oh, Trent's coming? Hey, get behind Trent. Hey, you know what, dog? Y'all lucky. Y'all lucky. Trent here, man. Hold me back.
Let me go get behind him.
Hold me back, Trent. Hold me back.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there was a lot of defense played over the weekend in the NFL, and as somebody texted us, said, "Hey, Rod, here's a good one. Total quarterback QBR over the weekend, 77. Yeah, quarterback play not great.
Like overall,
yeah, the average overall quarterback rating this past weekend, 77.
Yeah. It's
if you take two out of that, probably way lower than that.
And but this is my thing: how many backup quarterbacks are playing now? Remember we talked about this. Remember last year, guys, you had 13 teams. That's a third of the teams that had to play a third string quarterback. Hell, you already got teams playing second and third string quarterbacks. We're 6 weeks into the season now?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, you better make sure you get your backup quarterback right, whoever that is. I think that's the reason maybe the scoring is down. Not the only reason. One of the reasons scoring is down. Great stat, though, from the Texer. Good stuff there.
It is. It was a defensive weekend, without a doubt, in the National Football League. And it's an offensive league, but and we'll keep an eye on that. Is that a trend, or is that just a rough weekend?
The scoring was down last year, too. Just a heads up.
Well, think of guys who were, Jalen Hurts was unstoppable last year. Eagles, came back, were slowed down by the Jets over the weekend. Patrick Mahomes and his offense scuffling in the red zone. It's really just Tua. Only Tua in that offense.
The offense, man, they're rolling.
There's really not an offense outside of them that's that's running at all cylinders right now, and there's some really good defenses. So that's the way the league was. We mentioned 13-2 in the unders, the under total, which is a huge number.
It's amazing.
Vegas doesn't get it that wrong that often. They'd rather be 500 because they know what they're doing when they set the lines. But if you took unders over the weekend, you did very well. But we'll see if it swings back. Speaking of swinging back, the Longhorns are swinging back into competition mode, coming off their bye week. We'll hear from Sark coming up. Rod will have a rant this hour. Let's start with the headlines, though. Get you caught up. Busy Tuesday morning. Top stories brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Major League Baseball streaking Rangers have now taken full control of that All-Texas American League Championship Series. They took a 2-0 lead in that best-of-7 series, won both games at Minute Maid Park. They win it 5-4 yesterday. Dramatic fashion. Jumped all over Houston starter Framber Valdez, the Rangers did. Strung together 5 singles. Took advantage of a Valdez throwing error in the first inning. Scored 4 runs. Took a 4-0 lead. Astros did claw back, cut it to 5-2, thanks to solo home runs from Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman. Then came the turning point of the game. Houston loaded the bases with nobody out in the 5th inning against Nathan Eovaldi. Yainer Diaz pinch hit. Eovaldi struck him out. Jose Altuve at the top of the order. Eovaldi struck him out, and then coaxed a ground ball from Bregman to extinguish the rally. He and the bullpen went on to preserve the lead from there. They win it 5-4 for a happy manager, Bruce Bochy.
We made an error, bases loaded, and it's about picking each other up, and he picked us up there and just made some great pitches. And that was a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, nobody out there in the 5th, and found a way to get through it, and terrific job by him.
Certainly was. Series now shifts back to Arlington for Game 3 on Wednesday night. In Game 1 of the National League Championship Series, Phillies took a 1-0 advantage. They beat the Diamondbacks 5-3. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Nick Castellanos all went deep. NFL, huge bounce-back win for the Cowboys last night. Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 6, following that terrible primetime performance last Sunday in San Francisco. Dallas went down the coast to L.A. and rallied for a 20-17 win over the Chargers. Dak Prescott stepped up in a big way, played his best game of the season, threw for 272 yards. Big second-half touchdown to Brandon Cooks. He also led the team in rushing with 40 yards, including that 18-yard touchdown run in the first quarter, and didn't turn the ball over, most importantly. Dallas defense, meanwhile, held L.A. to just 272 total yards. Stephon Gilmore picked off Justin Herbert late in the fourth quarter to preserve the win as the Cowboys improved to 4-2 into their bye week now. College football, Longhorns coming out of their bye week, sitting at 5-1, number 8 in the country. They'll travel to Houston on Saturday for the first meeting in Houston with the U of H Cougars more than 20 years. Yesterday, head coach Steve Sarkisian provided a pretty promising injury update. Said that Starting tight end J.T. Sanders, center Jake Major, Cole Hudson, the right guard, and cornerback Ryan Watts all practiced on Monday after taking the week off to rehab. He confirmed that Cole Hudson was the most limited of the four as he battles back from a knee injury. Still to be determined as who will be able to go in a full way on Saturday.
All right, Dak Prescott bouncing back. I told you guys yesterday that Chargers defense the pass defense was really bad. It was one of the worst, if not the worst, in the NFL. They were ranked dead last in pass defense going into that game. I thought Dak could have a slump buster performance versus the the LA Chargers, and he did. But I still don't think the offense found its identity. But you got to give Dak a lot of credit for just finding a way to get the dub, finding a way to move the football, finding a way to be effective offensively, even though I don't think the play calling was all that great, and I don't think the Cowboys still have solved a lot of their offensive issues, mainly the running game, because he was their leading rusher. That was not the case, but it was a huge contributing factor in them getting a win that Dak used his legs. So I'll give Dak a ton of credit for finding a way to win. But I don't think the Cowboys' offensive identity crisis is resolved just quite yet. Still got to figure that out. Texas Coast offense, we don't know what the hell it is. Nobody to this day still knows.
They don't run the ball. They had 11 penalties last night. And that's, I think if you're watching that game from the Chargers' perspective, you're thinking, this is the Chargers, right? You can't, you're at home coming off your bye week. Your quarterback misses some throws. I'm not bagging on the Cowboys here. I'm just saying that's a game that the Chargers probably should have won. You know what I'm saying? You're playing a team in your own building that has 11 penalties. You stuff their run. You hold Tony Pollard to 30 yards rushing. And it was Dak Prescott who rose up and made big plays and really was the difference in the game. And then the big interception at the end, the big Micah Parsons sack in the fourth quarter was big. But that's one that the Chargers felt like they probably let get away, and the Cowboys are happy to get out with because now you're sitting at 4-2 into your bye week and can try to get work on some things. But to gain a game on both the Niners and Eagles, who lost on Sunday, their first losses, that was big for the Cowboys and headed into their off week.
To your point about the Chargers, it's the first game the Chargers have lost with Justin Herbert that the defense allowed 20 or basically 20 points or less since week 2 of 2021.
Yeah,
which was Cowboys Chargers actually. So yeah, it's. Yeah, the Chargers got some bigger issues. I think Brandon Staley, considering what he spent on defense the last 2 years, nobody has spent more money on defense in the NFL in the last 2 years, and nobody has allocated more of their salary cap to defense right now than the San Diego Chargers. Sorry, I keep saying San Diego, LA Chargers, and yet their defense is middle of the road or even bad in some areas.
It's okay to call them San Diego because if you were watching the game last night, it was mostly a Cowboys crowd. How about the crowd? Every time the Cowboys did something, because of course the Cowboys training camp is in California. A lot of fans of the Cowboys,
true.
And the Chargers still don't have a huge fan base in LA. But that's a great win. That's a great win for Dallas, and to get the bounce back game for Dak is really the most important thing because that was a mental game for me. Can the Cowboys mentally get themselves back up? Can their quarterback get back up after the measuring stick game against San Francisco went so poorly, and you were really humiliated in that game? That was mentally a big bounce. It wasn't a perfect game by any stretch. It wasn't the prettiest thing, but boy, you'll take it. To get yourself up over 2 games over 500. Yeah,
Dak's a rubber band man. His last 6 games where he's playing after a loss. His passer rating 113.2, 139.3, 124.3, 143.3, 108.5, and 109.3. So he does bounce back really well. I'll give Dak credit for that. That shows you that Dak's got that fortitude you want in your quarterback, that grit, that determination. And even in this game, you saw it too. Like you said, it wasn't pretty by any stretch, but Dak, he made it work, whether it was using his legs. I know he made some questionable decisions. I know some Cowboys fans want to get into some of his decisions, but I think some of his bad decisions are just a product of how bad the play calling is at times, and really the structure of the offense. Dak, when he was throwing to anybody other than Michael Gallup last night, though, 16 of 16. Isn't that a crazy stat? 16 of 16.
Unless he was throwing to Gallup?
Yeah. Anyone other than Gallup.
And Gallup dropped a touchdown pass last night that he's got to catch. Hey, before Rod gets you the rant, the first rant of this Tuesday morning, let's let Rod say about Apple Leasing.
Yeah, of course, my friends over at Apple Leasing. Matter of fact, you want friends like these. They can be your friends too, because Apple Leasing has the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. They're professionals, and the fine folks at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. Now, we all know getting a new car and leasing a new car can be really stressful. You got to do all the price shopping yourself, do the comparisons, go to different lots, be online. It can be really time-consuming, can be a lot of headaches. And my friends at Apple Leasing, they take the stress and the headaches out of the process for you. All it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Time is money, and my friends at Apple Leasing, they're going to save you both, but also find you tremendous value with their simple interest easy lease. It allows you to have a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. We all know prices are through the roof, right? Everything seems expensive. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So call Apple Leasing today, 512-346-9977, and let them see how much money they can save you. They get all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings right on to you, the customer, and it makes it easy for you. So give them a call. Don't waste any time. 512-346-9977. Just start a conversation. Let them know the price you're willing to pay, your budget. Let them know what kind of car you want, SUV or sedan, whatever it may be, and they will do all the hard work. That's the beautiful thing about Scott Crossett and the Apple Leasing business model. They've been doing business here in Austin for almost 40 years because they do it the right way, and they'll do right by you. Go to appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, real quick, I want to talk about receivers in the NFL, but I want to start with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott last night. A phenomenal game from CeeDee Lamb. Remember, there was talk that CeeDee Lamb was disgruntled, a little upset about his usage and the way that he was being deployed and weaponized with the Cowboys. He didn't like it in the Texas Coast offense. He even played the sound of CeeDee Lamb being asked about what's the identity of the Cowboys offense, and he was puzzled. He was a bit perplexed. He actually didn't have an answer for that.
I still don't know after last night.
I don't think any of us did.
What is the identity?
They're supposed to be a team that can run the ball more, and they're not a good running team.
Nope.
Your identity is supposed to be what you're good at. What do you do as well, if not better, than everybody else? And for the Cowboys, I don't really know what that is, but it's definitely not running the football like Mike McCarthy said it would be. So we don't know what the Texas Coast offense is just yet, but hey, they found a way to get the win. And Dak Prescott had a bounce back performance. That's really, you saw big Dak energy. That's important.
Well, and Dak is this year 81% completion rate when he throws to CeeDee Lamb. That might be the identity of the offense. Throw it to CD.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He was 7 of 7 when targeting CeeDee Lamb last night. So that honestly, and think about it, CeeDee Lamb has 42 targets this year and 34 receptions. That is insane. So I don't know how he doesn't have at least 10 plus targets a game. You got to find a way to force feed the football to your best player. And I think the Cowboys Texas Coast offense, sometimes your identity can be as simple as we're just getting the ball to our best players. And we're finding a way to weaponize our best players. I think the Texas Coast offense got to start with getting the ball to CeeDee Lamb more. That stat that he just mentioned, second highest completion percentage from a quarterback wide receiver duo in the NFL right now. There's great chemistry between CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, and I think the Cowboys need to pursue that a little bit more. And I just gave the stat. Dak went throwing to anyone other than Michael Gallup, 16 of 16 last night for 219 yards and 1 touchdown. That's not good but it shows you that Dak's got relatively decent chemistry with other wide receivers. So there are some promising things about this Texas Coast offense. And I think we saw some of it last night, not all of it. I know some of the issues with the penalties and them being undisciplined and Dak's decision-making with the football, taking sacks. I get all that. That is still a big concern. Just trying to point out some of the positives about that performance last night from Dak. I just love the chemistry that Dak has with CeeDee Lamb right now, and a lot of the other receivers in with Jake Ferguson too. I think he and Jake Ferguson have some decent chemistry. Him and Michael Gallup, that's off. I don't know what's going on with Michael Gallup. I'm sure he's healthy, but there is definitely some synchronicity issues between Dak Prescott and Michael Gallup. But the one thing I think the Cowboys need to make sure that they prioritize getting the ball to CeeDee Lamb more. CeeDee Lamb is proven that he's legit. He's a legit wide receiver one. And I know the Cowboys, they don't want to pay him like wide receiver one. They're going to have to. But I think this year could be a breakout year for CeeDee Lamb. And I think it's proven as Dak's favorite target. And
no
Dak
question about it.
needs to replace Dalton Schultz, and I think CeeDee Lamb is it.
And they have a lot to work on in the bye week. That's for sure. As this says, I know this. They run it for 0 yards on every first down. They got to get the run game fixed. But at least you have CeeDee Lamb. Now, remember, even after the 49ers game, everybody was questioning everything about the Cowboys after the Niners loss. There were those that were claiming that CeeDee was not an elite receiver. He doesn't run precise routes, and he's not one of the best. Well, I think he took that personally. I think Dak took that personally, and it was good to see those guys step up in a primetime performance last night. But still a lot to work on into the bye, without a doubt.
Okay, so the other wide receiver nugget that I want to get to is about Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins. Just keep this in the back of your head. Right now, Tyreek Hill has 814 receiving yards through the first 6 games. That's the most receiving yards any receivers had through the first 6 games. He is on track, 16-game season or 17-game season, to break the all-time single-season receiving record. He's on pace right now for a little bit about 2,100 yards if you just go through 16 games, which would be the record because Calvin Johnson has the single-season receiving record at 1,964 yards. That was in 2012. Right now, Tyreek Hill on pace for, even if you just cut it off at 16, he's on pace for over 2,100 yards. And if you go to 17 games, he's on pace for over 2,200 yards. And he also is on pace right now to break the receiving yards per game record. He's got 135.7 right now. The record is 129 by Wes Chandler. So he's on pace to have one of, if not the most prolific receiving season in the history of the NFL. Not touchdowns and not receptions, but in terms of receiving yardage, yards per game and receiving yards overall. And he could be in the record books unless somebody finds a way to stop that Miami offense.
Well, we'll get to see that Miami offense in primetime this week. They are the Sunday night game playing the Eagles. How about that game in Philadelphia?
Eagles secondary is not good either.
Yeah,
they give up a lot of plays.
They do. That could be a high-scoring game. That could be real, because obviously the Eagles are really looking for a bounce-back performance after what they did against the Jets on Sunday. Dolphins and Eagles is your Sunday night game this coming week. So looking forward to that for sure. Cowboys, of course, will enjoy their bye week. This says It says, I give Dak 0 credit for last night's win. He's a quarterback with 8 years experience playing against one of the worst secondaries in the league. Herbert is a young QB playing against one of the best defenses. Last couple of days, this says the Horn TuneIn app not working. We're working on that. Thanks to everybody that's texting that in. If you've been listening to our show on TuneIn and the TuneIn app, a lot of times that's through your Alexa as well. We know that there's an issue there, and we're working with the folks at TuneIn to get that fixed. Until you get that rectified, please go ahead and fire it up on the Horn app, or find another way, but we're going to get that fixed, I promise you. Thanks for letting us know. This says,
oh, shizzle.
every day that Dak Prescott is the Cowboys quarterback is another day the Cowboys won't be winning the Super Bowl. So.
That's, you know what, that's fair. Right. It's hard to argue against that when you saw his performance versus the 49ers.
He carried that team last night. Without him, they don't win the game.
I'm not on that boat.
I agree with you, though.
Is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback? I'm not sure about that.
He did. Well, what else did they have last night?
Yeah, they
was there. They had one big lucky play from Tony Pollard.
Well, that was created by Dak Prescott, rolling to his right and throwing back across his body. I mean, that broke one tackle.
He should have been tackled there. He went 65 yards. Should have been a 10-yard
Should have, would have, could have.
Well, look, yeah, I mean, that's when your defense plays like that against a pretty good offense, you have a chance if you don't turn the football over, right? And but I don't think anything we saw last night indicates that the Cowboys are on their way to anything more than we've seen before, but same time, a win's a win. Now you get a bye week, and you get to sit back and watch everybody this weekend. We'll come back. When we do, it's more on the Longhorns, as Steve Sarkisian and the Horns now back from their bye week. Looking forward to this game with Houston. Also, the Rangers, man, they are streaking their way to a potential trip to the World Series, their first in a dozen years. Astros need to get up off the deck. We'll talk about it. Also, some bullish or BS before the end of the hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Tuesday. Yeah, busy Tuesday. A lot going on. Cowboys fans excited about the big win, but Cowboy fans still not real happy with the play of their offense and their offensive line, their quarterback. That's a good debate. Also, Rangers in full control of the American League Championship Series. Big-time performance by them again yesterday, taking advantage of every Houston miscue and really taking control of this series. Rod and I are in trouble against Ty.
Oh, we're in trouble. I gotta buy this damn Lucha Libre mask. Actually.
Don't buy it yet.
I'm not gonna buy it yet, but I need to make sure I get them. I need to get it. It's done. I come on, E. The series is over.
No.
What you doing, man?
I ain't conceding.
Dude, the team that up 2-0 usually is like 90%. I think
It's a rivalry.
win.
Throw out the records.
Come on,
Throw
man.
out the stats.
Nah,
gotta win a game.
I don't throw out stats. Rod B is a stat and a fact guy because stats and facts are truth, and the truth is Rangers right now.
No white flag over here.
I'm not waving the white flag. I'm just bringing up stats, the truth.
Hey, look.
I'm about to order this Lucha Libre mask pretty soon.
Need a win Wednesday, and then just got to go one game at a time, Rod. I'm going full cliche.
MLBshop.com. I'm already on.
What if they lose on Wednesday? How you feeling then?
What if what? The Astros lose? Or the
What if
Rangers?
if they lose Wednesday? Yeah, I mean obviously you go down 3-0. There's no chance. There's still a chance because
So you're telling me there's a chance?
What was it? The Red Sox that came back from 3-0?
Yeah.
How many times
it's not 3-0. It's 2-0.
I want to say 13
And the
last.
Astros are very capable of winning 3 games in Arlington. I've seen it before. They play very well in that ballpark. They like playing in that ballpark more than their own park.
Look, he's psyching himself out, Todd.
No, I've watched the Astros do this.
I watched them
and look,
too.
even if they were to go into Arlington and win 3 straight, I still wouldn't
Hope
be
you're right.
overconfident. But I am not conceding or waving a white flag at this point.
I hope you were right.
The only way is if the bullpen completely collapses.
Oh, there's more ways than that.
I don't
You
know.
can
Mad
get-
Max is
Hey, maybe Jose Altuve will bat more than 100 moving to Globe Life Park.
He looks
That
bad.
would help.
He does look bad.
That would help.
Maybe Chas McCormick will stop swinging the balls in the dirt. Just hoping, just this thinking. Maybe Framber Valdez won't throw the ball down the right field line.
Oh, it's on sale. It's $20 off.
Go ahead and buy it. That'll jinx it for sure.
There you go. It's on sale. There you go. Oh man.
Hey, real quick on the Longhorn football side of things, the Longhorn game with BYU a week from. We know this week's game's at 3:00. Rod, 3:00.
Mm-hmm.
The next home game. It's been a while since they played a home game, right? It was all the way back early October. Played in Dallas, had the bye week. Now going to Houston, but a week from Saturday they'll play BYU, and it's a 2:30 kick. It's been announced 2:30 kick on that Saturday afternoon, ABC or ESPN.
Hey, you know what? It's gonna be cool anyway. It's all good. It's gonna be
feel like
chilly. Actually, you're gonna need a jacket out there.
Also, 3:00 this week for the Longhorns down there at Houston Cougar Stadium. It's going to be a sellout. I heard some folks talking about how there will be some Longhorn fans there, but you can expect this to be a mostly Cougar crowd because they made it very difficult for Longhorn fans to get hold of tickets there. And it's not like they're playing this game at NRG Stadium, right? They're playing that in a 40,000 seat stadium that a lot of people. I mean, the Cougars sold a lot of season tickets this year for this game specifically. So
anytime the Longhorns come to town,
yeah,
I mean it's gonna break out. You know, the T-shirt fans, the old school fans, even people who don't even like Houston Cougar football, they'll go out there just to watch the Longhorns. Me talking about the top 10 team too. And how about this? I got this from Cron.com. Houston coach Dana Holgorsen on what he's heard from fans about the Texas game. Quote, and let me know if this sounds familiar. Quote, I've got a lot of comments. Just beat Texas. Don't care if you win any of them, but you've got to win that one. You can go 1-11. It's okay if you beat Texas.
Sound like Dave Aranda.
It's exactly what Dave Aranda said. It was very simple. I'm going to find a Dave Aranda quote.
Yeah.
He said that too. It's like, well, how'd that work out for Dave Aranda?
Yeah,
Not very good.
Not good.
Hey, also on the Longhorn side of things, if you're looking to get your first look at this Texas basketball team, the men's side for the year, they got their Texas men's orange-white scrimmage tonight. Tonight over at
that's
Gregory
tonight?
Gym. Yeah, Gregory Gym.
They should have hyped that up more.
Yeah, it's tonight,
I
fan-friendly
think it's
event.
going to be packed.
I think so. Free pizza to the first 500 students
Okay,
there.
that's how you know it's going to be packed.
Yeah.
They have a free food for college kids.
Do you got to
Yeah.
buy tickets to that, or
No,
Look
it's-
at Ty's like,
No.
I might make
No,
an appearance.
no,
Look at
come on
Ty.
I could use some free pizza.
Exactly.
you have a
see?
student ID still? No, you didn't
Ty
go to
never
UT,
had
though.
one.
There are
So-
ways. Exactly. Ty never had a student ID. Was always at the events. How did Ty get in? Hey, he knows somebody. Ty knows somebody, man. He knows a lot of people.
So the orange-white scrimmage is tonight
That's
to
great.
really launch the college basketball season. Longhorns, by the way, number 18 in the first inaugural AP Top 25 poll. Kansas is number 1 for Bill Self. Kansas, Duke at number 2. So who knows?
Mm-hmm.
And Kansas, remember, they don't have Arterio Morris, the former Longhorn who transferred to Kansas, had another incident off the court, and now he is no longer a Kansas Jayhawk. Duke, number 2, Purdue, Michigan State, and Marquette. Shaka Smart's Marquette team, top 5 to start the year. A lot of people think the Longhorns, though, can have a heck of a year, heck of a backcourt, and a pretty good team. It's about health for them right now, but we'll see them for the first time tonight.
Here's your Dave Aranda quote. I found it. It's almost verbatim. It's crazy. This is kind of rare. Okay, so here's what Dave Aranda said before the Texas game. I can't tell you how many times this season I heard, Dave, just win this one game, the Texas game. This has been brought up multiple times. There you go. There you go. Just win that one. That's day one. That's day one.
Well, right now, Houston Cougars have the 114th ranked defense in the country. That does not bode well.
Oh, no.
Playing this Texas offense off a bye week, getting healthier. We saw West Virginia put 400 yards up on them. And
shootout or blowout. That's basically what this game's going to come down to.
Agreed.
It'll be a shootout or a blowout. And U of H is hoping it's a shootout because that means they got a chance. If it's a shootout, that would mean the Texas defense, in my opinion, didn't solve some of the problems that arise during that Texas OU game that may have cost them that Texas OU game on defense. Because I believe if Dana Holgorsen's smart, he's going to take that Oklahoma recipe and blueprint and try to replicate as much as he can. And they can't do it all to an elite level like Oklahoma did, but there are some of the same problems they can present to Texas. The running quarterback, the dual threat quarterback, the quarterback draw. They also have receivers that I think are pretty good. Actually, they got 3 guys who are recruited as 4-star prospects in that receiving corps. I think that's the strength of their offense. They can threaten Texas on the outside, make plays with the ball in their hands. So Texas got to be able to tackle in space. They'll test the communication of that Texas secondary in the back end. Had several breakdowns versus Oklahoma. And up-tempo. All of the air raids have it in their DNA. This is an air raid offense, cousin of the veer and shoot, which Oklahoma runs, so they can copy a lot of the same things.
Yeah, that'll be the game plan. Let's hear Sark from yesterday talking about the improvement or what they worked on red zone-wise, right? Mm-hmm. How do you fix the red zone? They move the ball. And they've got a lot of elite weapons. A quarterback that's playing at a pretty high level in Quinn Ewers, who also can run, by the way. Quinn Ewers has shown he can use his legs to manufacture points. Here's Sark on what was worked on and what the key to getting this red zone offense cranked up.
There's no, secret sauce to this deal. I think that our players buy in and trust and believe in what we do, and clearly it shows when we can create explosive plays and move the ball and execute. And in the end, I think ultimately you kind of do an audit on yourself there halfway through the season at the different aspects of the game. And we just need to make sure that from a game planning perspective and what we're asking of our players in game, and then ultimately what I'm calling, that everybody has the utmost confidence in those things to go do that, which I don't doubt that everybody does, but ultimately it comes down to the execution of it all. So I think it's 3 levels to it. What are we putting in each week, and what are we game planning? What are we practicing in practice? 2, then what are we calling, and are we giving our players the looks in practice for the potential looks that they could get in game? And then 3, the execution of those plays in the moment. So it's no different than any other aspect of the game, and sometimes we can make a little more out of that than it is. It's just about trust. It's just in who we are, and then going out and executing it and doing it at a high level.
Execution.
Yeah, execution. I'm game planning too. I'm glad he talked about that. Game planning, execution. It's multifactorial. It's not just one thing. Especially when you look at all the weapons Texas has at their disposal. J.T. Sanders, A.D. Mitchell, X-Man, Jonathan Brooks now is playing like a top 5 running back in the country. And you just mentioned Quinn Ewers' legs now. Also, or another added weapon in the red zone. I think sometimes the red zone comes back down to your identity. And it's not that Texas doesn't have a great offense, but can you tell me the identity of the Texas offense?
The identity of the Texas offense. I mean, right? I hope it becomes Jonathan Brooks.
Exactly, right.
Leading the way.
They're extremely talented, but identity is about what you decide to be and what you do as well as anybody else, right? And last year it was easy because the identity was put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. I think when they get into the red zone, think about the Oklahoma game. Want to play jumbo, want to play bully ball, didn't work out. But Sark, think about it. Naturally, he's a creative, innovative. He's an innovator, right, in the red zone. He's trying to compile enough cheat codes, right, to force you to make a mental mistake usually. And yet he's bully ball in the red zone. I think he's got to figure out what he wants the identity of this offense to be in the red zone. You want to be a team that, all right, you know what, in the red zone, that's when we play bully ball. We're going to push you out of the way with our big humans and offensive line. Or you're going to try to scheme guys open in the red zone. Because we talked about the identity of the offense is probably built on the passing game prior to the season, because that's where all your weapons were. But that was before the ascent of one Jonathan Brooks in the running game. So I think oftentimes, and maybe Sark just because he has so many weapons, he doesn't have a singular focus really in the red zone.
Yeah.
They're all over the place, which could be a good thing, but it hasn't been a good thing so far. It's been a bad thing because they haven't really found their focus in the red zone in terms of what's their identity down there. They're still trying to forge it.
You know what I find interesting is watching all these games. I think there are a lot of teams having trouble in the red zone in the sport of football right now.
Well, spatial Darwinism, because you got basically as a defense, I feel more comfortable in the red zone because I don't have to defend so much space. Right,
you just have you're playing in a smaller spot.
Yeah,
and defenses are meaning you watch NFL teams struggle in the red zone all the time. I mean, it's not unique to Texas, but at the same time they've got to be better. And I think the more Jonathan Brooks, because when you ask me what the identity of this Texas offense is moving forward, I think it's Jonathan Brooks establishing the run and then play action off of that, the RPO game with Quinn and the receivers, and hopefully it gets back to being JT Sanders, because I think the things we've talked about with the offense most have happened since JT Sanders got hurt, because that happened early on in the Kansas game. They really struggled in the red zone in that game, and then we know what happened against Oklahoma, and JT Sanders was out there, but he was not JT Sanders, right? He becomes the guy that separates from this offense being pretty good offense to being a great offense. And the emergence of Jonathan Brooks, one of the best running backs in the country, would be something I hang my hat on moving forward. Longhorns will play Houston at 3, and then BYU, back-to-back Cougars for the Longhorns. Cougars and Cougars.
Oh, man, I love back-to-back Cougars.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Ty, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Going to HB after this?
Yeah, HEB, baby. Hey, we'll come back, hit some bullish or BS. Some topics we're bullish on, maybe not so, including the Cowboys. Are they back after the big win last night? And yes, can the Astros rally down 0-2 to the streaking Rangers? Bullish or BS? Coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. It is bullish or BS time. Bullish or BS. Bullish, Rod. Cowboys are back after last night's 20-17 win.
Back to what, though? Back to what?
Back into the upper tier of the NFC.
BS. We got to see more from that running game, man. That running game, and Mike McCarthy was essentially bragging about the running game, championing the running game in the Texas Coast offense prior to the season, and now the running game is, I don't know, average to below average. No, they got to get that together. And the wide receivers are too. The sum of its parts don't really add up because the Cowboys wide receiving core individually looks spectacular, right? When you talk about CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks and then Michael Gallup, but no, when you add them together, the sum of its parts, something's not adding up.
It wasn't a pretty game, and it really wasn't a pretty
game.
weekend for the NFL, as we talked about. Scoring down, defenses dominated, quarterback play was this weekend. But yeah, that's we'll see if that's a trend that continues. With, as we said, 13-2, the unders came in, the under totals for the NFL this weekend, including last night's game. It came in under, by 13 points.
Bullish or BS? Brandon Staley is on. This is his last year as head coach of the Chargers.
Well, you know what? If the Spanos family weren't cheapskates, they would have fired him last offseason because you knew what you had. This guy's an under. He's not made. You can tell a great head coach versus a guy that's in over his head. It doesn't take you long.
You don't need this much of a sample size.
And they have too much talent, and they've moved to L.A. They've got too much investment in this team. He mismanages them without a doubt. And look, he went for it again on fourth down with field goal territory last night. I know the numbers in the book would say go for it. But obviously, the 3-point game. You kick your field goal there instead of going for it on fourth down. They don't get it. Cowboys get a big stop, and that's. And it's not just that. His team they're not kind of like the Cowboys. You just said they're not as good as the sum of the parts. The parts are better than they perform.
To your point about these games being decided right by one possession games and single digits. The 19 of the Chargers' last 24 games have been decided by 7 points or less, dating back to Week 18 of 2021. Chargers' last 8 losses by 3 points, 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, 3 points, 7 points, 3 points, 6 points. To your point about Brandon Staley not taking the points. They're losing by field goals a lot of these games.
Yeah. It is. How does your team perform in one score games? Not very good. Not very good, and that's a big number for them. You got to be able to win those games. I mean, that's really what most NFL games come down to, and he's not very good at it right now. It's like who's the college coach? Nebraska. Remember Nebraska who struggles with that to get those one-score games. Yeah. But Matt Rule's trying to fix that right now.
Trying to fix it.
Okay,
Texas
Rod.
Used to be like that too.
Bullish or BS on this one? TY. Today is National Pasta Day. What is your favorite? Even though it all tastes pretty much the same, what is your favorite pasta shape go to? The spaghetti noodles, bow tie, the tubes. Is there one pasta that stands out for you that's just like your fave?
I ate some spaghetti and butter last night.
Spaghetti and butter.
Good for you.
You're broke.
Yeah. It's good though. Good stuff.
I like the thin spaghetti noodles, like the thin ones.
Cappelli.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think you're right about it. I think it's just something like that. I think you're on the pack. It's really
like
thin stuff.
Linguine?
Yeah, it's really thin. I like that stuff.
Flat and thin though.
Flat and thin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're right.
He's talking angel hair.
Angel hair.
Yes, there you go. Nice. There you go, Ty. Ty knows his pasta.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
I like bow tie. I'm a big bow tie fan. Fan of it because you can eat it with a fork. You stab it.
Stab it?
Yeah, man.
I'll do it all. Homemade pasta is where it's at, though.
Oh, is that right? You make your own?
My grandma does it sometimes. I don't have a pasta maker. If I did, I would do it.
The pasta bar was famous on the Texas football team. We used to stay at the Omni Hotel, the one off like 35 over there.
Yeah.
But before the games, and they would have a pasta bar that we would. It was like a Vegas style pasta bar.
Carbo load.
Oh, it was amazing. You can get any type of pasta you wanted, and you could make with any type of meat you wanted. It was a pasta. It's a pasta orgy. It was fantastic. And I remember like you would have to watch it like, man, I can't get too full on this pasta because I got to play a game.
Yeah.
In 6 hours or whatever it is. But oh man, the pasta bar, famous. Go ask any football player from my generation, and they will drool when you start talking about the pasta bar. Guys used to go on their own. Guys used to go during the week. It was so good. Guys would go during the week to pasta bar, even when we had like an away game.
Yeah, because it's not even like you don't just get a Play-Doh. You just keep going back.
Oh, yeah, just keep going back over and over again. Oh, pasta bar at the Omni. Fantastic. I don't know if they still got it or not. I have no idea.
Speaking of hotels, Rod, bullish or BS, Derek Jeter, doing the analysis of the Astros-Rangers game yesterday. He said if they get another home game, they should stay at a hotel. They should stay at a hotel, get out of their own house.
Phil,
Something's wrong.
You said they should. The fans should boo them.
Yeah, something's up.
The fans should boo the
Because
Astros.
the Astros are now
man.
40 and 45 at home this season. You know, last year, Rod, they were 61 and 27 at Minute Maid Park. Same park, different year. They're 40 and 45 at home.
They weren't villain. They were villains then, but now they're even more villains. I think
know.
I think they're gonna win Game 3 just because they like being the villains and they're gonna be so hated. They're gonna be the Rangers fans are gonna be rad. They're gonna be giving it to them.
It's only the second home game in this playoff run they're on, right? They haven't seen them but one time. When they closed out the Orioles. That's it. Everything else has been on the road for them.
They're due for a letdown. I mean, they are
Max
just riding high.
Scherzer's going to go psycho mode.
Huh?
You know Max Scherzer's going to be locked in.
Or he's going.
Or it's going to be rusty.
Exactly. Or he'll be rusty. But you're right. I am afraid of the emotional wave and charge that the Rangers fans are going to bring to that game. Ugh. But the Astros should respond well to it. That's when they play their best baseball.
Yeah, agreed. And they're much better on the road for whatever reason. They get out to get. It's kind of a us against the world mentality. When they get home, they sleep in their own beds. And
plenty of that now.
You know, there's something up with it. But to go from 61 and 27 at home to 40 and 44, and props to the Rangers for playing some really, really good baseball.
Rangers are balling, man.
Hey, Rod, Ty, you hot on this? I wouldn't eat this, but Papa John's is now selling crushed up Twix wrapped pizza dough.
Excuse me?
Crushed up Twix wrapped Twix candy bar.
Yeah.
So like a pepperoni roll, but with the Twix
They're
inside?
calling them Twix Papa Bites.
That sounds...
Yeah, I'm good. I'm out on
that sounds like the bubble guts ready to happen. That sounds like the bubble guts waiting to happen right there, man.
Probably so.
Yeah. Not for me.
Stick to the pasta.
Stick to the pasta. Keep it simple.
Unless you're on the...
Sketty and butter.
Sketty. Sketty. The pasta bar is still there, they say. Yeah.
It is at the Omni?
Yeah. Pasta bar is still there. Hey, go try it out. It's legit. No joke. It's legit. I haven't had it in years.
So, I think it's still open at the Omni.
Oh, fantastic.
All right, we'll be back. We roll on. It's the 5-hour morning conversation. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Hook 'em up. It's E, it's Ty, it's Rod on a Tuesday. Coming back on 101.9 AM 1260. Of course, stream it on the Horn app. Always get that Horn app ready to roll. Touch of a button. Also, watch us on our YouTube channel. You can watch us on our website and listen there at hornfm.com. Hook 'em up on a chilly, probably the coldest morning of the fall so far. Temperatures in the mid-40s to start out the morning, and we're still sitting at 45 degrees, Rod. We will climb to about 77 today, about as good as it can get as far as the weather goes. On a beautiful Tuesday, 17 October, talking all things Rangers, Astros.
Ghost
Astros in
Stros.
big trouble. Rangers outplaying them right now.
Go Stros.
2 wins at Minute Maid Park. A lot of bad at-bats for the Astros yesterday, I felt like. And the Rangers took great at-bats on Framber Valdez to start the game. Came in with a plan and executed it. And Framber Valdez kind of played right into it. His first inning struggles continue. You kind of know if you face Framber. If you let him get through the first inning, he typically settles in and becomes really tough for 6 or 7 innings. Yesterday, the Rangers ambushed him, went after some early pitches, didn't let him get deep into counts. And
He knew.
And the Astros, meanwhile, I look, this is nothing against Nathan Eovaldi because he's an all-star and he's been a great pitcher for them this year. But, boy, they were swinging a lot of bad pitches. And I know he's got a splitter, and he can throw in the high 90s, and then he can throw that split finger at 90 miles an hour, and he's also got the breaking stuff. He's a really tough pitcher. But, man, just so all too often in clutch moments, the Astros were swinging at balls that were not strikes. I mean, and not disciplined enough to wait on a pitch in the except for Alvarez. And Brantley. I thought Michael Brantley and Yordan Alvarez, the only 2 guys really taking good at-bats in that Astros order. Meanwhile, up and down the Ranger order, it feels like those guys were pretty locked in yesterday.
They're just playing clutch baseball.
They are.
They're right now playing better clutch baseball in those critical situations than the Astros are. That's what the playoffs are all about.
Yep, moments.
That's why everything is amplified and magnified. Exactly.
Yep, and the Rangers took advantage of theirs. And that's the thing about baseball, right? A lot of times in a football game or basketball, things come down to the last few minutes. I mean, the big inning can happen anytime in baseball, right? And you get 4 on the board in the first inning.
Whew.
That's crushing to an opponent that takes the crowd out of it, and that was big. But then the Astros had their moment in the 5th inning and didn't seize the opportunity. They loaded the bases with nobody out, and get right back in that game, take the lead even with a big swing, and didn't happen.
Altuve looks extra small when he's not playing well.
He does. Well, that's Altuve. You know what? Watching him his whole career, I mean,
It's extra small.
well, he does.
That's good.
He's
I
a free
like that.
swinger. We know that. He went 0 for 5 yesterday. He struck out with the bases juiced. But if you're an Astros fan, the lifelong I am, you couldn't have asked for anything more to have him up with 1 out and the bases loaded in a game. Because you've seen it so many times in the postseason that he comes up clutch in that moment. And let's be fair, if you look at his career numbers against Nathan Eovaldi, he's been great. And that was the whole thing about this Astros game. They're up and down their order. They had feasted on Nathan Eovaldi, whether he was in Boston or in Texas. But he got the better of him yesterday. Struck out 9. They got the Astros to swing at his pitches and come out of come off their strike zone all too often. And he only made a couple bad pitches, both to Alvarez, and he hit him to the moon. But that's kind of the way that goes. Michael Brantley had a nice game too, I thought. But yeah, Chas McCormick wasn't, because remember, Ranger fans know this. Chas McCormick has been the Ranger killer this year. I mean, Chas McCormick, not a big star, but he has just killed the Rangers this season. But he didn't yesterday. He was swinging at balls in the dirt too. That splitter, he clearly wasn't seeing it very well. Alex Bregman, I thought, took some bad at-bats too, but he hit the big home run. But all 3 of those guys, I mean, you go through Yainer Diaz, who's going to be a candidate for Rookie of the Year this year. He's not going to win it, but he's been a good hitter, but also a free swinger. And then Altuve and Bregman in that 5th inning. That was really the critical moment of that baseball game yesterday, for sure. But props to the Rangers, 2-0. I'm not conceding,
I know
Rod.
you're
I'm not
conceding.
waving the white flag.
I've already looked up, thanks to our man CB. Shout out to CB who sent it to me, MLBshop.com. And yes, the Rangers Lucha Libre mask. Not ordering it yet, but I do have it saved
In
on
your
the phone.
queue?
It is bookmarked and ready to roll as soon as the Rangers win that third game.
If
Ty,
they
I
win
will
2
order
more,
it.
I'm going to have to wear a
Yeah.
full Ranger uniform, eye black included, and batting gloves, cleats, for the entirety of the show, Rod.
Oh, I know. I got to wear the Lucha Libre. I'm going to be sweating in that thing, dude. I'm wearing a whole Lucha Libre mask for 5 hours. I'm going to be sweating in that thing.
Be able to talk all right?
I hope so. I don't even know. I didn't think it through, E. I didn't think I'd be here. I didn't think the bet through. I was like, oh, yeah, whatever. I'll wear whatever during the show. And now I got to think about, damn, I'm going to be able to breathe while wearing this Lucha Libre mask for 5 hours during the show.
I have a lot of side bets for the series that are about to come home.
Oh,
Feeling good.
I like when you get really confident. Ty.
He is
That's when
good.
I start to feel good.
he was
Oh,
confident
well,
yesterday,
I was
too?
confident yesterday.
He was
How'd that
confident
work out?
yesterday. He was cocky yesterday. I thought it would blow up in his face. It did not.
Astros are going where they like it, on the road, out where they get to be the villains. This says, guys, Omni Pasta Bar is the best. I worked
Yeah.
at Calcasieu Lumber down the street off
Telling
Ferguson,
you.
went twice a week.
That's
My
when-
man, hey, I'm telling you, it
Works
is.
my dad there, probably.
It's legit. I'm telling you, man.
That's where your dad
Hey,
worked, Calcasieu?
Well, it's been renamed a few times since then, but yes, he's worked for that company for my entire life.
Oh,
Says,
wow.
love that pasta bar. Loved washing it down with 3 scoops from the ice cream bar, too, the night before games.
Yeah.
As a walk-on, I didn't have to worry about eating too much, affecting my performance.
Great point. That's a good point about that. True that. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the other headlines, the trending topics on this busy Tuesday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. We'll start in the NFL. Huge bounce-back win for those Dallas Cowboys last night on Monday Night Football. Wasn't the prettiest of games, but the Cowboys will take the W. Following their terrible performance in primetime in San Francisco last Sunday, Dallas was down the coast in L.A. and rallied for a 20-17 win over the Chargers. And it really was Dak Prescott who stepped up and played his best game of the season. Threw for 272 yards, threw a big second-half touchdown to Brandon Cooks. Also led the team in rushing with 40 yards. Included an 18-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Most importantly, did not turn the football over. Dallas defense held L.A. to 272 total yards. Stephon Gilmore picked off Justin Herbert late in the fourth quarter to preserve the victory. Cowboys improved to 4-2. College football, Longhorns come out of their bye week now, sitting at 5-1. 8th-ranked Longhorns travel to Houston Saturday for their first meeting with the Houston Cougars in more than 20 years. Yesterday, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian provided a pretty promising injury update for his team.
Guys practice today, okay? So I think that's probably the first part that's really positive where, last week we really limited a lot of guys. We limited, Jake to all about nothing. We limited JT to all about nothing. We limited Ryan to all about nothing. We really wanted to try to get them healthy. Today we came back, everybody practiced. Probably the most limited of the group was Cole Hudson, but they all practiced. Now, as the week goes on, I'm going to have to make that decision later in the week of who is really ready to play. I don't think, to be fair to them, that's probably, to give them that chance to really practice on Tuesday and Wednesday in our physical practices to make sure that they're in position to perform and to do it at a high level. But I was encouraged today that they were all out there going. But again, as the week goes on, I'll have probably a very cleaner update of who's really going to be available Saturday. But today was a really good sign.
We'll keep you posted as the week goes on. Longhorns play Houston at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Major League Baseball, we mentioned the Rangers have taken a 2-0 lead in that best-of-7 All-Texas American League Championship Series. Did it with a 5-4 win yesterday. Posted all their runs in the first 3 innings. 4 in the first inning with 5 singles and took advantage of a Framber Valdez throwing error. Then a home run from Jonah Heim, a solo shot in the third. And then they held on. Astros clawed back, and as we said, left the bases loaded with nobody out in the 5th inning. Couldn't score a single run. And the Rangers now shifts back to Arlington for Game 3 on Wednesday night. Game 1 of the NLCS goes to the Phillies. They defend home field again, improved to 5-0 on their home field in this postseason. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-3. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Nick Castellanos all went deep.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this paying off this bet. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm losing hope here. I think it's done. 90%.
I understand.
90% of the teams that go up 2-0 in the series in 2-3-2 format, they go on to win it. We don't know how the end's gonna look, but the fat lady is warming up. She's not done with her chicken wings yet. So
she's still at the pasta bar.
She's at the pasta bar, but she's getting ready to finish. She's on like a third plate, and she's like, "Oh, we're done here." So yeah, someone says yes, gloves and eye paint for you.
I'll wear the eye black.
Yeah,
I always wondered that. Tom Brady always wore the eye black. I think that was just a thing. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Even at night.
Oh yeah. The eye black. I don't know. I still don't know really. I don't think it worked. It didn't work for me. I don't know the purpose of it. It's supposed to keep the reflection of the sun.
The glare off your cheeks.
I think it's just for a show. It looks cool.
Tom Brady was for show, for sure.
You're right. Because some guys would have it under one eye. I'm like, what the hell does that help? One eye? What about the other eye?
Yeah. But yeah, if you're playing outfield with a high sun, it can help for sure. But yeah, it's for show. It's for show. Now people do it look like war paint. Some of those guys in football.
I'm going to renege on something, Ty. I do believe I said if the Rangers swept the Astros, that I might come in here in full like wrestling tights as well. Not happening. Just so you know, in case you're thinking about that. Nope, I'm welching. I was throwing it out there just as fodder. I didn't know that would actually be something that's a possibility. So no, I can't wear wrestling tights. So I'm just gonna wear the Lucha Libre mask.
I will say that here's the thing. Here's where I'm confident. I know the Astros can play on the road, and I know the Rangers have been the streakiest team in baseball all year. So at some point, this streak's going to end. And when it does, they typically go from really good to then really bad. So, we still got a chance. As long as we're alive, Rod, we got a chance for the Rangers to slip back the other way.
That's true.
And no better way to do it than going into Globe Life Field where they play very well. They're confident in that building. Rangers, the Astros have really owned them on their home field for the most part over the last since that ballpark opened. So we'll see.
Doesn't matter now, though. It's a whole new season.
It's a whole new season. I get it. But this is the Astros season. This is where they've dominated the last 6 years.
Doesn't matter. I mean, have they not dominated the Rangers in Houston as well?
No, not really, actually. We just told you they're 40 and 45 at home this year. They're not a good home team.
They still beat the Rangers at home this year
a couple times. So it's pretty even. I'll look at it. But no, again, obviously the Rangers have put themselves in a great spot. They have 2 more wins to get. Astros need 4. But that's why we'll play the games. No white flag over here, Rod.
All right, I was just saying.
No concession.
They are streaking, and they're like streaking like Frank the Tank right now. So we'll see if it slows down a little bit.
And Max Scherzer gets the ball, and
exactly
that can be really good or really bad. And Astros go with Christian Javier, who's also been up and down this year. It's you just said 90%. But as long as there's 10% and you got a clutch Astros team that can rise up, I'm feeling okay.
But
not feeling good, but feeling not out of it.
That's true. But the Rangers, I will give them credit, though. They are the hottest team right now in the playoffs. They've only trailed at the end of only 1 full inning in the entire postseason. That's the fewest through the first 7 games of a single postseason. Longest win streak to start a postseason is the Royals with 8. The Rangers right now are at 7. They're right behind them.
Well, and it only, as we said, on the clock, the game time was 3:40 yesterday. By 3:44, it was 2-0. And that's how quickly the Rangers jumped on Framber Valdez and 2 back-to-back singles with Simeon and Seager, and then the error on the swinging bunt. Yeah, essentially. I mean, they got Framber. Come on, man.
Framby.
That was bad Framber, and the Rangers took advantage of it, knowing that he's typically a little bit up in that first inning, and they jumped all over it. Props to them. But let's hear Bruce Bochy. The critical moment, as we mentioned, was the 5th inning. Astros loaded the bases, and they were at the bottom of the order, but they pinch hit for Martin Maldonado, went with Yainer Diaz. Strikeout of Altuve, and then a ground out of Bregman. Here is the skipper, Bruce Bochy, who is really guiding with a firm hand right now.
We made an error, bases loaded, and it's about picking each other up, and he picked us up there and just made some great pitches. And that was a turning point in the game. Bases loaded, nobody out there in the 5th, and found a way to get through it, and terrific job by him.
Terrific job. It really was. And he took the Astros. He got the good fortune, I think, of facing Altuve in a big spot's never good fortune. But the way Altuve is flailing right now, he was going to chase. And if you go back and watch those at-bats to Diaz and Altuve, he didn't throw a strike. He really didn't. He didn't throw the ball in the box. And the Astros got themselves out, swinging at pitches that were diving. And then when you face Bregman, you have to come in because he's not going to swing at balls. And he threw a great pitch and got him to ground out in that spot. All right, there's some baseball. We got football in the brain with the Cowboys and a big bounce-back win. The Longhorns getting ready for Houston. Let's we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour, Rod, and get your thoughts on Sark. But good news there with Sark.
Great news. I'm shocked, actually.
Yeah, you didn't hear Nate.
He said everybody practiced.
That was surprising, and that really the surprise comes that last week we saw the report from Horns 24/7 there was a 6 to 8 week injury for Jake Majors,
high ankle sprain potentially.
Yet he was practicing.
Yes, he practiced.
So
and Ryan Watts must have practiced because he said everybody. So the assumption is Ryan Watts is a part of that too.
Yeah.
And he said
Jalen Catalon.
Yeah, that's a great point. I forgot he left the game as well. Yeah.
So we'll get to that coming up. We'll hear more from Sark talking about the bye week and how they went to work on things. But as for the Cowboys last night, Rod, I mean, I don't want to say season saver, but, I know there's still a lot of work to do, and that wasn't a pretty win, without a doubt. I mean, that was ugly. But, boy, you take that on the road. You beat a team that you were favored against. But to sit on that win throughout the offseason, throughout the bye week instead of another loss is huge for them. And that was a mental game for me. Could they put the 49ers game behind them? And as you said, Dak, I like the way you put this. Dak Prescott's kind of a rubber band guy. He's a bounce-back guy.
He is.
If he plays a really bad game, he typically bounces back with a good game. And last night, he was the reason they won the game.
Yep.
He was the 49ers game was a wholesale collapse. Like, he didn't play good. Nobody played good. The coaching staff was terrible. This game, there was still a lot of issues with 11 penalties and no running game to speak of. And it was Dak Prescott that was the key figure in their winning that game.
They had to go win that game. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't the defense and non-offensive touchdowns, and they didn't blow a team out. They had to go win the game on the road. And dating back to basically the start of 2021, Dallas is 10-1 in weeks following a loss. That's over 90% win percentage. That is the highest winning percentage among NFL teams in weeks following a loss in that time span. And that is, I think a part of that is Dak. I think Dak is he's the leader of the team. I think he's, first of all, he's probably one of the reasons, right, that they lose, because maybe he underachieves or has a bad game or whatever. But he bounces back really well. Here are his 6 passer rating performances after a loss, in a game after a loss: 113.2, 139.3, 124.3, 143.3, 108.5, and 109.3, which he was last night. He's really good following a loss. That means he handles adversity really well. You like that part of Dak's game. That's part of the immeasurables and the leadership skill. We like all that, the grit, the fortitude from Dak. What people want to see more of Dak is better decision making. And what we saw last night, though, his ability because you need at times players to save the play caller. You do, because there's actually a video, and I'll try to retweet it, video of Mike McCarthy telling Dak Prescott when he's coming back to the sideline, hey, that was a bad call. You can see his mouth saying, hey, man, that was a bad call. And I've heard my man Shano talk about this, Kyle Shanahan, say, yeah, sometimes I need the player to bail me out.
Yeah, a bad call.
I had a bad call. I don't necessarily see everything, all right? And the coaches, they aren't infallible. Sometimes they make a bad call. You need the players to bail you out. I'm not saying Mike McCarthy's making a lot of bad calls, but I don't like the offense. I don't like the construction of the offense. I don't know what the identity of the Texas Coast offense is. They don't really have a running game. And Dak needed to bail that offense out last night versus the Chargers. By the way, a true slump buster, the worst passing defense in the NFL. And that's exactly what you saw Dak do. That's what you need a quarterback. It ain't always pretty. All right, sometimes it got to be ugly, but you got to get the dub, man.
Got to get the dub. And look, how about this? Just like we talked about the Longhorns, the Cowboys have had red zone issues massively this year. Yep. And how about in the first quarter? They're down 7-0. They're at the 18-yard line, and only twice this year has Dak run the ball in 85 attempts in the red zone. And here it was. This was from 18 yards out, the first the tendency breaker for the Dallas Cowboys.
Go for it. Dak keeps up the middle. Touchdown, Cowboys.
That was on a 4th and 1, Rod. 4th and 1 play. What are they going to do? And it's Dak Prescott off the right side. And the Chargers just didn't expect it. I mean, Derwin James was standing there, but he's like, he's not going to run because Dak doesn't run. Well,
why would you expect
there he
it?
went.
Yeah, exactly, right? And
Derwin James let him run right by him.
Kellen Moore knows Dak better than anybody. He probably told him, hey, don't worry about Dak running. That's definitely not a concern. And so in big games, to win big games, what I always say, you got to find a way to break tendency. That's a great way for the Cowboys to break tendency. So give the coaches credit for that. Give Dak credit for it.
Yeah, 3 different guys ran at because they were bringing the receiver in motion, and it was CeeDee Lamb, and 3 different Chargers ran towards CeeDee Lamb, and nobody picked up Dak Prescott, and he took it to the house. House call.
He almost fumbled that, actually, too. Just a heads up.
He almost fumbled?
Yeah.
Going across the goal line?
No. The handoff.
The read.
Yeah, the read. He almost fumbles it right here. Watch this.
Ooh,
he gathers it back.
Oh, it was like a yo-yo.
He gathers it back
I didn't
with one
notice
hand.
that in real time.
It could have been ugly, but hey, there you go. I just need it ain't always got to be pretty. The execution is not always flawless. I need the quarterback to go out there and make a damn play.
He did right there.
Just go make a damn play, man. Don't be coachable. Don't be a robot. Go make a play.
Did you like the all-white unis, Ty?
Sweet.
Yeah, those are swag.
Those are pretty good, right?
The helmets.
I thought that was pretty sharp. I will give the Cowboys that. And but it was an ugly game and an ugly weekend of NFL football. I think that I don't know how else to describe the weekend. It was ugly. There was some ugly football played. But you're a defensive guy, Rod? Was it good defense or it's a bad offense? What are we getting here?
I think it's a little bit of both. There is definitely some really good defense.
Outside of the Dolphins. We're leaving the Dolphins out of this because they scored 42.
Yeah, there's some really good defense being played though in the NFL. But right now, I think the mix of less preseason games with less contact in practice because of the new CBA rules. I just think it's going to take teams by mid-season to get into form offensively, because think about defense is always ahead of offense, because defense is mostly, it's just reactionary, and you're just trying to cause chaos on defense. You're trying to just create as much chaos as possible. Offense is built on precision, built on execution, it's built on timing. All right, all of these different things where everybody's footwork has got to be aligned. There's got to be synchronicity between the drop of the quarterback and the route combination of the wide receivers. The offensive line, they don't even punch they don't punch a certain hand until they get to a certain depth in their footwork. These are all things that got to be worked out. Defense, not that detailed. It's detailed about the technique and fundamentals, but mostly you're just trying to cause chaos at an individual level and at every level of defense. Offenses, everything is supposed to be working in synchronicity. All aspects of the offense, and the Cowboys don't. That's why Kurt Warner brought that video a couple weeks ago saying this offense doesn't make a lot of sense, right? The wide receivers, their route patterns don't align with the footwork of the quarterbacks and all that kind of stuff. So that's why it takes offense a much longer to get their groove. Defenses, hey man, I'm just trying to create chaos. I'm just gonna go there and knock somebody's block off. That's easier to do than to go out there and execute timing, precision, and all the accuracy and all this kind of stuff.
Cowboys into their bye week now at 4-2. One game back of the Eagles. As we said, the Eagles will have the primetime matchup this week with the Miami Dolphins. That'll be a hell of a game on Sunday night. Also, Rod, the other big storyline in the NFL, the mounting quarterback injuries. Quarterback injuries continuing to mount. We know Aaron Rodgers is out for the Jets. How about this? Ryan Tannehill's now hurt, which he's not playing great with the Titans.
Yep.
Anthony Richardson, now according to their owner, Jim Irsay, may be done for the season with that shoulder injury that he suffered. Their rookie quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, is now dealing with an injury in Jacksonville. He's listed as day-to-day and may be questionable for their game with the Saints this week. Jimmy Garoppolo is hurt with Vegas. Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, Josh Allen dealing with an injury in Buffalo. He's got a shoulder problem that he suffered against that hard-hitting Giants defense on Sunday night. So keep an eye on all those this week. Baker Mayfield is dealing with an injury now with Tampa Bay. He's got a hand injury that has him listed as questionable. And as you say, Rod, you got to have your backup quarterback on point because he's going to be needed. But they mount.
They do. I would never. I'll rule
Daniel
out,
Jones is hurt.
Yeah, I'll never criticize a team for stockpiling quarterbacks, even when they overpay for the backups, because I always say your backup quarterback is the insurance policy, all right, for your starting quarterback, which is the most valuable position in football. Everything in our life that's valuable, house, car, health, we have insurance on because it's really valuable, right? Same thing with quarterback. You need insurance on quarterback. That's your backup quarterback. So if you have a subpar or, a weak backup quarterback situation, I think it'll come back to haunt you. Last season, you had 21 teams relied on multiple starting quarterbacks. You had 68 different starting quarterbacks in 2022. That set an NFL record, other than the replacement player year when they had the strike year. They had 87 then, but that was a different situation. So you had 21 teams last season that had multiple starters at quarterback. 13, a third of the league, more than a third of the league, had to play 3 different starting quarterbacks, a third string quarterback. You got to get that backup quarterback situation right. That's why when the Cowboys went out and got Trey Lance, people criticized it. I would never criticize that because you never know when you're going to end up with your backup or third string quarterback trying to save your season.
By the way, one other quarterback note as we wrap up Week 6 in the NFL, Cowboys into their bye week. How about this? That we talked about, would the Vikings trade Kirk Cousins? Because the Vikings play the 49ers this week, Rod. 49ers, and they're already sitting at 2-4, the Vikings. But there was a report over the weekend that Kirk Cousins would likely not waive his no-trade clause. Wouldn't do it. Which seems odd to me. Like, if they want to trade you, and why'd you give Kirk Cousins a no-trade clause would be a question I have. But at the same time, I think it was Adam Schefter that reported that it's not believed that Kirk Cousins, if the Jets and the Vikings wanted to make a move, because the Jets are now to 3-3 after that big win against the Eagles, would they try to move to get Kirk Cousins in the final year of his deal? But at least according to Schefter, he would be unwilling to waive that no-trade clause.
Is that just for the Jets or for any team that wants to trade for him?
I think it was for anybody. He wants to play out this season.
He wants
with
his
family.
Guys. Okay, good for him. That was part of that guaranteed, that fully guaranteed deal he had signed with him too, right?
That's right.
He had a lot of leverage in that deal.
So maybe that story dies down if Kirk Cousins is unwilling to play ball.
Who else would the Jets look to go get? Who else could you see the Jets trading for? Because I'm with you. The Jets can make a move.
They could.
I mean, right now, they get a quarterback. They're not saying they're a quarterback away. They're a quarterback away from making the playoffs, potentially.
And he doesn't have to be great.
No.
He doesn't have to be great.
Manage the game.
He just has to be not Zach Wilson.
Even Zach Wilson's winning games with him now. That's how good the defense is.
Well, we'll take your thoughts on that. If there is a team for the Jets, Aaron Rodgers is planning on coming back. He says he'll be back at some point this year, but they got to get some wins in between that. But we'll see. Coming back, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, hear more from Sark from his Monday availability coming out of the Longhorn bye week. Looking forward to the Houston Cougars and the second half of the season. Before the end of the hour, we'll go off the record. It's a busy Tuesday on Hook 'em Up. Yeah, kind of depressing this morning, Rod. I needed one more point from Tony Pollard to win my fantasy game. One more.
Yeah, Pollard let you down this year.
Pollard's been a bust. For a first-round draft pick?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I probably would have
One
advised
more
you
point?
against that. I would advise you against drafting him.
You got to get running backs, and I had like the 12th pick, so I took him with the 12th pick of the first round. All the other good backs were gone.
No, that is. I want to say that's around.
You know
where
what
they
I
were
took?
saying draft him.
In that draft, because I'm in 2 leagues, and in that one I took he and then Austin Eckler, like 12 and 13. I thought, man, I got a good backfield. Well, Eckler been hurt.
Man.
Had a good week 1. And then also last night he got jaw-jacked in that pregame fight. You see his helmet pop back? He got hit hard.
Wow. Yeah, I saw that.
Who was that hit him?
Yeah.
Ty, did you see who hit
Got
Eckler?
jacked up.
It was Dante Fowler.
That was a real hit. Like he hit him, and then he didn't do anything. Come on, man.
No, Tony Pollard, I still think, coming off the injury.
Thought he's your franchise player.
Well, and that offense, the offensive line for Cowboys isn't necessarily moving defenders around either. I don't see that offensive line that's dominant.
They won the game last night. Dak played well, but they really didn't do anything to inspire confidence that they are. Look, I mean, the best thing that happened to the Cowboys this week is they found a win, and the Eagles and the Niners both lost. And
agreed.
Now they have a week off. And if you're a Cowboys fan, you're not sitting back watching that Dolphins game. The 2 primetime games, the Sunday night and the Monday night this week, are games Cowboys fans will be watching because it's the Niners and the Vikings on Monday Night Football. Cowboy fans will be rooting for the Minnesota Vikings in that game. I don't know if they can win that.
I don't know if they can.
We don't know about Shannon. We don't know about
Debo
and McCaffrey.
That's big.
With injuries, you'll have an extra day to get healthy because it's Monday night. The Sunday night game is Eagles-Dolphins, where you're going to be rooting for the Dolphins, without a doubt.
That Eagles secondary has actually been it's been struggling so far this year. I mean, I still got the pass rush.
Their pass rush is great.
It's still awesome, but the secondary has not been holding up as well. That is not a game, a matchup where you want to be struggling in the secondary when you face the Miami Dolphins.
No.
That is the most prolific passing attack in the NFL.
Tyreek Hill's on pace for over 2,000 receiving yards.
Tyreek Hill is on pace for breaking the all-time single-season receiving record by Calvin Johnson of 1924. It's 1964. 1964 yards receiving. He's on pace for easily, even in 16-game season, he'd be on pace for over 2,100 yards.
Yeah.
With 17 games, he's damn near at 2,300. That's just crazy.
It is crazy.
That would be crazy.
That offense is, as we talked about, one of the elite offenses. Or it's on pace to be one of the elite offenses all time.
Yes, it is.
With Tua at the helm. And, if you're looking at the other primetime game, the Thursday night game is one of those the league is not real happy with because it's Jacksonville and New Orleans, and both starting quarterbacks are hurt right now. There's Derek Carr and Trevor Lawrence are listed as questionable.
Yeah.
That could be a really ugly game at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans because the Saints, Houston beat them 20-13, and even with Derek Carr in the game, they couldn't score more than 13 points. Jacksonville's coming off one of their best little stretches here. They went to London, kind of got healthy, won both games in London, came home and beat the Colts last week, 37 to whatever, 37-20.
The Bills over in London? Who they beat? Was it Bills?
They played 2 games in London.
Okay. Bills is one of them, right?
Yeah,
they beat the Bills.
Did they beat?
Yes.
They beat the Bills and they beat Atlanta.
That was a good win.
Remember, they were 1-2.
That's a quality win.
Jacksonville was out the gate 1-2. They lost to the Texans. Remember, Houston went in there and beat them 37-17.
Yeah.
Then they went to London and they stayed there for 2 weeks and they beat the Falcons and the Bills. Then they came home and beat up on Indianapolis last week, 37-20. So they're playing some pretty good football. Saints, not sure about Derek Carr, but that would be Jameis Winston. At least they've got what you would see as a quality backup in that spot.
There you go.
It's watchable, at least, in that spot. But we'll keep an eye on that. By the way, Houston also has their bye this week. So Houston and Dallas.
Interesting.
No football.
That's weird.
No football.
Yeah, and just came off a week with the Longhorns having their bye week.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah.
When they had on Texas and Oklahoma had a bye week at the same time, which is also rare after the Texas OU game.
Well, and when Houston comes out of their bye next week, they'll be at Carolina in the Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud game.
Hey, C.J. Stroud right now is winning the debate about who's the better quarterback in that draft.
Did you see
early on?
You see Stroud against the Saints threw his second interception of his career, and the Texans got it right back because the guy who picked it off was bringing it back, and they stripped it and recovered. They were right back to first down.
Yeah.
So almost like it didn't happen, but it did happen.
It did happen.
It did happen.
But almost like it didn't happen.
Almost like it didn't. Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain? It's time to talk some Texas football coming off their bye week. Looking forward to the U of H Cougars.
All right. Sark spoke to the media yesterday, talked about a lot of different things, and one of the big topics of conversation, at least all week long, I think we've beat the hell out of this dead horse, has been Texas struggles in the red zone. Sark even talked about it. He was asked about, what self-scouting they did in the bye week and what they look at where the team excelled and where the team was less effective. And, of course, he brought up red zone scoring. And he was asked in particular what he found, all right? What deep dive analysis did he find about the red zone and why Texas is underachieving in the red zone? Here is Steve Sarkisian.
There's no, secret sauce to this deal. I think that our players buy in and trust and believe in what we do. And clearly it shows when we can create explosive plays and move the ball and execute. And in the end, I think ultimately you kind of do an audit on yourself there halfway through the season at the different aspects of the game. And we just need to make sure that from a game planning perspective and what we're asking of our players in game, and then ultimately what I'm calling, that everybody has the utmost confidence in those things to go do that, which I don't doubt that everybody does, but ultimately it comes down to the execution of it all. So I think it's 3 levels to it. What are we putting in each week, and what are we game planning? What are we practicing in practice? 2, then what are we calling, and are we giving our players the looks in practice for the potential looks that they could get in game? And then 3, the execution of those plays in the moment. So it's no different than any other aspect of the game, and sometimes we can make a little more out of that than it is. It's just about trusting who we are and then going out and executing it and doing it at a high level.
Yeah, I think that's key, the last part there where he talks about trusting who you are. Because I think a lot of the mentality that you have to have in the red zone is you go back to your identity and what you do well and what you champion and pride yourself on as an offense. And I think Sark wants to be physical. That's why you saw that statement in the Texas OU game where they just want to go bully ball and use their big humans to push opponents around and to move other human beings against their will, as Tom Herman used to say. And that didn't work out. So I think they're struggling about what their identity is specifically in the red zone. Right now, they're still 123rd nationally in touchdown percentage in the red zone. And it could be, I think it's multifactorial. It's not just one thing, by the way. And Sark mentions that game planning, execution by the players. I think personnel could also be something that Sark explores in terms of improving their overall red zone efficacy. Here is Sark talking about Savion Red. He was asked about Savion Red and the Red Cat. But he also later on in this clip hints that Savion Red may have found a niche as a short yardage weapon. And in the red zone, you definitely need one of those.
So Savion has really grown into this. It's always a little difficult when you change positions, right? He's kind of a high school quarterback, Wildcat quarterback. We got him his freshman year. He plays wide out. Then we transition him to running back, and there's a lot of nuances to playing running back. I think it's easy just to think get the ball and run. But understanding blocking schemes, understanding fronts, understanding protections, and all that goes into it, and that's a really good room. There's a lot of talented people in there, but to find a niche for him in some of the short yardage running that he was able to do, I thought was very effective. And again, hopefully there's more opportunities for him that present themselves in the second half of the season.
Hopefully. Oh, Sark's in control of that. I'll give props to my man Jerry Hamilton, because even before the season started, I was talking with him over on Owen Texas Football. Shout out to Owen Texas Football and the crew. And he said he would have liked, this is before the Red Cat, he said he would have liked to see Savion Red run some goal line, short yardage, red zone packages as a running back, because he has a knack for short yardage, finding slivers of daylight in short yardage, and he has a great transition from speed to power. And there are some backs, even though they may not look like it, they're better power backs than even guys who are bigger than them, like a Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks is not a power back. He's a great running back. But in short yardage and in some of those power situations, he doesn't excel when Savion Red might, which is why he's running the Wildcat like Rojo ran the Wildcat. So maybe not necessarily the Red Cat, all right, but maybe him as a short yardage traditional running back may be a change to help them or juice the red zone offense too, E.
Yeah, I like that. I do. Whatever you need to do. And look, Quinn Ewers has shown the ability to be, a runner too at times, but kind of like Dak Prescott, it's going to be infrequent. You don't have to taking those hits, but whatever you have to do, because again, this is the 114th ranked defense at Houston. BYU is the next opponent. I mean, the rest of these games on the schedule, if you can score in the red zone and play good defense, you're going to have a real chance to win these games. And that's but you can't settle for field goals. That's how these teams that are heavy underdogs are going to stay in the game, by forcing you to kick field goals and not get touchdowns, right? I mean, that's really going to be their game plan across the board. They know they can't match up, player to player, but, force some field goals, take advantage of your miscues in the red zone, and all of a sudden they're in the ball game. And we've seen that as a recipe all year against the Longhorns, and it's worked one time with Oklahoma. I would, yeah.
Bend but don't break. I think that's the way to go. Try to bow your back in the red zone there. Okay, one last cut, and this is actually red zone. Well, for me, it's red zone related. One of my suggestions for Sark was, in addition to all this analytical deep dive, to really select and really try to isolate what concepts work best in the red zone and which ones were less effective in the red zone. I also said I would look at analytically every good red zone offense around the country and at the NFL level too, and just go steal plays. I've been saying that for 2 hours. Just go steal all of their really cool concepts and creative concepts. Go steal them. My man Shannon was really famous for, hey, I stole that concept, and he'll give the coach props for it. But he's like, no, I'm stealing everything I can. I'm watching a lot of football and stealing concepts. Sean Payton's famous for it. He had a R&D department, a research and development department that literally rip off and duplicate, like CDC says, would just steal plays from future opponents. Here is Sark when he was asked about, does he steal plays?
I do not pretend to have invented football, okay? I think, first of all, I'll answer that part first. I watch football, like I said, as a fan first. I think we have a beautiful game. It's a great sport, especially college football, the pageantry of the game, the excitement of the game, and to watch the Washington-Oregon game, to watch the Notre Dame SC game, and to see that the excitement in those stadiums. I mean, that's what it's all about. But two, I watch it from a lens of a coach of just trying to get ideas. It may not be the exact play, but it could spurn an idea. And like I said, I don't pretend to walk in here like, everything comes to me with this cloud in my head in the morning. A lot of times it's watching somebody else do something like, oh, we could do that, but it would fit us better if we did it out of this personnel or this formation. So I do watch the games like that, but it was great watching football this weekend. We've got a great sport. I think college football right now is as popular as it's been in a long, long time. You can feel it in the fans. You can feel it in the excitement. I think this is going to be a great half to the second half of the season of college football. I think there's more parity now than there's been in a long, long time. And so a lot of people are probably looking at the second half of the season thinking we've got an opportunity to do something special. We're no different. But everybody's got to go handle their business accordingly, 1 week at a time.
All right, so there you go. He steals plays. I hope he's stealing a lot of red zone plays. Just go steal everybody. Andy Reid's got a bunch of them. Mike McDaniel's got some really cool ones. Just go steal people's red zone plays and try them out. Yeah. You can't get worse than 123rd in touchdown percentage in red zone.
Well, and if you do improve that in the second half, you have every opportunity to make a run here.
Yep.
And as he said, the parity is there. Now Georgia's best player, Brock Bowers, is hurt and might not come back this year. We know ahead of you, you're going to have Ohio State and Penn State. One of those teams is going to take a loss this weekend. Michigan and Ohio State will play. Michigan and Penn State will play. Florida State's going to play North Carolina in the ACC chain. You just know it's all going to work itself out. If you just keep winning, you're sitting at number 8 right now. You can work your way back up to that top 4, but it's all about taking care of your business, and scoring in the red zone is the first and foremost thing. And I watched the whole press conference yesterday, and he also mentioned one of the things they worked on this week was tackling, Rod. That going back and watching the Oklahoma film, he was really disappointed in their open field tackling because it was not good in that game. Tackling, red zone, 2 really critical issues for Texas, and pass lanes, Rod, not getting out of your rush lanes and allowing the quarterback runs, which we know Donovan Smith can do. Hey, we come back. It will be a little off the record, some stories you maybe have missed, but you need to know on this Tuesday morning where the Rangers are up 2-0 on the Astros. The Cowboys bounce back win, but coming back, it's off the record on Hook 'em Up. Oh, man, off the record never sucks. And the weather today is phenomenal. That's a good thing. Rod was out running in the 45 degrees. Did you see your breath at all when you were jogging this morning before the show?
It wasn't that chilly, but I definitely got to start wearing layers now. I can't go out in my summer and spring like running gear. I need layers. I need a hoodie on and I need a layer on underneath. It's that kind of weather now, which is good. I like that.
Can I give you the off the record good side, bad side of food delivery?
Yes, sir.
Bad side, a Grubhub driver in California caught on a restaurant's camera eating a customer's food in the parking lot. So he was getting a bite before he goes and delivers it from Mexicana's Hibachi Grill. CEO saw it on camera in the security and went out there and because they saw him come pick it up and for Grubhub, saw the dude eating it. Went out there and remade the order and then personally delivered it to the customer.
Man.
Grubhub driver got bumped off the platform. You ever worry about that, Ty, when you're ordering food? That they're going to be sticking stuff in it? Or I don't know, man. I wouldn't
better
trust.
just not to think about it.
You're probably right about that because I don't want to trust people.
I mean, same thing. You go to a restaurant, you got to trust them to make it.
I guess you're right. They're not going to be sitting there sticking their hands and eating your French fries.
Well, usually they have at the restaurant they'll close the bag and make it to where if somebody were to open the bag, it would be pretty obvious that someone.
Not every place does it like that.
Not
though.
every place.
They should do that, but they don't. I've heard. Can I get them some fries for the car? Like if I get an order, can I order a snack for the Grubhub driver so they won't eat my food?
I guess you could put
pay
that
it forward.
in the notes.
Can I
nice thing to do?
You know what I mean?
There's some fries for you.
It's hard to smell good food in the car. We all done is like, oh man, I'm hungry as hell.
But you're working.
But it's still hard. You're still human.
Okay, yeah.
Now,
I've been a waiter before. I'm not just picking up my people's food, but I'm like, let me get a
I'm not saying that. I'm not supporting it. I'm just trying to keep their hands out of my bag.
See, when you're a waiter, you just eat the scraps.
I'm just trying to incentivize them not to eat my damn food. All right, I will buy you a small fry. Just don't dip your hands into my bag. You shouldn't, but you should have to do a lot of things these days. Ty.
You giving them money, a tip should be enough.
That'd be part of the
for them
tip,
to
though.
do their job.
That's part of my
respectfully.
tip.
How about this fella? A New Hampshire police officer. Now, this is the good side. New Hampshire police officer pulled off a DoorDash delivery guy. After pulling the driver over for speeding, turns out they had to go book him because he had a warrant. The police officer delivered the food.
Hey, man, good for you.
Officer Chris
There you go.
Spiatoleri.
Here to protect and serve.
Right.
And serve.
They busted his driver, and he delivered the food.
And serve.
See,
Boom.
that's good. That's
like
good.
That.
And he didn't stick his hands in it.
I like that. There
That's
you go.
awesome. What do you have, Ron?
Okay. You guys remember the Drake curse?
Drake. Drake is the
Drake,
hip-hop
the
artist. Yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
Drake.
Would he bet on the Astros?
Hey,
No,
he's
he
moving to Houston.
No, dude, on Wednesday, he posted a picture with a Georgia sweatshirt on.
Georgia Bulldogs?
Yeah. And then now Brock
Front
Bowers is
runner.
out for the season. Drake curse reestablished. Don't remember.
So if he wears the jersey, it's going to be a problem.
If he wears jersey or is around your team, usually there's a regression of some sort within that
it's like the
time
Madden
frame.
curse of the past.
It's pretty cool. And you remember, he's the one that started. He wore a Shohei jersey out of nowhere,
Hurt.
and then Shohei got hurt that week.
He was on campus here, a few weeks ago?
Oh yeah, he was hanging out with the women's basketball team, I think. Well, they didn't.
Better look
no
out,
season.
Shea Holly.
Right?
Shea Holly.
Yes, seriously.
Hey, that's
Watch your back.
Yeah, watch your back. How about this one? This is a true thing. Chuck Norris.
I love Chuck Norris.
He and Vanilla Ice are going to battle the undead in a movie called Zombie Plane.
Okay.
Zombie Plane, according to Entertainment Weekly.
Zombie plane.
Yes. Chuck Norris will play himself, fight zombies on a plane.
Was he 90 years old now?
Chuck Norris.
Yo, why Chuck Norris and Vanilla Ice? Why this combo of all combos? They'll give me some weird, wacky combos. Why this combo? It's the only combo they could get?
In the movie, the government has trained celebrities to be undercover agents, which explains Vanilla Ice being able to kick zombie butt. No doubt about Chuck. Chuck Norris beating zombies on a plane.
I mean, can you get...
What's scarier, zombies on a plane or snakes on a plane?
Snakes. Snakes are real.
Chuck Norris is 83 years old.
I can't believe we're getting washed up rappers and washed up action stars in a movie. You could have went so many other ways. Right? There are so
Sounds
many
like a
other ways.
low-budget film.
You could have went Steven Seagal. You could have went Jean-Claude Van Damme. You could have went a lot of other ways. How many washed up rappers could you have got to play that role? A ton? Lots of them.
I'm
But
assuming
Vanilla
they came
Ice is the
cheap.
one you chose?
I'm assuming they came cheap.
I guess so. Come on, man.
Working for food.
Working for Grubhub.
Zombie Plane will also star Australian actress Sophie Monk.
I have no idea what that is.
Me either. Low budget.
I'm just low
Sounds like
budget.
cinematic brilliance to me. Hey, we'll be back. We'll wrap up Week 6 in the NFL. That includes that Cowboys win when all their rivals and most of the rivals in the NFC lost. We'll also get back to the Astros. Is it over? Rangers up 2-0. Rod is about to wave the white flag. I'm not giving in.
Go Stros.
Go Stros, but props to the Rangers. We'll continue that. 2 more hours of Hook 'em Up on a Tuesday on 101.9 AM 1260. Stream it. Horn app, hornfm.com. You better hook them up. We're hooking you up with those wristbands. When are we giving those away, Ty? Later in the week? I think Wednesday, Thursday. You can still text the word race to our text line at 512-447-3776, and you could be at the U.S. Grand Prix this weekend. 3-day passes.
It's one of the best prizes we've ever given away.
Wristbands, baby.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. All
3
right.
days.
3 days, yeah.
It's fantastic.
Also hooking you up with great sports conversation every morning, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, talking Rangers, hottest team in baseball right now. It's a good time to be the hottest team in baseball.
It's the best time to be the hottest team in baseball.
And as you said, they've only trailed at the end of one inning in the entirety of the postseason. They've been dominant.
It. Second longest winning streak to start the postseason.
Yeah, seven in a row.
And they could end up breaking. I think the record is 8.
Well, the amazing part is 6 of the 7 are on the road, Rod.
Yeah.
They went into Tampa. Never had to go back to Arlington, and they couldn't have. That was all going to be in Tampa with the wild card round. Went into Baltimore, 1-2. The only home game they won was the clincher against the Orioles. Now you got the Astros. I won't say on the ropes. They've staggered the Astros, obviously, with back-to-back victories.
You don't think they're on the ropes?
Yes.
One more win would have them on the ropes. One more win would be – you can't eliminate until you get to 4.
I think they're on the ropes right now. I would say one more win, and it's like a standing 8 count pretty much. Right?
I don't have them on the ropes yet. I have them staggered.
You have them staggered. Okay.
Staggered.
So they hit the ropes after losing 3. And
then it becomes an elimination.
When do they get knocked down here officially?
Well, they've been knocked down. Staggered and stumbled.
Okay, so they already got knocked down. They just got up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Rangers are untouched.
Yeah, they haven't landed a blow. They haven't not landed a blow
yet. Faces clean.
Not even sweating.
Not even
except for Jordan.
The Astros got some bloody nose already.
But we've seen enough.
Swole up.
Look, again, if someone who's lived through these Astro runs, I've lived through losing both games to the Nationals and then winning all 3 in Washington and then coming home and losing both to the Nationals.
It's true.
In the World Series.
It's
not over.
Keep hope alive.
This Astros team has shown too many times they can bounce back. But again, this is a different animal. This Ranger team is really good. But again, the Astros have bounced back against the Red Sox before, against the Yankees before.
That's true.
But it's going to be fun. I still think it's going to be a long series, but I've been wrong before.
I hope it's a long. Even if the Rangers are winning now, I mean, come on.
I got a ticket to Game 6 if it gets to that point, but I hope it doesn't.
That down in Houston?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Houston will probably lose that game. I promise you. Here's my theory. If the Astros are somehow able to force it back to Houston, which means they'd have to go win at least 2 games in Arlington, then they need to stay in a hotel. Just do not go home. If you go back home, tell honey, we're not coming home. We're going to the team hotel. It's like the Longhorns do on the road when they play home games. You played there, Rod. You go down and stay at the Omni Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get out of your
away
routine.
From the family,
they got to do something. They're 40-45 at home. Ranger after being 61-27 at home last year, but the Rangers, it's just huge props to them. I know Astro fans because I was watching with a group yesterday, and some buddies. My buddy had a birthday, so I went and said happy birthday to him. And then so we're watching the game, and obviously when the Astros loaded the bases in the 5th, you're thinking, okay, here's their chance to strike back in this series. And you could be frustrated at Yainer Diaz and Jose Altuve, but you also have to give a lot of credit to Nathan Eovaldi because he made some great pitches in that stretch. He really bared down. Bruce Bochy went and talked to him. He let him pitch out of it. I thought, the wicked curveball he threw to Yainer Diaz and had him flailing. Then he went up in the zone against Altuve, then came back down. And remember, Jose Altuve had been 10 for 29 with 5 home runs in his career against Nathan Eovaldi. I mean, as an Astro fan, you couldn't have asked for more. You have Jose Altuve up with the bases loaded against a pitcher that he has really feasted off of. And he made great pitches, man. And then he got, Alex Bregman to roll over to third like he does all too often. And that was it. So, as I say, great pitching beats good hitting.
It does.
And in that case, I thought good pitching beat terrible hitting because the Astros were getting out of their zones. I mean, you got to give the pitcher credit, but at the same time, gosh, at least make him throw a strike. At least make him put it in that box and try to hit something you can get solid. They didn't, and he took advantage of that. So props to them. Rangers are up 2-0. So you guys say on the ropes. I say staggered.
All right. Yeah, I think on the ropes. And they're in a defensive position, too. They're not even – they're like just guarding their face right now. Just because the Rangers are playing so well, man. They just – like you said, they're streaky, and they're streaking. It's just – and hopefully they can cool off once they get home. The Astros on the road. That's the hope right now.
But the Rangers have put themselves in a great position to win this series. I still think it goes longer. It's not going to be a sweep, but we'll see. There until somebody beats the Rangers in the playoffs, they're on a heater. Rod will have a rant here coming up. Also,
yes, sir.
as we're 6 weeks into the NFL season, Rod, and the Cowboys get a big win. That was a huge win. It wasn't pretty. You're not going to hang that in some art museum. That was a pretty ugly football game, but your quarterback played well enough, made enough plays for you, and you win that game. Your defense stepped up. And you played in a mistake-prone team. I mean, I thought Justin Herbert missed a lot of throws that were there for him.
Oh, he has two. He missed two either deep ones, big chunk yardage gains, or touchdowns.
Potentially, yeah. And Brandon Staley went for it on fourth down instead of kicking a field goal at one point in a close game. So, they needed that win in a big way. So, can we do this? Do you agree with this? If I say there are two elite teams in pro football right now, just two, the Niners and the Dolphins are the two elite teams in pro football right now, especially when the Niners win healthy. Is you good with that?
They have the fewest questions, but now the Niners with the injuries, that's a concern, but they're not serious, so they should get them back. Even if they have to lose a few games while they wait to get Christian McCaffrey and Debo back, they should have them back for the playoffs.
Well, I'll give you – so to me, the top two are those two.
I agree with you.
And then the next tier would include the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes and his team is 5-1. They still haven't hit their groove yet, but they're 5-1. The Eagles, the Bills, and the Lions. You good with those as the next tier?
I'll take the Lions over probably the 49ers with the injuries right now.
Over the Niners?
I think the Lions with the injuries.
Well, look, I mean, the McCaffrey thing
is
is not anything long term.
Debo.
They don't think Debo is either. It's just a shoulder, but cost them the second half.
If they play
see.
Today.
If they played this week, well, I'm going to go ahead and assume that those guys are going to get healthy. But I do think San Francisco, as Rod has said, needs to go out and find a backup running back and somebody that can help spell Christian McCaffrey here at the deadline. They got to figure out who's available. But then so you got the Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, and Lions, and so the Bills will play the Dolphins. The Eagles will play the Dolphins this weekend. That's a fun game. The Lions play the Ravens. Because I have the Ravens.
That should be a fun game because the Ravens defense, guys, it's been they have a mash unit pretty much on defense. They've had a ton of injuries, but they actually are playing really well. Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator there, he's going to be the hottest name on defense for a head coaching gig.
He's doing a good job.
He's doing a great job.
Ravens went to London and got a win. Beat the Titans, and they'll play the Lions in a big game this weekend.
I want to see what a plan he has against that offense. Ben Johnson versus Mike McDonald. Pat is going to be a hell of a coordinator showdown.
Yeah, it will be. And the Bills, I still think are good. So I got those, and then there's a group that includes the Cowboys, the Bengals, and by the way, the Bengals are back after Joe Burrow's typical lousy first 4 games he typically plays.
You're right. You did say that. He always starts like this.
He does.
There's always a reason for it, but he always starts terrible.
Slow start. Usually it's been injuries. He had the appendectomy the one year, coming off a knee injury. Now this year is the quad, but all of a sudden he's getting better, and the Bengals have won back-to-back games. And
Jamar Chase, you say his 7-11 chain? He's got a 7-11 piece and chain now because he's always open.
So so I think the elite 2 teams are Niners, Dolphins, and then the Super Bowl contenders around them are the Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, and Lions. And then playoff teams would be the Cowboys, the Jaguars, the Bengals, right? Ravens, Chargers, and Seahawks. And then through 6 games, I mean, it's fair to say there's a group of better than expected teams like the Texans and the Browns. And the LA Rams.
Yeah, and the Browns' defense is so much better. The Rams, you're right, we all thought they'd be rebuilding now. They are, but it's a competitive rebuild. It's weird.
And then there's the question of which teams are in the position now at 1-5 to tank. Like, just go tank. Go for Cam.
The Patriots.
The Patriots.
And
the Giants, Rod.
Yeah,
the New York Giants are 1-5. Daniel Jones is hurt. Did you see who the Giants are trying out for quarterbacks this week? Matt Barkley and Ian Book.
Where's Colt McCoy?
I don't know. I think Colt wants to not play.
Yeah, Colt must be telling his agent, like, I only want to play for these teams or something.
Yeah, because
there's got to be something going on.
We had the interview that he did with Colin Cowherd ahead of the Texas OU game, and he said, he was really caught off guard by being released by the Cardinals.
He was
he thought he was going to get a chance to be a starter.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden the rug gets pulled, and he's like, at 36, almost 37 years old, do I want to go learn a new offense? And made plenty of money. He's been smart with his money. I don't know. I don't know if Cole wants to play because I think
he wants to play, but I think he's being very particular.
Yeah, do I want to play behind that Giants offensive line? No.
Why do I want to? Yeah, he said, I prepared myself to play for the Arizona Cardinals, and maybe, we would have been a dumpster fire too, but at least I knew the personnel, I knew the system, I knew those guys. You want me to just go play for anybody now behind a bad O-line? Nah, I think he's being picky about who. I bet he ends up either on a roster later on this year or next season. I don't think he's done playing. It's too easy. That paycheck he's getting, that's an easy paycheck, and they need backup quarterbacks these days.
What if so we've always drawn the parallels, Ron, to the Spurs and Greg Popovich and Bill Belichick and the Patriots.
Yeah.
What if the Patriots got in line for Caleb Williams, and all of a sudden the Spurs pick up Victor Wembanyama, and now the Spurs have life, and Greg Popovich has a new lease? What if the Patriots ended up with the number 1 pick like the Spurs did?
Would they let Belichick do that? That's the question.
I think you would.
If you do you let Belichick start the rebuild and basically?
Yep.
Okay.
I think you would.
Start the rebuild. If that's the case, listen, my problem with Belichick is this. I need them to start investing in wide receivers if they're going to invest in a young quarterback, because their wide receiver evaluations and acquisitions have been
they've invested in them.
lately.
They just have been wrong.
That's what I'm saying. They've been terrible. Their acquisitions
They've
have been
spent
really
money on
bad.
bad players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. He needs to go find somebody else that can evaluate wide receiver talent then.
Agreed.
They don't do it really well.
The only 0-6 team, by the way, are the Panthers. Carolina is 0-4.
And they don't have their pick, by the way.
And they don't have their pick. That
The
belongs
Bears
to the
have
Bears.
it, right? The Bears got the number 1 and number 2 pick right now.
And only the Bears could screw it up.
The Bears. Yeah, you're right. They probably will screw it up somehow, but still.
Yeah.
The
Broncos are pretty damn bad. The Giants are bad. The Arizona Cardinals, who we all thought would be tanking. How did the Cowboys lose to the Cardinals? Seriously? That's why we can't. I mean, no matter what we saw last night, the Cowboys won the game. You still, well,
They can't
how did
be
you? The
trusted.
Cardinals are 1-5. They won 1 ball game.
You can't be trusted.
I mean, come on, man.
Because they suck. Cowboys, that is.
Well, they're 4-2, and if they'd won that game, they'd be 5-1. And
They've beaten a bunch of bad teams.
well, they couldn't beat the bad teams, Cardinals. That's what I don't get. I know they're inconsistent, and but that one stings.
The Chargers are not a good team.
Chargers are not.
They
should be good, but they're poorly coached.
I think he just hit the nail on the head. They should be good. They're poorly coached.
I don't think that defense should be good.
It should be better than it is. It shouldn't be the last ranked pass defense in the NFL.
That
Can we agree
defense
with
shouldn't
that?
be good. You got Khalil Mack,
Shouldn't be
you
the
got Derwin James.
last ranked pass defense
You
in the
got
league.
Bosa.
Asante Samuel
Why shouldn't the
Jr.
defense be good? They got like star players all over that defense.
They're the most expensive defense in the league. They're paying more money for that defense than anybody's paying for their defense in the NFL. More salary cap dollars
Think of
spent
the
on
names:
defense.
Khalil Mack, Nick Bosa, or Joey Bosa. Derwin James is an All-Pro. I mean, they should be better at
They should be
defense.
better.
And they weren't terrible on defense last night. They were worse on offense. So yeah, that's a weird underperforming team. The Cowboys beat last night, and the Cowboys that was a gut check performance. They had to have that coming off the annihilation at the hands of the 49ers. All right, let's get to Rod's rant. We'll take your thoughts on that. The teams that are in line for maybe a Super Bowl run, and the teams in line for a high draft pick at six weeks into an NFL season. But time for Rod to give you a rant.
All right, a couple of things talking about the Cowboys win over the Chargers last night. Just continuing, I do think, and I was hoping that Kellen Moore would call the game to challenge the Cowboys defense a little bit more, but I just think Dan Quinn had a really good adjustment in the game plan. Remember, early on, I think it's the first drive, Chargers come out like gangbusters. Looks like they're going to potentially, light this Cowboys defense up. Not the case. Cowboys defense settled in and was able to limit that Chargers offense, held them to under 20 points. One thing I did see that Kellen Moore did successfully versus the Cowboys, I don't know if he necessarily exposed them, but I definitely think it's something the Cowboys are going to have to work on because it's a really popular concept in football today, college or the pro level. And I'll even bring it back home here to Sark. The Cowboys were attacked with targets to motion a lot. For those who don't know what a target to motion is, anytime a player goes in motion prior to the snap, I should say, or in motion at the time of the snap, and then they target that specific player, they call that a target to motion. And Kellen Moore did it a lot. Matter of fact, both of the touchdowns that the Chargers scored were on targets to motion. down in the red zone, 2 touchdowns. Justin Herbert was basically 7 of 9, so we're talking about over 77% completion percentage, throwing to players who were in motion prior to the snap or in motion at the time of the snap. Ended up over 9 yards per attempt. You got 3 explosive plays out of that concept. So that was obviously something that Kellen Moore knew about the Cowboys defense, had saw that they struggled with in prior years. I mean, the Cowboys defense doesn't struggle versus a lot of different, they don't struggle versus anything, really. They're not really that vulnerable. But that is something that I noticed over and over again. A lot of the big plays, chunk yardage plays, and really crucial third downs conversions that the Chargers got, they were in targets to motion, something to watch in the future. Sark's a big fan of targets to motion. It's one of his favorite concepts. I always say he should run more of it. If you look at just, targeting players who are in motion at the time of the snap or prior to the snap, Sark actually is one of the best at it in all of college football. He does a really good job. And his players have been, his quarterbacks, I should say, have been really, really efficient when it comes to targets to motion. Last season, Texas was over 80% completion percentage, targets to motion, 10 yards per attempt, which is pretty good. In 2021, going all the way back to 2021, you look at targets to motion, 81% completion percentage of your looking at targets to motion, and 9.6 yards per attempt. So either way, I think it's something that's pretty successful at every level, no matter who's running it. The Miami Dolphins, even Mike McDaniels runs what he calls the cheat motion. We played the audio of Kyle Shanahan, saying earlier this year that he stole the cheat motion concept, where they basically get Tyreek Hill running in motion and they try to give him a running start when the ball is snapped. Yeah, imagine the fastest guy in football with a running start when the ball is snapped. That's really tough to defend, and that's the cheat motion. And we've seen LaFleur use it. We've seen Shano use it now. Even Sark used it. Sark used it in the Oklahoma game. He used it several different times out of clustered receiver formations, bunch formations. He would use that cheat motion, used it with Xavier Worthy, used it with JT Sanders, and used it with AD Mitchell. And Sark's one of his favorite coaching trees is that Shanahan coaching tree, which, he followed Shanahan in Atlanta and used a lot of those same concepts and the philosophical kind of commonalities between that offense. And also keep in mind that, Sark's big on, getting those guys the ball on the move and then getting them vertical shots with the ball on the move. I went and looked at the targets to motion this season. I went and just calculated really quick from my notes. Texas averaging 9.7 yards per attempt, targeting players in motion, 44% first down rate. 44%. I mean, 44% of the time when you target a player who is in motion at the time of the snap or before the snap, targets to motion, you are getting a first down. Those are incredible numbers. And I think it's just because you have the leverage advantage. All defenders who are guarding a receiver that's got a running start, you got to think about flipping your hips. You are immediately threatened by the vertical route because they're already in motion. They already have an advantage on you in terms of their ability to close the gap, to close that cushion, which DBs have to depend on. So targets to motion, it hurt the Dallas Cowboys defense a little bit last night, but not too much. Sark's using the same concept to attack other defenses, and they're using specifically that cheat motion that I talk a lot of. Since we're talking about cheat motion and talking about Tyreek Hill and Mike McDaniel and how creative they are, he's so creative, in fact, in weaponizing Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is now on pace for the all-time single-season receiving record. I pointed this out last hour. He's averaging 135.7 receiving yards per game. He's got 814 through the first 6 games. That is a record through the first 6 games for receiving yards. He's on pace through 17 games for almost 2,300 receiving yards, which is just mind-blowing. Even if you cut it to 16 games, he's still on pace for more than 2,100 yards receiving, which would still be the record by beating Calvin Johnson's record of 1,964 receiving yards in a single season. He would set that record, also on pace to set the record for receiving yards per game on average at 135.7. The record is 129. So there you go.
There you go. Rod's rant. Good stuff right there. And yeah, the Tyreek Hill situation, they play the Eagles this weekend. Currently the Eagles 28th in pass defense.
That's not good.
28th. Now they're 3rd against the run. So if they can stop Raheem Mostert, but they may not even try to run.
They may not need to.
Throw it deep. Yeah. Throw a Tyreek Hill. They're 26th, by the way. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers were 29th. That's not good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good. But yes, but when you're 29th in pass defense and you're playing the Dolphins, who are averaging 9 yards, almost 10 yards of pass play,
It's nightmare fuel right there, man.
That's a problem.
That's trouble.
and that's at Philly. That'll be we're watching this Phillies team at home in Philadelphia and that raucous crowd. But as we said, historic weekend for under bettors. If you bet and you take the totals, unders went 13-1 last week, including the Cowboys last night. That game was under a 50.5, Rod. We told you might want to lean under there. They got to 37.
They got to 37.
I took it.
Ty
Yeah.
took it. Way to go, Ty. Now you can buy some nicotine. Ty's having a Nick fit in there, by the way.
A Nick fit?
Yeah.
What's a Nick fit?
He
My-
needs nicotine
yeah.
badly.
Struggling.
Oh, but you don't smoke cigs though. Really?
On the weekends.
Oh, do you really?
On the
On
weekend.
the weekends. Look how disciplined he is.
You're
I only
like-
smoke cigs on the weekends.
You're like the girls I knew growing up who only smoke when they drank.
I honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like that. If I'm out hanging out and I'm just we get to the party stage where I've had so many drinks, I will go start bumming a cigarette from random
Is that
strangers.
right?
And I would look for a menthol specifically. So I feel that I do have, but because I used to be a smoker too. And
I
I'm
never
not.
have been.
I'm reformed.
Well,
I'm done.
I usually have the vape, but not today. And
By the way,
Oh.
Ty, if you're
The
looking at
Knicks
trends,
stressing out a little bit in here.
by the way, the trend of the unders this weekend is not off the map for this year. Unders have come in 61% of the time this season.
I'd like to see what the prime time under rate is at.
I bet it's a lot.
That's usually a pretty surefire
Yeah.
bet. Prime time unders.
The NFL, I gave the stat earlier, but the NFL does not like this. This week, 25 NFL teams scored 21 points or fewer.
Yeah.
That is the most teams scoring 21 points or fewer in a game in a single week in NFL history. You had 8 teams win scoring 20 points or fewer.
All right, we'll come back.
Yeah.
You know who is not also giving up on the Astros? Dusty Baker. I'll tell you what he had to say to Ken Rosenthal yesterday. We'll get to that. Rangers, though, in a great spot. Phillies in a great spot in the American League and National League. Maybe on a collision course to the World Series. We'll get to that coming up. Also, the Longhorns getting back at it after the bye week. We'll hear more from Sark before the end of the hour and the end of our program. Still an hour and a half to go. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hey, Rod, let me give a shout-out to our buddy Craig Castleberry, big listener of our show. Craig Castleberry, of course, he's a big part of the Coaches versus Cancer golf tournament that they have every year out at UT Club. He said, happy 60th birthday. And he is, by the way, Craig is the father of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. He's the one that suggested the name. Hook 'em Up.
Hey, nice. I love that. Happy B-Day.
He's got a 60th birthday.
Happy B-Day, brother.
He named the program.
Make it a damn good one. Make
That's
it count.
Right. Make it count.
Mm-hmm.
Make it count. All right, so a lot going on talking NFL and college football. Obviously, the Astros and Rangers. Rangers in a 2-0 advantage position. Here was the quote from Dusty Baker. He said, "We'll get him in Arlington."
Okay, Dusty.
We'll get him in Arlington.
He's getting outmanaged right now, though, I will say.
How's he getting outmanaged?
I don't know. Bochy leaving it involved. It's not what he's doing, it's what he's not doing, I feel.
Well, he can't swing the bat, but I
guess that's
I
true.
mean, you can't. You have your best hitter up, and you got to put the bat on the ball. I mean, the last thing you can do in that spot if you're Yainer Diaz and Altuve is strike out. You got to put the ball in play. You got to, and you know, historically, Abreu is one of the best bat to ball contact players that there is. Right, not a pitch he can't hit, but that's just credit to Nathan Eovaldi.
You think Maldonado starts next game?
We'll see. We'll see. Here's where there's confidence for the Astros. They're 6-1 this year in Arlington, and the last time they were there, they scored 39 runs in 3 games. So they feel good in that park. But the Rangers are playing in a tree right now. They're just playing great baseball. So the Astros have to play better. Rangers, if they keep playing the play they're playing, it won't matter. They're just steamrolling their way. But that was Dusty Baker. He said, "We won't quit. We'll get them at Texas. We'll be okay."
Yeah, I mean they'll get one. I hope. I'm sure they'll get one, but I
they just got to get one. They can't lose. I mean, you can't go down 3-0. That's my only feeling on this. In a long series, because it wouldn't be against the Astros to go back and win back-to-back games, get 2 wins, and get back to even.
Not happening.
Well, see, I don't know. I think it could.
I think you're underrating how good this Rangers team is right now.
I'm not. I'm also, but I still everything I thought going into the series is they're very even. They're very even. These have been 2 very even baseball games.
Even team has a 2-0 advantage in the series.
Oh, I know.
Going back home, and they're playing like the best team in the playoffs, and the Astros are not. I just think. It just seems to me that it's over.
Hang rods, Raven.
I'm just sorry, man. I just think,
come on.
Teams win 90% of the time when they're up 2-0. I'm not saying the Astros aren't going to win one and extend the series.
Get them in Texas, Dusty Baker.
But to come all the way back, that would be historic. They got to do something historic.
But you can't come all the way back on Wednesday. You can get 1 win. If you can get it back to even in 2-2, then you're in a best-of-3 series.
Anything could happen.
Right.
Yeah.
That's obviously the goal. But yes, I would agree. If they lose one more, get to elimination
Well, if they get
stage,
down 3-1, does that concern you?
Yes, because you'd be going back to Houston.
They got to get 2-2.
Got to
get it 2-2.
Got to get 2-2.
Get 3-1 is not enough.
I believe that. They got to get 2-2. Because, well, and look, this is what we know about the Rangers now. They're playing great. And that pitching staff issue that they've had all year is not nearly as heightened because Max Scherzer's back, and you saw John Gray and Andrew Heaney warming up in the bullpen yesterday. They're gonna, just like you can in the playoffs. You can start using starting pitchers as bullpen guys to shore up what. And Leclerc has been phenomenal at the back end. He's closed. He's finished every game for the Rangers, all 7 wins here. He hadn't gotten a save in every one because they've been wider margins in a save, but he's closed all 7 games. He's been a real, find for them at the back end, and now they have starting pitching. And, the big question I have in Game 3, which will be tomorrow night, Rod, is Max Scherzer. Is he Mad Max or is he rusty? Can the Astros take advantage of a pitcher who hasn't pitched in a month? And he's only thrown simulated games. We know there's a difference between a simulated game and a start in a playoff game. Yep. And no one doubts Max Scherzer's going straight to the Hall of Fame when he's done, but where's he going to be? There's no minor league rehab that you can go, get some innings in. It's all simulated stuff on the side. So we'll see. Can the Astros take advantage of that? They'll have Christian Javier on the mound. But yes, Rod, if they get to 3-0 or 3-1, then I will concede. But
1 game at a time.
1 game at a time. 1 game at a time. And like as Ty's just said, it's outmanaging. These have been very close games. There's been a couple of plays here and there, and the Rangers have made them. It wouldn't be crazy for the Astros to turn around and make some plays of their own, get a big hit.
That's fair.
Make a big play. These have been very close series, games in the first 2, and so I expect more of the same when they get to Arlington. But Phillies also get the win last night. They're in a good place. Obviously playing great, man. They play so good at home, and they're so
poised.
It's just so fun to watch that home crowd. There's something about the energy when you watch that game mean, they are, and you heard Bryce Harper in his comments, and who said that yesterday?
Who said
Like, and I love these fans. I love these fans, man. These are my people, and they play for them. You can tell there's a connection between that fan base and that
man,
team
they
right
got
now.
the Creed Mojo thing working.
they-
The amount of Creed sing-alongs happening in Game 3 are just going to be
They'll be
mind
there.
blowing. Huh?
They'll be there.
You gonna be there?
They will be there.
Oh, Creed
I
will be
hope
there.
I'll be there. What day is that game?
You said Creed will be there like it's already.
I
got to
go to one of these games.
Yeah, you definitely got to go.
This says E is in big denial. Big denial, all caps. Listen, I've just watched the Astros for 6 years. I've seen these series swing back and forth over and over again.
There's
The
a new
Rangers
sheriff
are
in town.
Rangers are new to this. Here we go. Here goes cocky tie now.
It worked late yesterday.
Okay.
Hold
Okay.
up. So, just make sure we got established. Is Creed actually coming, or are we
No,
just
I'm-
hoping Creed comes?
I'm just assuming.
Yeah, because if Creed doesn't capitalize on this, like I said, they need to fire their publicist ASAP.
ASAP.
Because the Rangers would pay you good money to come there and just show up. I know they would. Because they want the mojo right now. They're feeling themselves. And they're like, man, we could take this mojo all the way to the World Series. Creed is a big part of it. What the hell are you doing, Creed? I know you put out something on social media. No, we need you to physically show up to the Gill.
Sing on top of the dugout.
Yeah.
Play a concert.
Seventh inning stretch. He said, oh!
It'd be awesome.
Hey,
That would be great.
also tonight, don't forget, speaking of Craig Castleberry, he's a big basketball fan for UT. The Longhorns have their orange-white scrimmage tonight at Gregory Gym. If you're looking to get out and see a little sneak peek of the 2023-24 Texas basketball team, the
All
men's
right.
side with Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter's back in the backcourt, all these new players that have come in with Rodney Terry, his first full season. That'll be tonight over at Gregory Gym. So check that out. Also, you into this, Rod?
Give it to me.
You know, everybody's got reality shows right now, right? Everything's behind the curtain.
Everybody got a reality show.
And, Drive to Survive for F1, and they got the golf,
Yeah,
behind
now
the scenes.
all the quarterback
NFL,
shows.
all the quarterback shows.
Yeah.
So how about this? This thing, and this is pretty interesting. Top Gun: The Next Generation is coming to National Geographic Channel. Premiere date not announced, but it's behind the scenes of the Top Gun, like Navy student pilots going
not a bad idea.
through the challenging tests, landing on aircraft carriers. It is reportedly the first time this level of access has been given by the U.S. military to its pilot training program. It's the Next Generation TV series, Go Inside Pilot School.
It's pretty good.
That looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
That look pretty cool.
That is something I would check it out. That would be pretty cool. Because if you like the movie Top Gun, one of the reasons you love the movie is obviously the scenes in the cockpit, right? I mean, the fight scenes,
oh yeah.
Tom Cruise. I mean, that's what takes it to a new level. I think
Will Tom Cruise be teaching these pilots?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Will it make a cameo appearance? Are they that big time? No, not National Geographic. Maybe. National Geographic's pretty respected. They might be able to do it. Even National Geographic's got reality TV shows now. Actually, you could argue they had the first ones. They were just of animals back in the day.
Yeah, animals. I just love
Like
the behind. I mean,
wildlife
I
reality
think we all
TV
like
shows.
the behind the scenes stuff because it's behind the scenes. It's like, man, this is so cool to be in a quarterback locker room, right, or listening to a quarterback meeting, learn about how quarterbacks, are developed, and same thing with F1, getting behind the scenes and these drivers and golf. This is pretty cool. I'll be into this.
Yeah,
And
see this, but that stuff is to recruit fans because you want new fans like the F1 stuff or the NFL.
Sure.
This is actually to get people interested in
Joining
being
the
a
arm-
pilot. Yeah, exactly,
Joining the armed forces.
Sure.
yeah, and being
Yeah,
a
there's a
member of the
reason
armed
that
forces.
the
Yeah,
U.S.
exactly.
military is given this access. They want to.
It's a recruiting tool. For
Sure it
them.
is. Sure
It's
it
like
is.
those army commercials now that play where they just like make it like a video game.
Yes, I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
They
Like,
do.
like come fly drones.
I'll keep you
It's like
posted.
Call of Duty.
I would say that is a big part of now military training. There are some people who just they literally
Yeah,
just drones.
but they're just trying to. They need people.
I know. Yeah, I get you. I get it. Trust me, I know. I do. What's the old saying? We do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day. What was that? What
That's the Army.
military slogan? Was
That's
that the Army?
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go. I always like that one.
Yeah.
I always try to subscribe to that.
Well,
Try to get up in the morning and
it
do
just
more.
turned.
for
It's
people.
about 9:37, Rod, and you've already run 4 miles, changed the baby's diaper, and done 3.5 hours of really good
Did you
radio.
run this morning? It was a little cold.
I did run, yeah, and I did change the baby's diaper, but that was like at 2 a.m. But so I wasn't after I got up.
I don't understand how you sleep for an hour every night.
I sleep like 2 or 3 hours in. You get it in, but
get it in.
yeah, you get it in.
I can't do that. I need to sleep more than that. I got to get at least 6. Got to get at least 6 in a 24-hour period.
But that's what you take. You're a napper though.
I can take a nap,
You're a nasty. I'm not a napper.
especially if I'm going to stay up
No
watching
problem.
baseball or football. I got to get a nap. I won't because we get up so damn early, Rod. It's
I
like,
know. It's like 2
4
days.
in the morning. Yeah,
Yeah, you got basically 2 days. It feels like 2 days in one when you get up this early.
that's right. It does. So you got a day part. You get up at 4,
Yeah,
and then you
you're
get home by
right.
noon or so, and
yeah.
then you eat some lunch eventually, and then take a little nap, and then bake back
It always
up.
gets me so tired. Like,
I have to,
if I
though.
eat Chick-fil-A on the way home, by the time I get home, I'm moments away from.
Yeah, but you might want to look into that. Don't eat the fast food. That's just a bunch of
Oh,
sugar into your body.
Ding, ding, ding.
Processed food into your body, and
ease
then your
on
body
something.
crashes.
Yes, the first thing you eat.
You are what you eat.
The first thing you eat all day is fast food.
That would not be good.
Is
You're
that
gonna
real?
crash
A
after
lot
that.
of the time.
You're
See,
gonna crash.
That's basically you can't introduce that as the first thing in your body. I drink a smoothie every morning.
I need a nutritionist to,
You do.
to hit me up. I'm not even kidding. If there's anyone listening out there that wants
Yeah.
to help me.
It
Yeah.
says, is LHN going to be playing the basketball scrimmage? I assume the 2005 Rose Bowl will be on Saturday. I'm just going to guess. That's just a guess.
Oh, that's great.
I don't know why I would guess that, Rod.
That's fantastic.
But
That
I think
is
you're
great.
I think you're 60% of the time it works all the time.
It is on there. Like, I almost wonder if they now are trolling us with it because it's on there at least 4 or 5 times a week. The 2005 national. I'm like,
Or that documentary. That's about
yeah,
the
about
that national championship. Oh, I just pop out of here and I see Casey like getting interviewed.
you're right. I guess they just assume Longhorn fans will watch that every time it's on. But I'm like,
I got to be.
I
need a few at the end of a night to pop
just
that
sit down
on.
and watch that. Yeah, I think if they rotated different really cool games, Longhorn fans will love that. But they do pretty much play this. They play the hits, I guess. Play the hits.
Somebody
They also
said,
sometimes just put on A&M losses on the Longhorn Network sometimes.
I think they're trolling us. I think they're trolling like Rod B specifically because usually it's the one where Rod B had a bad game, and I'm like, why is this game on? Why is the one where Rod B had a bad game? You know what I mean? Like it happens. So
This says, I don't like this Top Gun TV series. The jarhead in me is screaming, OPSEC. Yeah, operational security. Yeah, well, I'm assuming they'll go the due diligence to protect the OPSEC. And the
that's why
operational
coaches
security.
don't like Hard Knocks and all this stuff in there.
Oh, I know that's right.
In their locker room, that's the same reason.
Well,
though.
and I
mean,
also think the coaches don't like it, not just for the operational security, but also just
it's distractions.
people are different when they're on camera.
It's a distraction,
And people aren't genuine when there's a camera on. They're just not.
and it's hard to build a culture with disingenuous people who are inauthentic. Right? If you're gonna build a culture in a football any culture of any program, any team building at all, you want to make sure people are being their genuine selves. And that way you can build the culture, you can build a real authentic culture. But if they're not, they're faking it because cameras are around, like he's saying, then you got a fake culture you're building.
Yeah,
which is
you are.
why you go look at most of the Hard Knocks teams, they don't really have a great season, doesn't translate real, because I think it hurts the building of the culture. Same thing about reality TV shows and the dating reality TV shows, and why most of them never end up as actual couples, never end up married for a long period of time, is because they got to know each other. You probably the most important part of the relationship, getting to know each other while they had cameras around, and they really couldn't be their real selves. They had to fake it. And if you fake it like that, then your relationship is ultimately doomed.
Well, so think about it this way. If you're a coach, wouldn't you fear that you wouldn't come off genuine, that your players would be like, because you're going to act different when you're
Everybody
on
does.
camera.
Yeah.
And your players who know you already are like, hold on, this isn't the coach we know.
Yeah, you
Little
go.
tie-breaking news here. I did get an email back from the reality show.
Oh!
Made it to round 2.
Which one?
Love is Blind.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Let's
And-
pursue this
And
thing.
the bigger question, has Ty,
Yeah, there we go,
excuse me,
baby.
has Rod dove into Naked Attraction yet? Any
Not
Naked
yet.
Attraction?
I will
Should
admit it has
apply
not
for,
happened.
Should I apply for that one?
Are you ready to show your junk on television?
I think Ty's ready. I think Ty would show his junk for the amount of money. Depends on the
Yeah.
money, the cash figure.
Or the woman?
Or the woman.
If I'm finding love, it'd be worth it.
That's a good way to find love.
Just show your junk first? I don't know.
I mean,
Lead with the junk.
imagine like a bar where you walked in and like you were agreeing to.
To show your junk. I mean, that's basically what
Is
y'all
that
do.
just prostitution or
Y'all do that now on
two-way
dating apps.
prostitution?
You guys will find somebody on dating app you like, and then y'all will get each other's information, and then immediately start sending each other, sexting each other, junk shots and stuff like that.
It's more like,
You'll do
hey, come
Yeah,
up.
they do
No, well, not me, but it's more like if you know what you want on there. So it's like if you see, you get exchange numbers, and it's like, all right, come over. Not that
Yeah,
I've done
and
that a bunch.
Usually before come
there
over
was a
is give me a
naked-
taste, let me see a little something, tease
I at
me,
least need to see like a face.
Here's what I believe.
So I
And
know
you
I'm not
like-
getting
If
killed.
they opened
show me a picture of that.
If they opened a naked bar, it would just be like dating apps. It would be 90 guys and 3 girls.
He's right.
That's true.
Yeah.
No girls would go.
Guys show up for something
Girls
like that.
lo-
And that's what dating apps are.
All my friends that are girls are that are single are on.
No,
all the
dating apps aren't as much, but I see what you're saying. You basically you're saying like when you have a club, right? And you have ladies. That's why ladies get in free till whatever time is big, or ladies drink for free till this time is big, because they don't need to invite the guys to drink for free, or guys free until this time, because guys will go where the ladies go. We just gotta get the ladies in,
That's
and
right.
the guys will come.
Right.
You guys are just following the ladies. We gotta get the ladies in.
I don't know.
But
'cause
ladies
the bars
aren't
I go
going to the naked bars.
Most of the bars you go
the
to?
ladies are following me there.
I love Ty's
nothing better
confidence.
than cocky Ty.
As the Rangers play better, Ty's confidence is soaring now. Remember how
He quit on them. I
insecure?
remember when he gave up on the Rangers. Said baseball season's over to me.
Well, now
It's
football.
all football. Now he's battling
NFL
on
is
Dak.
dead.
Yeah, you're an
He's a
overly emotional
flip-flopper.
fan. I get it.
He's a flip flopper.
I
Now
get
it's
it.
time to get serious.
Now the Rangers
I'm
are about
ready.
to beat the Astros.
We will.
I'm juicing up in here right now.
Can't wait until they blow this thing.
Trey
and
says,
then
"Go, Ty, go."
Goes back the other way. All right, we'll come back when we do. Who said that?
Who said that?
Fun round of audio coming.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. What do I have to tell you about Bud Light for? You already know that Bud Light is the sure sign of a good time. You know that Bud Light turns good times into great times and the rest of the times into the best of times. You already know this. That's why Bud Light is the world's #1 light beer, because it fits any and every occasion, especially those football occasions. As a matter of fact, last night, got a chance to enjoy America's favorite game, watching some Monday Night Football, but also America's favorite beer. That's Bud Light. Nothing better than enjoying that championship tag team. That is truly an American institution. America's favorite game, football, and America's favorite beer, Bud Light. Nothing more Americana than that. And trust me, folks, you want to make sure this weekend, when it's time to enjoy football, college or pro, when it's time to enjoy your tailgating for your favorite team or watch parties for your favorite team, make sure you're stocked up with Bud Light. Perfect tailgating beverage. Still my go-to beer for those Longhorn tailgates on Saturdays, but also those NFL watch parties on Sundays. So whether you're drowning your sorrows or you're toasting to a brighter tomorrow, remember, there's always a good reason to break out the Bud Light. You want to be the life of the party? Bring more Bud Light to the party. Remember, Bud Light, brewed deep in the heart of Texas, by Texans, for Texans, and proud of it.
Who said it time, audio, and then we try to decipher who. I believe Ty has a piece of audio for us, Rod. You and I have to try to guess who it is. I like that. Can we fire this up there? TY, what do you have for us?
We had a inmate who was incarcerated here. His name was Rashid, and he needed $10,000 to make bond, and he this is a call with him and which is probably his cousin, where he laid out a money line parlay for the people. Here we go.
Man, just bet 500 on this ticket. Make it a parlay. All right, I got Raiders over Patriots. I got the Jets over Eagles. Bills over New York Giants. Lions over Tampa Bay. Rams over Cardinals. New York Liberty, the basketball team. Yeah, the WNBA. New York Liberty over Las Vegas Aces. Yeah, make all of it a parlay.
Sounds like me on Sundays.
Did he hit it? He's trying to get out of jail?
Oh, he hit all that.
No! I love it.
I mean, the Jets money line had to be plus 375.
So that's how he got out of jail?
Yeah, made over $13,000 made bond, and
that was just one phone call.
He's on his way home today.
That was awesome.
Your son Nolan actually sent this to me last night.
Way to go, Nolan.
That is pretty.
Now I was with my son last night, so he was not in jail. I know this. That's good. That's maybe one in the inmate next to him.
I love that. Yeah, you got to bet on yourself, man. Sometimes you got to bet on yourself. Damn, he got the Jets over Philly. That's the one I think that was most surprising.
Yeah, the rest of those. I mean, I would have been sweating on Sunday night with the Bills Giants game on the 1 yard line.
True.
That was the last game at all of them. Could have ruined it right there.
That's a good point. But that pick didn't surprise me. But the Jets Eagles pick, that was clutch.
How about him sprinkling some WNBA up in there?
Now, my man doing homework.
Clearly, the guy on the other line was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, the WNBA
women's basketball."
He did WNBA, man. He's like, "What?" Wow.
All right, let me play you this, Rod. Who is this key factor on Week 6 of the NFL?
Keenan ran 2 great routes and I missed them, and so that's on me as a quarterback. And we have those explosive opportunities, and we have to capitalize on those. That's a really good defense that we're going up against, and I can't miss those like that and expect to to continue to get back on 3rd down and get back on track on 2nd down. So tough opportunities, but we'll watch the film and be critical on ourselves, and we'll learn from it.
That's Herbert.
Justin Herbert. Yeah, he missed Keenan Allen wide open twice. Cowboys had Michael Gallup drop a touchdown pass right in his chest.
Yeah, I don't know when the Justin Herbert criticism is going to start, and it's not because I think people look at the regression or the Chargers' lack of success. They put that on the coaches and really on the ownership and the front office more than they do the players because the players are so talented. But he misses some crucial throws, man, in clutch time.
He's close to under 500 as a starter now.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's him or the organization, but he's got to own some of it. Those are missed throws last night. You just have to have.
He missed 2 touchdowns basically last night.
Yeah.
But that definitely would have made the difference because how close the game was.
And tough and tight game, you got to make those throws. And he wasn't even under pressure on one of them.
No.
Well, and it's funny because I was listening because there was a play earlier in the game where the Cowboys broadcasters were talking about this wheel route is open. This wheel route has been open a couple of times, and you knew they were going to come back to it.
Yep.
And when Kellen Moore dialed it up, he missed it. He just flat missed it, and the Cowboys bit, and Deron Bland bit the out route. And it should have been a big play, but Justin Herbert missed it. All right, what do you have for me, Rod?
All right, Ty, I sent you a little piece of audio here. Ty, dial it up for me. Who said that?
I watched the Twilight series. Do you know what that is?
Nope.
Absolutely terrible. Terrible. A high school girl falls in love with a 109-year-old vampire, and nobody asks questions about that. That guy's name's Edward. Woman's name is Bella. So she falls in love with Edward.
Dude, come on.
And
he
has a family of other vampires that have been around for a long time. Then there's this other group of vampires that don't hey, we want to eat her. But the Cullens don't eat humans because they're like the vegan vampires. And then the second movie happens. You find out that there's werewolves in this movie out of nowhere. So in the second movie, Bella really still loves Edward, but she starts leading this guy Jacob on like he's got some chance, and he doesn't stand a chance. Flash forward to the final movie. and Bella gets pregnant. Bella, right out of high school, marries a 109-year-old vampire. After marriage, they start having sex. They have a baby. So she's about to die. So then Edward has to turn her into a vampire.
I'm like Travis Kelce. Turn it off. I can't listen anymore.
No, you know the reason they're doing this now, right? They have a Taylor Swift crowd.
Oh,
they have like teenage girls that are now tuning
they're catering to the new audience.
their podcast, and they have the numbers on what teenage girls, and now they got to change some of the content just a little bit, slightly, so that they can tailor to no pun intended there, to the crowd.
And she dated what's his name, the werewolf.
What's the name of the show?
It's
Twilight. You've seen Twilight, the books, based on the book series.
I've seen the book. I've never read any or anything.
Jacob, the movie series.
I think his name's Jacob in the movie.
Absolutely
I think you're right about that.
Terrible.
Oh,
I did see
Yeah,
Jason Peters.
But you've seen these, have you, Ty?
Did you see him chug the beer last night at this Phillies game? Like they did the camera on him, the big screen, and all the crowd was chanting for Jason Kelce, and he chugged a beer. He did a shotgun. He went all Casey Stuttered.
Oh, that's like a tradition, though. They do that now, right? When they get
that was awesome.
When they pan the camera on, if you got a beer in your hand, you got to chug it.
Taylor Lautner is the one who dated Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Oh, really? Taylor dated a Taylor.
I'm pretty sure.
Interesting.
And Robert Pattinson's an actual good actor now, but that was, of course.
Oh yeah, he plays Batman. He's the last Batman.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of good movies.
Let me play one more piece of audio for you, Rod. This is you'll know who these voices are, but I think the story is very intriguing, and it happened on our radio station later in the afternoon. Here we go.
Who said that?
Andy Reid opportunity, too. See, he called you during a game? He called you while you're calling a game to say,
well, it's funny, Rich, that we were in San Diego doing a game, and we did a game break, and they announced that Donovan McNabb had maybe broke his leg and was going to be out for a while, and I thought, oh, man, this team was pretty good, and that's a shame. And then right as we go to halftime, in my ear, my producer, Richie Zion, says, hey, Andy Reid wants to talk to you at halftime. And I said, you got to be kidding me. He says, no. So the only place I could get cell service was out on the concourse where all the fans are walking by. And I call, and Andy answers the phone. I said, Andy, it's Troy. He says, hey, I don't know if you heard, but Donovan broke his leg. I said, yeah, we just did a game break. I'm doing a game right now, Andy. It's halftime. And he says, yeah, I know. He says, but call me afterwards. And as I'm talking to them, fans are walking by, and they're going, hey, Cowboys, they suck. Hey, Aikman, go back to, whatever. I'm like, okay. And so, yeah, I talked to Andy on the way. I just said, hey, let me sleep on this. I'll call you back tomorrow. And I gave it some consideration. I really did. There was a lure because I had great respect for Andy, and they were a good team. But I knew that it was just going to be temporary, and that when Donovan was healthy, he'd be back out there playing. And so I called him the next morning and said, hey, I'm going to stay put. And it was a good decision for me. Ultimately, A.J. Feely took over, and he got on a 5-game run and did a great job. And then Donovan stepped in, and that Eagles team ended up playing in the NFC Championship game that year.
I mean, Eagles.
There you go. Rich Eisen
good
show.
Stuff.
How about
Troy
that?
Aikman, this stuff.
Can you imagine Cowboys fans if he had played for the Eagles?
And I think Troy Aikman understood, like, hey, man, I'm an all-time great Dallas Cowboy.
I can't play for the Eagles.
Exactly. That makes you so much money on the back end of your career rather than going
Cowboy
to play for the Eagles for that short-term paycheck. Yeah.
So DeMarco Murray screwed it up.
Exactly. Like, Cowboys fans, they'll take care of you. Jerry Jones will take care of you. But you can't, you can't
go play for the Eagles.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's blasphemous.
No.
You can't do that.
No. Oh, man. All right, we'll come back. We got one more hour. It's the fabulous fifth quarter here on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Never know what's going to happen in that fifth quarter of action. It's coming your way next. Yeah, I'm now watching the video of the inmate looking to make bond and threw together a 6-leg parlay that all hit. Made $13,466 on his way home today.
Got to bet on you, man. Got to bet on yourself.
Rams winner. Jets. How about that? That's a call.
Jets
against the Eagles.
I don't know how he got that one.
Raiders beating Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Liberty and WNBA, the Bills and the Lions.
All of them made sense. I don't know about the WNBA one. I'll admit I haven't researched WNBA, but how the hell did he get Jets over Eagles? That man's been doing his homework, man. That man's been doing his homework.
That man has been doing his homework.
That wouldn't have. That's
what was he in jail for? Dang coaching mistake.
I don't know
there.
what he's in jail for, but somebody needs to hire that man to make
Hustling
picks.
too hard.
Yeah, we got some. You know, you need to find him, Ty. We can
Hire
start
that man to make some picks.
We can
man.
start having him on Fridays against go head to head with the inmate guy. That'd be awesome.
That'd
be a
good.
great radio bit.
That would be an awesome bit.
I'll do some research.
See if we can find that guy. We want him. Get us a sponsor or something.
Hey, man. That guy, like I said, I don't know how he.
You do my bookie, man. It's my booked.
That was really.
Call 777-77
right.
for jail release.
Bail bondsman.
I like that.
Call Rashid for jail release. He'll cook you up a parlay.
Hey, we've got some serious conversations going on here. 4 hours into our 5-hour conversation. Can I play this for you, Rod? Because we
hit me.
I mentioned we got to play this. This is just the natural sound of Bryce Harper's on his birthday first inning home run last night. They hit 112 decibels. On the noise gun. Listen to this when Bryce Harper in the first inning. Kyle Schwarber had already hit a home run to lead off the game. Now here's batter number 3. Unbelievable. 111 they hit on the noise meter. That place went bananas. They were jumping up and down, people throwing beers.
Pretty freaking sweet.
First inning, man. That was awesome. Just like the Rangers put the Astros fans to sleep in the first inning with 4 runs, and then they were, silenced. Phillies came alive in the first inning with 2 big home runs. So we've got that going on. The baseball side of things, Rangers up 2-0. We got the Cowboys with a big bounce-back game. But we talked earlier, Rod, last hour about the hierarchy of the NFL and where the tiers are.
Mm-hmm.
And there's already teams forming. And we've talked about keep an eye on tanking this year in pro football.
Well, just because the quarterback class
Because the quarterback class is so good.
Yeah.
And, I was, because I mentioned, could the Spurs again, or the Patriots parallel the Spurs? Because the Spurs literally tanked, right? Is there any doubt the Spurs were tanking the last couple of years to try to get?
They'll say it wasn't, but we all know it was.
We all know it was.
We all know it was.
That's why I start to wonder, if you're Robert Kraft and you're the owner of the New England Patriots and you've had so much success with Bill Belichick and things are not going well right now, what if Belichick came to you and said, look, let's just tank this thing. I'll oversee the rebuild. We'll get ourselves a quarterback. Whether we get the first pick or not, we can get Caleb Williams or Drake May. We can start the rebuild. I wonder if the Patriots don't take the same. Because Greg Popovich and the Spurs literally tanked. They traded any good player that they had that was going to help them win games, and they wanted to get as few wins as possible, and it worked out. They now have Victor Wembanyama, and they're going to be in the mix. And Greg Popovich has a chance to bring it back. You wonder if could you see the Patriots in the next couple of months coming to that kind of conclusion if they keep losing games?
I would be wary of Bill Belichick orchestrating the rebuild with
what if
the
Kraft
tank
said,
job. If he didn't have an offensive coordinator that could be trusted, Bill O'Brien cannot. I'm not going to let Bill O'Brien handle the development of our brand new franchise quarterback. If I'm Robert Kraft, I say, listen, Bill, I trust you. You've been the GOAT. You're great. But I need you to go find an offensive coordinator and a quarterback nurturer that can guarantee a smooth development and transition for our future franchise quarterback.
And I predicted in my head you would say that. So what if, this is what I was thinking, what if Bill Belichick said, okay, Kraft, we're going to tank this thing. And Kraft said what you just said. And he said, okay, then I'll help. I'll with all my football Yoda wisdom, I will identify the up-and-comer. We'll bring him in, and he'll be the coach in waiting kind of thing, right? The heir apparent.
Not opposed to that.
I mean, go bring in, who's the coach? Who's the
Ben
guy?
Johnson?
Ben Johnson.
Detroit
Lions.
Not opposed to that.
Say, Robert, let's go hire Ben Johnson. I'll help rebuild the defense and keep that rolling. and then we'll hand this thing off because coach and waiting always works so well.
Right, exactly.
Well, because Robert Kraft. The only reason I say it is that Robert Kraft, he's looking for a soft landing out of this Bill Belichick
and he's
thing.
definitely looking for the next coach, even if it's not to fire Bill Belichick immediately. He knows it's coming in a few years.
But and like people talk about the record, like Bill Belichick is 1 win from 300, right? But he's still like 29 wins away from Don Shula.
Yeah, he's got a little while to go to catch him. My man CB sent this, so I'll find it because CB sent it.
Yeah, so he's like 29 behind Don Shula right now.
Yeah,
so, that's like 5 seasons.
Shula's at 328. Belichick's at 299. You're right. So, yeah, he's 29 behind him.
I don't think if
he's
you're
30 to pass him.
I think if you're Robert Kraft, you can say, look, 300 is a nice round number. Let's get to 300. We're not, but that I'll be interested to follow that because obviously we know what the storylines of the NFL are. It's who can go win the Super Bowl, but there's also the other side of who can put themselves in line, and I think it's going to be a lot like just like the NBA knew how big that Victor Wembanyama pick is. Everybody understands just how big that Caleb Williams pick could be. Now, he didn't play a good game against Notre Dame the other night. We know Caleb Williams is a special player. Mm-hmm. And Drake May, pretty dang special player at Miami, at North Carolina.
Well, you could have 2 or 3 special quarterbacks in this draft. It's that deep of a quarterback draft. And, if Belichick's trying to get the record, which I think he does want the all-time wins record, at this pace, at this rate, it could take him like 5 years to get it.
Well, 29 wins.
Yeah, right. At this pace, he's not Belichick of Brady Belichick where he get 30 wins in 3 years.
An 11-win season in the NFL is not bad, and that you got to need 3 of those to get to.
And he ain't close to those 3 of those. He's close to 500 seasons.
He'd be lucky to win games this year. They're 1-5.
Yeah.
I also think because it's interesting to me when you think about this draft class and now NIL in college football that kids don't have to go. Shedeur Sanders is making $10 million. He doesn't have to go.
And Caleb Williams will probably.
Caleb Williams the same spot. So it's like,
close to that.
But if the Patriots are out there, or the Giants, the New York Giants is a great organization, or has been traditionally. They haven't been very good of late. A team like that to go play for Brian Daboll, it'll be interesting to see because the Bears, of course, locking in on picks. Arizona is going to be up there for sure. But I'll be following that as the NFL season goes on. Would Bill Belichick actually follow the path of Greg Popovich and tank it to get his next quarterback? Because Mac Jones ain't it.
Well, they don't need to. They're doing a great job. They don't need to tank. They're just bad.
You're right. You're right about that.
Yeah, they're just bad right now. And, it's Mac Jones, that experiment. They seem to be done with that experiment now. I think
I think he's done with them, too. I don't think he liked the whole idea of not having. You could understand a player souring when you don't even hire an offensive coordinator last year. You're working with defensive guys to call offensive plays.
Matt Patricia and Joe Judge. Calling plays, a special teams and a defensive coach. Then they brought in Bill O'Brien. It's like, that is an offensive coordinator. It is an improvement, but Bill O'Brien, let's be honest, guys, he was not highly coveted as an offensive mind.
No, and another reason I bring this up is, it's October the 6th, 17th. Now the trade deadline is in 2 weeks. Could they trade Mac Jones to a team?
It could.
Would Mac Jones be a trade piece for somebody? I don't know, to give him a fresh start, try something new. I don't know.
He definitely needs a fresh start.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think they would trade him in division to the Jets. I don't think that would happen, but I don't know. Keep an eye on that. All right, one other note. There's a story out today, Rod, at theathletic.com. In it, Bruce Feldman, the great college football writer, has a quote on a story he wrote about Texas A&M and its underperformance under Jimbo Fisher. Texas A&M, I'm told, will find the money to get rid of him if he can't get this thing going.
I'm not shocked by that. They got the money.
Will find the money.
They will find the money. That means he's going to ask like 2 or 3 of their sugar daddies. Hey, man, you guys willing to fit the bill for this? Because we're tired of Jimbo. Are you tired of him too? Because the money is there. A&M's got plenty of money. They just got to make a decision. If you're going to move on from Jimbo, who are you going to move on to?
Yes.
I think that's the biggest issue because Jimbo was supposed to be your grand slam home run hire. And I think for a while it was. But obviously now you're not getting the return on that investment you would like. And you can't afford, when Texas officially goes into the SEC, you can't afford to be on a downward trend at that time because then recruiting could really shift in the state, like dramatically shift in Texas's favor. Right now, you guys are duking it out, NIL, A&M's winning their fair share, Texas winning their fair share. That could be a huge landslide of momentum for Texas. If Texas has a great year this year, A&M has a down year, A&M, gets rid of Jimbo Fisher or stays with Jimbo Fisher and then continue to spiral or hire the wrong guy and then get even worse. And by the way, Texas fans, we know about hiring the wrong guy, right? It's happened to us multiple times. So it can happen to Aggies, and that's the path I think they want to be wary of. If we get rid of Jimbo, can it get worse? Remember, after Texas got rid of Mac Brown, they're like, can it get? Yes, it got worse after getting rid of Mac Brown.
Well, and I think you're right, though. If Texas continues to be on the ascent,
yeah,
and they're recruiting, I mean, last year they stole Anthony Hill Jr. from A&M, and why? Because Anthony Hill wasn't happy with the development that was going on.
That's exactly right.
And now we're talking about this offensive line at A&M, how wretched it is. I mean, these are highly recruited players that are not able to block. That's a problem. Texas has been trying to build their lines of scrimmage to be ready for the SEC. Hell, A&M's been in the SEC for the last 10 years, and they're still not up to snuff up front right now under Jimbo Fisher. I mean, and the numbers are ugly, Rod. They're 4-3 right now. He's 43-24 at A&M. He's 25-20 in the SEC competition. It's a mediocre product.
Period.
And they're paying him maximum money, premium money.
And they got talent.
And obviously, we know the names that would be out there, right? The immediate names would be Urban Meyer. Would he come back? Deion Sanders' names will be mentioned. Yeah. I don't think he would take it, because A&M, College Station is such a bastion of cultural diversity. Well, that's the place you want to be, Texas A&M. He's going to have bigger opportunities. I'll mention him. We know Jeff
Elko. Would they think
Mike Elko?
It's not a splash though,
but might be. But you don't need splash now. You need solid.
You need solid.
You need somebody who can coach it up.
Yeah.
Mike Elko. I mean, Jeff Traylor down at UTSA is a name.
Great hire, I think that would be.
Can I throw a name on the list here? Washington head coach Kalen DeBoer.
I don't think he'd leave Washington for Texas A&M.
You don't think so?
Not necessarily.
Now that they're going to the Big Ten?
You know what I mean? Like, exactly right. It'd be different if you were stuck in the Pac-12 and you had no prospects and no future. You've already established a really good, offense there and a program. Now, when you lose your quarterback, Michael Penix, maybe that's a consideration if they don't have somebody, to bring in the program right after him. But man, I mean, what's the reason for Caleb DeBoer to go to A&M to go to the SEC? Why? Give me the reason why? Because he has access to more talent?
Yeah. I mean, that would be the only argument. And Michael Penix is leaving. And that quarterback has been his quarterback for 5 or 6 years now.
That's true. But it depends on the quarterback.
If you don't think you can get that next quarterback going into the Big Ten, I don't know. Like, that's just a name I think needs to be discussed with what he's doing there at Washington.
Yeah, no question. I just don't know if he would be incentivized or motivated to go to A&M.
I'm just throwing out the names I think will be mentioned, but you're right. I mean, he may say, nah, I'm good. I'm at Washington. We're going into the Big Ten.
Yeah.
But you got to be able to find that next quarterback. He's done a heck of a job there because that team is fun to watch. They're well coached. We saw Texas up close with them in the Alamo Bowl last year. Really good team.
Shouldn't it be easy? My thing when you get an offense like that, it's like Sark's offense. It should be easy to recruit a quarterback to it.
You should.
A quarterback used to watch that offense and go, I want to be the quarterback of that offense. That offense looks awesome.
He
or
should
receiver
be able to attack
and go,
the portal.
yeah. So I think I wouldn't look at their recruiting classes, but I bet they've been recruiting pretty good the last 2 years with that offense. But there's no doubt life gets tough when you lose your elite quarterback. And ask Jeff Traylor about it. Jeff Traylor's about to lose his.
Well, that's right. That's why you wonder if Jeff Traylor's starting to. Well,
Yep.
I mean, I think Jeff Traylor would like to see the University of Houston take some more losses. That Hail Mary thing the other day, he was really happy for that.
Yeah,
I think
he'd be great in Houston.
Wouldn't he be great?
He basically
Selling the
do what he did in
713.
San Antonio, the same thing in 713.
Yeah,
he would do the same thing.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I think that would be a great fit. And the Aggies and their fans, if they're going to buy out Jimbo Fisher, they're going to be shooting for the moon. I mean, you've got to go big.
They want a home run. I know. I think that actually may get them in trouble trying to get the home run because the right hire
might be Mike Elko
and the splash hire I think are sometimes often two different things.
Well, and you know what? Maybe because we think that they want the splash, but I think right now Aggie fans just want a better coach,
stable, solid.
Yeah, because this is bad right now, Rod. It as I said, watching that Tennessee game, it was almost unwatchable how bad the game was. It was. I mean, I know Max Johnson's your backup quarterback, but you got to be better than that. In what is he, year 7?
Yeah,
but how are you this bad?
He is, but we talked about it yesterday, and I'll go get the numbers. The offensive line is one of the worst O-lines.
I know, that's what I'm saying. And you got Steve Adazio's. That just means your culture's bad. You're not physical. You're getting good players. I mean, we've seen them.
NIL, you're getting some of the best players in the country.
Yeah.
Even Nick Saban's jealous of some of the players you're getting.
Then you watch them play, and you're like, what is that? That was awful. I mean,
that was awful.
I mean,
that was awful.
In year 7?
Yeah, the Aggies' overall pass block grade was 21.6 against Tennessee. That was the lowest grade of any category this year. And you go look at it, man, they just been struggling to pass protect. And as a result, Max Johnson's just been under constant duress all season long.
It's not good, man. It's not good. But I think you said it to start that after I posed the question, because according to Bruce Feldman in The Athletic, that they will find the money if this continues. It's critical time in the recruiting rank because A&M, you're going to here comes Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC, and there's a chance they could. Looks like they're both going to come in on a high.
It looks like
because one of them might be whoever. They're both Texas and Oklahoma can play their way back to the Big 12 championship game. The winner maybe going to the playoff, Rod. Now they got to get there and they got to earn their way, but they would both be coming into the SEC on a high, and that's going to be your main recruiting rivals, right? I mean,
they recruit Texas unlike any other programs in the country.
As we've seen, it's been able to help Texas being able to say we're going to the SEC. You'll get to play in the SEC. I mean, how many times has Jerry Hamilton joined us and say, Colin Simmons, Arch Manning, all these big recruits that Texas is landing. Anthony Hill would have never come to Texas if they weren't moving to the SEC. It wouldn't have happened.
Yep, you're right.
Well, I mean, if you're A&M, you got to do something because anybody can watch that product and realize that I don't want to play there.
I don't want to play there.
That ain't good.
Well, and I think how defensive guys may still want to go to A&M watching the defense. How do you as an offensive player, like an offensive prospect coming out of high school, look at the Jimbo Fisher offense at any position, quarterback, wide receiver, running back, or O-line, and think, I want to play in that offense?
I don't know.
I want to be the quarterback.
Literally, that's what I was thinking sitting there watching that game on Saturday.
Right? How does anybody think that?
It is awful. I mean, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic either.
No.
I mean, they scored 13 points in a college football game. I know it's at Tennessee, but this is 2023.
No, it sets football back. The Texas A&M quarterbacks have been hit more times than any other quarterback in the country this year, 26 times. The Aggies have allowed 92 pressures, fifth most in the country this season. It's hell. Hell, Max Johnson was pressured on 25 or 35 dropbacks versus Tennessee. It's just hard to be the Aggie quarterback. And who would want to be the future Aggie quarterback?
He's got Evan Stewart out there. You've got good running backs. You've got good players. That's I don't know. That it does remind you of times of when Texas had the wrong coach, right? They had some good players out there, but man, what is going on in the lines of scrimmage?
You remember that?
Why is this team so average? How are they losing and being? I mean, they scored one touchdown against Tennessee. It came in the first quarter. That was it.
That was it.
That was the
you
extent of your
brought up
offense.
the adjustments in the second half of their last 2 or 3
drives
games.
have been,
abysmal.
Yeah, not good. All right, so there you go. That's the Bruce Feldman story. We'll keep an eye on that. Ty, do you have a name? If the Aggies' job were to come available, who would be your? Who would you fear? Because I think Longhorn fans now know. Okay, we got to fear this guy Venables. He's pretty damn good at Oklahoma. Who would put fear into you?
Oh, that's good.
Maybe Urban Meyer. I don't know. The Aggies don't really put a fear in my eyes.
Honestly, Jeff Traylor would for me.
Isn't it, Woody?
Traylor, because I think if Traylor gets the right program,
the pressure, though?
He's a dynamic guy.
He's
doing it with no pressure.
But he fits A&M's like the culture of the community.
He's an East
fits
Texas
it really
guy.
good, man.
Beats Texas.
I think he would scare me because I think he's solid and stable,
and he can recruit.
I think he would scare me a little bit. Just a little bit.
Okay. We'll take your thoughts on that. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football.
Of course, Deion would, but I don't think Deion's going there.
No, I think Deion.
No, Deion's holding out for like USC or something else when Lincoln Riley leaves. Deion wants a bigger. I think he wants a bigger show. I think he knows now he's got a lot of people looking at him right now. Does Deion stay in Colorado one more year? That's a real question.
Yeah,
he does.
Until Shadur's gone, I think he's coming back a year.
Okay.
His quarterback class is too deep.
Yeah, good point.
Let's pick it up next segment. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Here from Sark. If you missed it, get the injury update from coming out of the bye week. And actually, it's a very optimistic and surprising injury update from Sark coming up behind the burnt orange curtain. Also, before the end of the hour, we'll get you some What's Poppin' picks on our way to a Tuesday. Hook 'em up. Somebody asked, would A&M hire Art Briles? No.
They wouldn't be that desperate.
Joey McGuire, then the SEC would run through College Station.
Yeah, the runs.
Joey Juice, you know they're what? So what's the Red Raider record? 2-4.
Yeah, they don't run through Lubbock.
Dang it!
Like I said, runs in Lubbock.
Hey, as of this morning, according to BetMGM, the odds to win the NFC belong to highest odds. Best odds are the 49ers plus 175, Eagles plus 320, Cowboys plus 450.
They got Eagles. They got Cowboys with better odds than the Lions.
They do.
Okay.
Would you put this is a pretty good futures bet, plus 600 on the Lions to win the NFC?
It's good value.
That is pretty good value.
That's because they trust Dak more than they trust Jared Goff. I think is what it comes down to.
What?
Dak was the highest graded quarterback by Pro Football Focus in Week 6.
Yeah, they gave him it was plus 450.
Yeah.
Lions are plus 600.
Dak had 9 incompletions, right? I believe 7 of those were to Michael Gallup.
Who can't catch.
I mean, he had 9
odds to win the AFC at the same spot. Chiefs plus 250, Bills plus 450, Dolphins plus 450, Ravens plus 750.
Yeah, Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs haven't even played a really good football game yet.
No,
they every time
and
you
they're
look,
5-1.
Yeah, every time you watch them, they look shaky, and they just find a way to win because it's that championship DNA. Kind of how the Astros are, right? It's like they just finding ways to win, even though they didn't look great all the time. I think the Chiefs need to trade for a wide receiver. I don't know who that could be. The Patriots actually have who's the Juju Smith? Is that
Schuster?
I don't think he's going to move the needle.
I know I'm not moving, but he's somebody that's familiar with the offense that knows the offense.
And that's right. I mean, it's not like Patrick Mahomes needs like Tyreek Hill back.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He just needs someone who can catch.
The Patriots signed Juju to a terrible contract. I mean, it's not for a lot of money, but it's like 3 years.
And that's why the Chiefs probably, maybe they'll pay some of it and Chiefs can bring him back.
The Patriots should have re-signed Jacoby Myers. They let him walk and then basically signed Juju for the money that he was asking for.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Yeah.
Because Jacoby Myers has been a good player for Josh McDaniel and the Raiders. Updated odds to win the World Series at BetMGM. Rangers plus 110 as of this morning. Plus 110.
The Rangers, yeah.
Phillies plus 135. Astros plus 650.
If I had to put money on it right now, I'd probably put money on the Rangers. They look that good.
Well, you would have made more if you'd have done it a week ago.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Either way.
Well, I didn't feel that good about them a week ago. Now I feel
Astros
really...
at plus 650. If you're still feeling good out there, Astro fans, you might make some snacks. You're feeling Dusty Baker. That they're going to go to Arlington and get well.
Nobody's feeling good about that,
Dusty Baker is.
Dusty Baker smoking.
Come on, man.
That good stuff.
Defending champs until proven otherwise. Got to knock them off. And so far, they're on their way. It's 2-0.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Hey, can we go behind the BOC? Burnt Orange Curtain time. We're talking Texas football as they're coming out of the bye.
All right, let's get back to some of the Sark sound. We hadn't played cut 5, and this is when he's talking about. Someone asked him about, and this is something that I was concerned about as well. Someone asked him about the 2-minute offense. 2-minute drill defense,
which was terrible. Both halves against Oklahoma.
Yes, end of the first half, end of the second half. Texas gave up a field goal, end of the first half. In the last 2 minutes, I believe in the end of the first half, and then the last, obviously, game-winning touchdown drop they gave up too. So he gave up 10 points. Basically, the final 2 minutes of each half combined, and that's essentially gave Oklahoma the game, especially with that game-winning touchdown. Here's Sark when he was asked about what changes have been made, what they're going to do to remedy the issue of Texas having subpar performances in the last 2 minutes of halves.
From a 2-minute standpoint, as I went back and watched that last drive and a couple of these drives, I think one, we have to improve our tackling in 2 minutes. I think it was the second play of that drive 2 weeks ago. We had an opportunity to get the receiver down in bounds. And we don't leverage the ball very well. We don't get them on the ground. You let the receiver get out of bounds. Well, when you get out of bounds, you can stop the clock. Now teams can run whatever play they want to run. So I think one thing is to zone drop right. Another is to keep your pass rush lanes clean, which is something that we've talked about. And then the third component to that is you have to tackle well. And so all that added up to in the end of that drive, which I think is mightily important, and it kind of came up in the middle of the drive too. Our communication's got to be on point. So all those things add up to. I'm not that. Hey, as coaches, we always want to make the perfect call and the best call, and I get all that. But at the end of the day, we still have to execute the call. And there's a lot of levels to execution, one of which is communication, everybody on the same page. 2 is doing our job, man, zone coverage, pass rush lanes. But then 3, we still have to continue to tackle. We can't relax. And I thought that those were a couple areas where I think we can improve.
Yeah, so the end of the first half, where Texas gave up a field goal defensively, it was 1:53, I believe, that Oklahoma had the ball at the end of the half and ended up scoring a field goal. And it was 77 seconds. I think they only used 62 of them at the end of the game versus Oklahoma, and ended up scoring 7 points. That was the game-winning touchdown. And if you look at that last drive, both of those last drives of the half, end of the first half, end of the second half, and I went back and looked at my notes, I counted 6 missed tackles total on those 2 drives. 6 missed tackles. You also had 2 busted coverages, because you had the 20-plus yard reception by Drake Stoops. That was a busted coverage on that one. And we said these safeties in the corners were playing different coverages. And then the busted coverage on the last game-winning touchdown play. So that's 2 busted coverages combined on those drives. You had a gap integrity breakdown. Remember, you had 2 players rushing the same gap. That was Terrence Brooks and Ethan Burke on the last touchdown winning drive as well. And you go look at the penalty. Don't forget about, you had a pass interference penalty on that last drive too. So if you go look at those last 2 drives total, where Texas should have been playing some of their best defensive football, they had to focus because kind of a crisis situation defending the 2-minute drill. They had 6 total missed tackles. They had multiple penalties. They had a penalty, of course, the 2 coverage busts. They had the penalty on the PI. They also had gap integrity breakdown as well. So you're talking about multiple issues, all right, on those 2 drives. That's something Sark's got to get figured out, and they need to work on the communication in the back end and make sure everybody's confirmed on the same page. The gap integrity issue, to make sure that everybody's rushing the passer and being disciplined in their pass rush lanes he talked about, but also the penalty. You know, penalties, sometimes you can't avoid them, but you need to avoid penalties in that critical, crucial situation, all right, in the last 2 minutes of the half. And of course, yeah, you got to make the tackle, period. So it's multiple issues that are affecting him. And they only had, in my opinion, 3 opportunities this season to go up against a starting quarterback, because they only placed 3 starting quarterbacks. Jalen Nuro, Dylan Gabriel was the only starting quarterback, and was it JT Daniels for Rice? The rest of the season, they faced backup quarterbacks. So look at when you're facing a real starting quarterback in a 2-minute drill. They've had that situation come up 3 times so far this year, and they've given up points every time. They gave up points when Alabama was in that 2-minute drill situation once, and they gave it up, of course, against Oklahoma on 2 different occasions. So that's something they got to figure out.
Yeah, that red zone, and I think the tackling was big, as he mentioned, in that game, and that, you know, open field tackling is important, Rod, and then the quarterbacks they face, the run-based offenses they faced have not really challenged that. You know Dana Holgorsen will, right? You know Houston will, with a good set of wide receivers and a quarterback who the Longhorns have seen before. So hopefully that got cleaned up and able to, you know, they just didn't match the energy and the intensity that Oklahoma played with, and that was the real disappointing part. They got to bring their own mojo here the rest of the way. Oklahoma, you know, that was their game, right? That was their circled game.
It was.
But you know it is for Houston too, right? I mean, they won a miracle game with a Hail Mary that they had no business winning, but in and around that, Rod, they had a week off, and then they have extra time to prepare for Texas from Thursday to Saturday.
Yep.
So, you know, they're going to be coming. They're going to have a sellout crowd. It's in their building. It's not over at NRG Stadium. It's in TD-ECU Stadium, which will be 40,000 people. So, yeah, no, I looked. That's what I'm watching for. The Longhorns are a 21-point favorite, and I think they're rightfully. But did they clean up the messes and the issues that it will prevent them from getting back to the Big 12 championship game?
Yeah, listen, the reason Texas is a 21-point favorite is because the U of H defense is just bad. It's one of the worst defenses in the country. I went through these numbers earlier this week, but I'll go over them again just so you know. 107th in scoring defense, last in the Big 12. 117th in pass defense, last in the Big 12. 99th in rush defense, 12th in the Big 12.
Ouch.
79th in red zone defense, 10th in the Big 12. 126th in touchdown percentage defense in the red zone, last in the Big 12. 117th in total defense, last in the Big 12. 106th in 10-plus yard plays allowed. That is actually second most in the Big 12, so not the most. They're 90th in 20-plus yard plays allowed, and they are second, tied for the second most in the Big 12 as well. And they are 123rd in third down defense. That is last in the Big 12. And they're 133rd in fourth down defense. That is 14th, and that's last in the Big 12. So really bad defense. That's why Texas is favored by a ton of points. So Texas should be able to have their way offensively with that U of H defense. It's either going to be a shootout or it's going to be a blowout. And if it's a shootout, that's what U of H wants. U of H, as E just mentioned, they got extra time to prepare. And if I'm Dana Holgorsen, U of H, I'm pretty much going to take everything that Oklahoma did against Texas and try to replicate it on our level. You got a quarterback, Donovan Smith, that can run the quarterback draw. As a matter of fact, I saw them run the quarterback draw several times in that game versus West Virginia, and they like to run it in the red zone too, which is what Dillon Gabriel and Oklahoma did. He had 5 quarterback draws for 59 yards versus Texas. Donovan Smith will run a quarterback draw. He'll also extend plays and scramble, and they'll have him as part of the quarterback running game, even the power quarterback run game in short yardage. He'll be a big part of, and Longhorn fans remember that all too well when he was the starting quarterback at Texas Tech. The veer and shoot is an air raid. It's a cousin of the air raid offense, essentially. Art Browse came up with the veer and shoot offense. That's what Oklahoma runs. Jeff Levy is the son-in-law of Art Browse. Dana Holgorsen can use a lot of the concepts and a lot of the same philosophy that the veer and shoot uses because it's the air raid and they're related. And so they run the up-tempo, which Oklahoma did really well. They executed up-tempo really well, which neutralized Texas pass rush. All right, when Texas pass rush gets undisciplined and out of their lanes, he can hurt you with the quarterback run game like Dillon Gabriel did, and they have really good wide receivers at U of H, speedy wide receivers that can hurt Texas on the outside if they don't tackle, just like Oklahoma did. Pretty much every problem that Oklahoma presented to you offensively, they can do the same thing. Not the elite level of execution, but if you don't solve those problems, it can end up being a shootout and way closer than you think.
Yeah, and, like everyone has, even though their defense is no good, can you play bend but don't break? And can you force Texas into the red zone? And those are, really everything Texas is doing now is to play to that bar. And if they do, I think they'll win their next 6 games. But, that's really the challenge. And Sark has said this many times, keep getting better. And maybe it took playing in Oklahoma to expose some of these issues that maybe hadn't been exposed yet. But that's teams that win championships improve and go fix those things during the season. We'll see if Sark and this staff and this team can accomplish that because they'll be double digit point favorites in every game the rest of the way. I don't see a game on the schedule there won't be a double digit favorite. Now, can you win all those games by double digits? We'll see. It feels like the toughest part of the schedule is in the rearview mirror. And sitting at number 8 in the country and the highest ranked one-loss team, that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah,
if you're the Texas Longhorns.
Exactly. And, if you just take care of business, stay focused on the task at hand week to week, like you said, getting better week to week, correcting the issues, and as to coaches solving the problems week to week, all the teams ahead of you, they'll beat each other up. They'll knock each other off. You ain't got to worry about that. And you're hoping Oklahoma takes care of business because you'll get your revenge game too. It's all in front of you. Your revenge game, your college football playoff hopes and aspirations, Big 12 title game, it's all right there. They've earned this position to be in.
By the way, Oklahoma off their bye week 2 will play Central Florida this weekend. Biggest game in the Big 12 outside of the Texas-Houston game is West Virginia and Oklahoma State.
Where's that at?
That is in Morgantown. It's at Morgantown.
That'll be interesting to see how Oklahoma State plays away from home. They're good at home. I don't know how they play away from home, though.
You know who's not good on the road? Aggies. They've lost 8 straight on the road.
Given.
Sorry.
Jimbo's lost 8 straight on the road?
In conference play. In conference games, I believe.
I just don't. They got to do so. They got to do something to try to turn the season around. They really do. Big upset win. I don't know what they're going to do. They have to try to figure it out.
We'll be back. We'll get some What's Poppin', including a Ty Sex Panther pick of the night. And I'll give Ty the advice of why gambling is so difficult. We'll have that for you. Come back. Hook 'em up. What is popping on a Tuesday? Only the baseball tonight. That would be the Phillies and Diamondbacks. Ty, is that your pick tonight? Phillies at home?
There's football tonight.
Oh, there's football for 50 straight days. I know. I'm talking about the biggest, so the big games. But
football.
Ty, where are we leaning on? I mean, Phillies have been undefeated at home. They have Aaron Nola on the mound. They beat Zach Gallen last night, who's the best pitcher for the Diamondbacks. This just feels big time like Phil's for me. But
I might not touch it. I think I'm going to go with the Liberty Middle Tennessee State game tonight.
Liberty is a good team. They're 6-0.
Yeah, they're minus 14.5 right now. A lot of movement during the week, but I'm going to go ahead and take them. That's my pick of the day.
I like
Liberty
that.
minus 14.5 against Middle Tennessee State.
And you did end up taking the under for the Cowboys last night, and that hit by 13 points.
Yeah, the only thing I got wrong last night, I had the Diamondbacks. I don't think I said that on the air, but that was one of my
you take them
few
for?
picks. I had the Cowboys minus 1.5, Diamondbacks under, and then the Rangers, obviously, which is a lock.
Middle Tennessee Liberty
It's a
tonight is
lock.
on CBS Sports Network if you're looking for some football. Also, you can watch Southern Miss at South Alabama.
Sun Belt.
And Western Kentucky's at Jacksonville State this evening, and Jacksonville, Alabama. So those are your 3 games. 50 days of football. The feast continues, Rod B.
It's such a beautiful thing.
It is.
Love just random football being on. Because you're just scrolling through and you're just stopping. Even if you're not really interested, you just stop and watch a few minutes of it. And you just keep scrolling along if you don't like it.
Well, South Alabama and
feels so
Mobile,
good.
that's Major Applewhite calling the plays there.
Oh, wow. Thank you for reminding me of that. I might check that out, actually.
Major. They're playing 1-5 Southern Miss.
Oh, man. And Major.
Liberty 6-0.
Liberty. Playing good football. They're playing good defense right now.
Can I give you a number on why Ty is poor and probably shouldn't gamble?
because he mismanages his money and he likes to go out every weekend?
So, and most
That's probably
gamblers
why.
bet favorites, right? How about this? Favorites in college football through 7 weeks. Ready, Ty? Through 7 weeks. 241 winners, 244 losers, and a push. So 49.5%.
That's Vegas. Yeah.
It's dead even.
That's how they're supposed to. That's what it's supposed to be, right?
Hey, because you're supposed to pick the winners. That's why it's even. But you're the difference.
Well, that's why they give you points, or they take away.
And that's
points.
why the juice is
You're
they
the
make their
difference.
money on the VIG. So they don't care. They just want the VIG. They want it's commission. I mean, if you're doing sales, commission is where you make your money. That's where Vegas makes their money, is the commission on these things.
Can you pick the underdogs that win is the question. That's how you know you're good.
Right, and that's why the line moves depending on how much money's on either side of it. So they move it to like, oh, well, let's push it a little bit because we're going to make, you just don't want to get killed, and then they're going to, over time, they make the money on the commission.
I did find the TikTok account of that inmate Rashid.
Yes,
Rashid.
I sent him in a
He's
message.
going to start making pics with us if he can stay out of jail.
Oh man, do we know what state Rashid was in?
I think he's either in Detroit or Chicago.
Oh.
From the hashtags.
We got to
Nice.
get Rashid on
From the
Rashid's picks.
From the looks of his TikTok, it looks like he has been incarcerated for at least a decent amount of time.
Damn.
And he also might have a rap career, aspiring rap.
Oh, he's a
Of course he
aspiring
does.
rapper too. That usually helps your rap career when you go to jail. Usually that's when
There was some prison cooking videos in there.
Oh,
He was doing
come
it all.
on. You might turn this guy into a reality
I
star.
mean, all these videos had a decent amount of views too.
He's got cooking videos in prison.
He's got like 60,000 followers.
What's
on-
he cooking
Wow,
on?
this guy's
like 500,000 likes.
it's amazing.
What's he cooking on? Like a hot
You
like
plate?
a
never
hot
watched
plate.
those videos before?
A hot plate.
No.
My Instagram's full of cooking videos, and
Yeah.
sometimes I'll get into like, hey, you want to see how you make a grilled cheese and
In prison.
From
in prison?
prison?
They,
Yeah.
they get like beef sticks out.
You
and,
make you make prison wine and stuff like that. Yeah, I've seen those videos. Yeah.
They can get fire sources.
You got to watch
somehow.
Love at the Lockup, man. Some of these prison shows,
Those are
jail
good.
shows. Yeah.
Wait, what is
I've
it?
never
40
seen that
days.
either.
40 days in, where they
Where do you find these shows?
Yeah.
the IE network.
I want to say Love at the Lockup is on like Women's Entertainment Channel or something like that.
The A&E is the one I'm thinking of.
A&E does have one. I think
It's
you're
like
right
the
about that.
criminal, but
Yes.
the 40 days in or whatever, where they send like
Oh, man.
a non.
I'm going to stick with
Criminal
naked
in-
attraction.
Yeah, it's like to scare them straight.
No, they send them in like the sheriff or whoever controls the jail sends them in on a mission to like see
like
what's going on.
undercover?
Yeah, so they have
Oh.
to act like they're a
Ooh,
real.
I might
inmate.
watch that show.
No, it's good.
That's
It's called
actually pretty
Or
good.
60 days in, 60 days in.
Okay, I'll look.
And
it
they
up.
see how long, and a lot of people don't make it, and some people they're
Oh.
like I want to stay in longer. Like,
oh, that person's a psychopath. Dude,
because some of these people have been to jail before. Some of them are correctional officers themselves. Some of them are teachers.
It's good. It's just
That's
good
true.
structure for them.
And
recidivism
it
rates
really
high
does.
because of
It does
that.
a really good job of showing like the
3 hots and a cot.
Wow.
like what's wrong, and because it is just like CCTV footage the whole
Interesting.
time. It's reality. It's real reality television.
Hey,
Okay.
so
Kind of like that.
as far as the gambling though, the biggest upset this year in gambling was that Texas State win over Baylor as a 1,400. It was plus 1,400 as road underdogs in Waco.
And that was week 1, right?
That was week 1.
Yeah, because Vegas is way off in week 1. They have
That's
no
still
idea.
the biggest upset. And
Yeah.
G.J. Kinney's team's gone on to be really good. They're 5-2.
And Baylor's going
And Baylor's buh.
And
buh.
I told you stat yesterday, G.J. Kinney's Texas State team has the biggest offensive improvement from last year to this year. 20-point improvement with his offense. Hell, he might be one of those coaches that's getting a look at some. Like, if you see the domino effect, let's say Jeff Traylor leaves.
He would go to UTSA.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You could have that situation in the coaching carousel.
Or he'll stay right there.
Yeah, he should, because Texas State.
Come on, man.
They wilding right now. Man, Texas State, I got a lot of people in my neighborhood. I didn't even know they were Texas State fans.
They
or
got
went
flags
there.
out
And
now?
they got stuff in the yard. They walking around with the hats on. I'm like, oh, you went to Texas State? Who would have known? I've been living in this neighborhood with you for like 8 years and didn't even know you were a Texas State grad. So
That's
they're
awesome.
proud right now.
They're proud right now.
They should be.
Well, our man Ty is
There you
was
go.
disguising as a Texas
It's
student
gonna
at
take
West Campus.
a little bit more for me to
They had a good
officially buy it.
crowd last week. That was cool.
Their tailgating's looking pretty fun now, too.
Yeah.
Pretty packed.
Tailgates hyped. G.J. Kinney's brought some fun back to San
Hey,
Marvelous.
dude, the opposing team's been so hyped. They're throwing water bottles into the stands and breaking people's nose. Remember
Bring
a
it.
couple of weeks ago they had some other incident where an opposing player got into
A
it.
band member
Yeah.
stole the trident.
Dude, them Texas State games are hyped. They lit right now.
Good stuff, man.
It's Lubbock Light.
I'd rather be in San Marcos.
Love Big Light. I would rather be in San Marcos too, truth be told.
Hey, Rod, good stuff, man.
That was
Enjoy
fun.
your film study tonight.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy your conversation. We're going to do an On Texas football live chat tonight, right?
Oh, that's going to be happening.
On Texas football this
7
evening. Talking
7 p.m.
Texas. Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be nice.
Good stuff. Also, TY. Get some nicotine in you.
All right. My guy Jacob hooked me up. I'm good.
Oh.
Nice.
Got a drag.
You got a drag. Hey, everybody have a wonderful Tuesday. Phillies and Diamondbacks tonight. You can watch the football. We'll be talking about it tomorrow more on Texas and Houston. Setting up for Saturday. We'll get to that. Also preview Astros Rangers Game 3 from the Gilf now as they shift back to Arlington. It'll be a fun 5 hours. It'll start at 6 a.m. tomorrow. If you're missing a part of today's show, make sure you go back and listen on the podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Roma's next, then Rich Eisen, then Patrick Davis with your Sports Complex on a Tuesday. Everybody have a good one. We'll see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hook 'em up.